Yeah, we're done.
Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan, David Haugh.
Why are you shaking your head and grimacing?
I feel like the White Sox are in a bad spot.
Oh, no.
You know, do I want to go out Thursday to see them win this series? I have a great day game on Thursday. Is that what I want?
Southside, stand up.
Or am I worried that could be sweep day and not the kind of sweep I thought?
You're asking the wrong question.
Okay, what am I missing?
You should ask yourself, do I want to go out there and try the sushi roll?
Okay, well, that I know the answer to that.
Show me the Mooney!
I think, though, the next start, theoretically, will be coming against the Tampa Bay Rays.
Oh,
Isn't that where they go this weekend?
I don't like this.
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 104.3 The Score.
You sound like a shaken Sox fan right now.
I am pretty much a
Yeah.
shaken Sox fan.
Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. And as I mentioned to you this morning, David, it felt as if the Sox were being swept. It felt that way for about 2.5 games. And lo and behold, it feels today like they have swept the Yankees.
Morning, Molly. Happy Friday. Yesterday was extra special for the Sox and the Cubs.
Walk off. Walk off.
They got their second walk-off in the row here in Chicago. Sox did. Meanwhile, the
Ninth
Cubs
on the year, buddy.
hang on in St. Louis.
You feel that hot breath on the back of your neck?
Well, 19 walk-off victories between the two teams in town just underscores why this has been a great summer for baseball. And this is a baseball city unlike any other, especially this year. This year has been fantastic.
This has been a great year.
At the All-Star break, celebrated two teams in playoff spots for the first time since 2008. Yesterday, you get to see both teams show some resilience and hang on in extra innings. Sox the bigger surprise. Cubs with maybe the higher expectations. But nonetheless, boy, that was fun on the South Side. Because you're right. Going into this series and up until probably, the sixth inning or so on Wednesday, you felt like this was going to be something that you're going to have to recover from and head down to Tampa. And no. And now instead, it feels like they won the series after the split.
It does. That is one of the greatest splits that anyone has ever seen. It was glorious, and I guess the Yankees are awful in extra innings, which I did not know.
Period.
But I'm
yesterday,
saying,
and the last 2 days.
Well, it took extra innings.
Christmas in July, they were very charitable.
Makes me feel like the Cubs can sweep this weekend because all you got to do is go to extra innings and they'll lay down for you.
Cubs can win 2 out of 3. I don't know about a sweep because they're facing some pretty good pitching. But the Yankees, I think, were suddenly playing dumb baseball.
They need trades.
Well, I don't know what they're going to do in the trade market or the trade deadline. They're going to try to help themselves like every contender. But on Wednesday, they threw the ball into left field, trying to get a pickoff play to end the game, which is ridiculous. And then yesterday, they walk in the winning run and played some real sloppy baseball.
Do you know where I felt that game, I felt the Sox were going to win, is when they walked Mooney, because they intentionally walked him because they were concerned that Boom could go the dynamite.
Afraid.
So they walked him. That's one of the ways in which you get the bases loaded, and then you had the walk-off walk to Tristan Peters, as you mentioned. But I think Mooney's presence, and I know I'm overstating it, but it just kind of, the minute they decided to walk him, and I know they're trying to get a double play, but it made me believe that the Sox were going to win this game.
The Sox have had some struggles of late.
Yeah.
And the last 3 victories at home, though, during this homestand, it wasn't the smoothest of operations. But you're right about Mooney being a guy that has a presence in the middle of that lineup, or in this case, batting second. Sunday, he hits 2 homers, wins the game they needed.
Yep.
Wednesday, he hits a big home run win the game to turn things around. And then yesterday, I do think that putting him on base changed the complexion of that inning, and he's in the middle of it again. That's what a difference maker does. And I think when you look at his impact, that's why he will be Rookie of the Year.
They also had a guy, was it the 6th inning, that slid over the base for a triple and was out at...
Yeah, how about that?
Now,
that's what I mean.
Aren't there baseball rules about being out at third base? I thought that was a real sinful thing.
You don't want to make
do.
the first or last out
That's
of the
exactly
inning
right.
at third base.
Yeah. And I appreciate that.
The Yankees...
Thank you, sir. May I have another?
The Yankees usually are more buttoned up than that.
Yes.
But you're reminded that they are compromised. They are injured. They have good pitching, but they're not even whole with the pitching staff. I hope they continue to play dumb baseball at Wrigley Field.
I mean, they didn't look like they were compromised over the first couple games, okay? So I get what you're saying. But whatever went awry for them was magnificent for the White Sox.
Yeah, no doubt
really
about it.
Felt good to
well,
see
good
them
teams take
come
advantage.
back.
And let's face it, when you have a pitcher that is on the kind of role that Sean Burke is on,
boy, is he on a heater.
it helps you get well and recover in series and show that resilience because you're always going to be in the game.
He had 10 Ks, I think, before he had taken off his warm-up. I mean, it was unbelievable how hot he was to start that game. And then he just settled in and pitched better. But he ended up with 10 Ks. I guess his career high was 11. I heard that mentioned. And so what? I mean, he had 10 Ks by the third or fourth
The
inning
way
or
that
something?
he's
Was
pitching
it
lately,
the second inning,
it's
he
like
already had 10?
he'll get 11. And his next start, he can't have 10 Ks in 2 innings. This
Why
just
not?
in.
Couple of drop third strikes, David.
Felt
in the,
that way.
in the player
Oh,
reach.
that would
Yeah,
work.
there you
Okay,
go. would
that
not
is
work.
true. You could have 10 Ks statistically in 2 innings. I stand corrected. Math be damned.
I'm here
Felt
for you.
that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. For those of you scoring at home,
Those numbers are accurate. He has 42 strikeouts in this game.
it was a great effort by Sean Burke. He has really been on the kind of a roll, and it's just something that all of this, dare I say it, we're at the end of July, but it does, all of it feels still very unexpected. The whole Sox season is very unexpected. And it's nice to enjoy these things, and I think part of it is because it was so unexpected. They are playing, they're not only 6 games over 500, but when you watch them play, you feel like they're better than their record. You feel like they can come back from deficits like yesterday, and for whatever reason, you get the sense, I get the sense that like this is a team. I wouldn't get discouraged on this road trip if they end up stumbling a little bit, because I think they do have a resilience that they've earned the benefit of the doubt.
Well, I think it's going to be a very difficult road trip. I think that Tampa is a little bit better than the Yankees, and you split with them at home, and now you're kind of stepping up in class ever so slightly, because obviously the Yankees had so many guys out.
True,
but nonetheless, I think this is going to be difficult. But I honestly, I surprised myself by saying this, but I did not go into a full-out panic when Sir Anthony Dominguez took them out, as I often have this season.
Get out the paper bag and start breathing into it. That's usually the method.
That's the only
But he
way.
was better. He was better yesterday.
I just said he did.
So-
I couldn't believe it.
That's what and I go back to June. Remember that gauntlet of a schedule that everyone was dreading, and they entered
did
in,
well,
and they did quite well.
Yep.
And after the first 2 games of the Yankee series, I was part of the chorus, like, oh boy,
Yep.
here we go. This schedule is too difficult, and it's going to catch up with them. Now I don't know if it's worthy. I don't know if it's worth doubting them. I think that they are a good baseball team, and with 2 months to go, essentially in this season, they're going to be in a position. They're in a very good spot, and I think they're going to prove it. I think they could be headed to the playoffs, and the trade deadline is going to provide some kind of reinforcement that is impactful.
let's put the fast forward on that. Can we come back on Tuesday? Can we just make Monday Tuesday just to get that thing over with?
No,
and get
because
going? I'm ready for the trade deadline. I'm ready to go. Let's go. Get it done.
Could start anytime. The first move will trigger a series of moves, I believe. I don't know which, and I don't think it's the Twins making the move overnight to get the lefty from the Mets.
Yeah,
AJ Minter.
Yes.
It's going to be something bigger than that, and you look at all of the speculation.
Does that signal, though, that
It says the Twins are going to stay in it.
that's what I'm
So
saying.
they're not going to give up Joe Ryan. If any Cub fan had any designs on that, that's not going to happen. Or Jeffers or anybody else that they might have been dangling.
Get out your list and cross off some names.
I wasn't really in on after the Twins started playing well, and when they got to 500, you kind of eliminated that. At least I did from.
Aren't they at 500? Aren't they? Just
They
at
are.
500?
Yeah. But they did that a couple days ago. They're in that division. They have every right to believe they can hang around.
Just 3 back.
Yeah.
Just 3 back.
Tigers, different story, because as we talked yesterday, different scenario with the Tigers and Skubal.
More teams in front of them.
I like the way that people are talking about the Skubal possibility with the Cubs, because it's Dodgers, Brewers, Cubs, and Rays. It seems like that's the order. Good column by Paul Sullivan in the Tribune talking about how Scott Harris is involved in his role in 2016, and it was very entertaining. People should read it. Sully was nobody has that kind of baseball institutional knowledge for Chicago writing right now more than he does, and it just gives you a good idea. Jed Hoyer, it's time for him to have a deadline that makes that people remember for the right reasons.
Well, that is a very interesting comment.
It's time.
Yeah.
You know, it's time for him to make a move that really puts his team in a spot to remove some doubts.
You're saying he's yet to have a trade deadline that people will remember for the right reasons.
Yesterday was the 5-year anniversary of the Great Purge.
Yep.
Javi, KB, Rizzo. Bye.
Give me a hug. I'm leaving.
Give me a hug, shed a tear. Goodbye, dynasty.
Still rough.
That never turned into a dynasty. But that was necessary, and I think that you could justify that and all those things. My point is, this is something that you want him to make an impactful trade at the deadline that you remember in October, and you go back, you say that was bold, that was good, that was what the Cubs should be doing.
Yeah, but I think he's going to have to be bold if he's going to make the kind of deadline moves that you're talking about, because of the fact that there are so many people that are still alive, interested, and willing. It's very interesting to me that if you are the Milwaukee Brewers, how all in are you? How are you really going to give up 3 highly thought of prospects in order to get a guy that is not going to be with you for very long, in order to go for it on a 1-year basis? We just haven't seen him do it.
It's a good question, Mully, because I think the baseball calculus is totally different in Milwaukee.
But they have the firepower.
And so is the urgency. Yeah, but they don't necessarily need to pull the trigger, if you will. They don't need that. They haven't needed that. That's not an organization that is accustomed to doing that.
They haven't done that.
Now they could surprise everyone, shock the baseball world, and they have the capital to go out and get Tarek Skubal, and they would be dangerous because that's the best 1-2 punch in baseball, and they could justify it. But organizationally, that's not their profile.
No, it's not. That's what I'm saying. That would be a very bold move that could blow up on you, because that's what happens sometimes with bold moves.
Here's what
could be best thing they ever do. Could be huge error.
What I fear and expect almost is that we will spend a lot of time up until Monday talking about the possibility and all of the things we just described, the Cubs' opportunity, the way they need to seize it, why they haven't done it before, and the ramifications of that. History, present, future. And yet, it's all about the Dodgers. I fear it's going to all come down to the Dodgers.
Do they need to do it?
The Dodgers?
They can do it.
Well,
they can
Ohtani is out again.
I know.
He's not going to be in that rotation.
I understand.
They don't have the certainty with him out of the rotation that they felt like they need or have. They want a three-peat, and they have the prospect capital to squander, if you will, or to put toward a deal. It's just a matter of...
Just think of the avarice involved in that statement. They want a three-peat. Like, Milwaukee is looking, the Cubs, let's go. You're trying to inch over the finish line. These guys are, we really want the three-peat. Let's throw away a few of these things and give that money there. And the guy wants to be here, he'll stay here, and we can sign. It's just insane, the difference between them and everyone else.
And the approach at the trade deadline, because of some of those things you just described, is why we're staring at a work stoppage.
Well, exactly.
And it reminds you, or it reinforces just how baseball has become a league full of haves and have-nots, or the disparity between the approach and the reality for the Tampa Bay Rays, the Milwaukee Brewers, and the Dodgers, and perhaps the Cubs, and teams like that.
But don't you think that the counter argument to that, not that the Dodgers can do whatever they want, but the teams like the Brewers, like Tampa, like the White Sox, quite frankly, are in a position to go ahead and add whatever they want to add at the trade deadline or give up something to go for it against a team that has everything, right? I mean, what if somebody were to make that kind of move, improve themselves, and get past the Dodgers? Does that argument hold up for baseball labor strife?
If the World Series this year is Rays versus Brewers, it will create a very fascinating conversation and and baseball reality heading into, the work stoppage.
Right.
In
no
December.
one expects that, mind you.
Well,
but yes,
crazier things have happened. If you were to sit here on August 1st tomorrow and say, I want to put money down on the Rays versus the Brewers, I don't think anybody would laugh at you. I don't think anybody would scoff and say that's a bad investment. So that's what, if you're potentially looking at this broader conversation about why baseball is where it's at, Rays versus Brewers would underscore that. And wow, it would give people reason to believe a lot of things that they, will contend as this kind of, as the gap widens between the two sides.
Yes, it's very interesting.
It is very interesting. So ideally, the Cubs make the big, bold move that people remember, and Jed Hoyer has this line on his resume that is, at the top of it and says, Hoyer makes move that puts Cubs over the top. And the Sox, I think the Sox make a move too that Chris gets, and it helps them stay where they are.
They would likely make a move of some kind at this point. I would imagine it would be much less ambitious than what you're talking about, but a move nonetheless.
Well, what I'm talking about is
you're talking about getting a pitcher,
a starting pitcher.
But you're talking about getting the best starting pitcher on the market, paying whatever it costs, giving up whatever it costs in order to try to overtake somebody.
Not necessarily. I think you can thread the needle without being that without overpaying. I think somebody like Clay Holmes, as the Mets are going through their baseball rummage sale.
You're not on. You're off Tariq Skubal then?
For the Sox?
No, for the Cubs.
Oh no, for the Cubs. I'm sorry. I thought you meant.
I said what you're talking about. I'm differentiating. The Sox are not looking at the best pitcher in the market. They're not.
No, they shouldn't.
They have more modest ambitions than that. Mm-hmm. They're looking at what it takes to push this group into the playoffs and to help
in the more
them.
traditional sense of the trade deadline. Supplement your rotation.
That's it.
Fill in maybe a gap here or there, and then get your new players and make the statement to your players in the clubhouse, we believe in you, we are helping you, let's go win it. The Cubs, they have a different mentality. They have a different payroll. They have a different approach.
Right.
They've got to look at the top of the market and say, all right, this is the year we're going to pursue that. And this is the year we're more willing to take a bit more of a risk or a gamble involved. It's just whoever deals for Tarek Skubal, I believe this, and Lance Brozdowski is terrific on Marquee Sports Network. I think it might have been on X, or it might have been something he said on the air. Whoever executes a deal for Tarek Skubal is going to have to concede the likelihood they're going to lose the trade. They could possibly lose the trade. You're going to give up a lot to get somebody who the chances are could put you over the top, but chances are you're going to lose some prospect capital that you might one day regret. But you have to be willing to live with those regrets to make a deal that could be that impactful.
Well, I think he's correct, and I think you're right in saying that. And that's why I wonder, when push really comes to shove, if a team like the Brewers will do that.
I think you're correctly identifying why they won't.
Yeah.
They don't have to.
No, it's hard
They
to
don't have
imagine
to.
that happening.
And they may be they never have operated that way.
They don't have to, but if they did, that would be pretty fascinating to see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
That would put them in a position where what are you willing to give up for a title? That's the question. And then it comes down to whether or not you win it because of what you gave up.
That's a good way to put it. I was curious about this yesterday, too. Didn't have a lot of time to check it out. Let's ask our 5 a.m. club. Maybe someone in the texters out there will help us figure this out or crowdsource it. When was the last time that the best pitcher in baseball was available at the trade deadline or moved? Because the best pitcher in baseball is Tarek Skubal.
Yes.
And he is going to be moved in all likelihood. When was the last time that happened? That you had somebody at the top of the sport being traded in a way that people expected that one player to tilt the scales in their favor. You have to go back. I think CC Sabathia at one time was traded,
and that the Brewers,
Corbin Burns.
Yeah, but I don't think he was.
But he never.
He was a multi-time Cy Young.
But he didn't raise his arm and champion. Did they win? They didn't win the World Series with Corbin Burns. But
the Tigers won the World Series?
No. I'm saying that when was the last time? I guess they don't have to win the World Series. But the best pitcher in baseball, Corbin Burns wasn't the best pitcher in baseball when he was traded, was he?
Well, he was a I'm just coming up with another example. He's a multi-time Cy Young winner from a smaller market team. I guess Detroit and Milwaukee are kind of similar baseball markets.
I was thinking like Sabathia. You go back, Randy Johnson, was he moved once at the deadline? It's an interesting.
Max Scherzer got traded in 2021 from the Nationals to the Dodgers.
That's a big one. Yeah, that's a big one.
How about locally?
5 years ago.
How about maybe not the best? The best pitcher in town got traded back in 2016.
Who's that?
Chris Sale got traded.
That was at the end of the season. That was in December.
At the deadline. I'm sorry.
Yeah, at the deadline.
Yeah.
A lot of speculation. A lot of fun. I think it's fun because both teams are involved. Both teams are, speculating about what they need, and both teams are going to be in it for the next couple months.
All right, we're going to get to the pick six. There's questions about all of this in there, and we will pick apart all the stories of the day and prognosticate a little toward the weekend. We'll do that next. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Baseball fans, coming up later today, join 104.3 The Score at Gallagher Way, right outside Wrigley Field.
It's Layla Rahimi, and our show, Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, will be broadcasting live starting at 10 a.m. before the big series against New York. Then at 12:45, Zach Zaidman takes over with pregame coverage till the first pitch. Stop by and say hello.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote live at Gallagher Way, starting at 10 a.m. today on Chicago's Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
This segment of the program brought to you by Grand Appliance. Shop Grand Appliance for up to $4,000 back on the newly redesigned KitchenAid line of appliances featuring bold styling, customizable hardware. You learn more at your local Grand Appliance showroom or grandappliance.com. Grand Appliance.
And when he talked about what kind of player he is, it got me thinking about what the investment means and what kind of window is really opening for the Cubs. This is part of Alex Bregman's opening statement.
I'm a winning baseball player and focused on winning, and in talking with Jed and Carter throughout this process, I know that the Cubs organization is focused on winning, and I'm looking forward to doing that and winning a championship here.
So everything about Bregman, everywhere he's ever been, has been about pushing himself and his teammates to be the very best they can possibly be. And he chooses this place after lots of careful conversation about, are you guys going for it or not? What are you doing?
And because of the conversations that he had with this front office last year. Like, that played a significant, that's what he said, that it played a role in him doubling back when he had the opportunity.
But there is a standard that he's expecting, and now the Cubs are signaling to him and to Boris Core and to you, the fan, that this is a go-for-it time. Like we've all kind of been urging them to do. The standard is now...
The standard?
World Series. You are announcing yourself as a team that should be expected to battle for the World Series right now and next year and the year after that and for the duration of this contract. And when you sign somebody like this with everything we know about him and why he made this choice and everything you're telling us about him, you are saying that he's going to help push you forward. And for the duration of his contract, the Cubs should be a World Series caliber contender every damn year. And that is different than the way this thing has felt since they unloaded Yu Darvish and non-tendered Kyle Schwarber and downsized and then slowly built it back up and went for it with this sort of, well, we're good enough to win the National League Central. Oh, no. Now you're telling us, and you're supposed to be good enough to win the whole damn thing every year of this 5-year contract. Let's go.
I agree with 90% of what you're saying, but I'm going to need the Cubs to back you up because they still have to replace the offensive production of Kyle Tucker. And just bringing in Alex Bregman doesn't do that. They still need more from that right field position. Whoever, it doesn't have to be bringing Kyle Tucker back, although that would be fine. That's still something that they have to do before they break camp.
Well, what if I told you that Matt Shaw's going to play some out there and he's pressed to the bottom of the roster because they're not going to trade Nico Horner, and that Seiya Suzuki's going to play a lot more right and Mo Baller is going to play a lot of DH? Like, Matt Shaw is depth now. He's not somebody you're counting on to be an everyday player. That is a step forward to me as well.
It is a step forward, but if you're in World Series mode, don't stop now, boys.
And maybe they won't. But that another bat is something they could add along the way very, very easily. So, like, they're going to be in go-for-it mode, and that means every trade deadline. I want to see them aggressive at every trade deadline. I want to see them aggressive next offseason. And you've announced the standard. You've announced yourself as one of the big boys. So if you're not going to spend like that at the very, very tippity top, you've at least got a guy now who's gonna elevate you, and I want to see you elevate every piece of the roster moving forward.
They got the Raptors at home. They got the Pistons at home. They got the Knicks at home. They got they got a bunch of games coming up at home. They are on a long homestand coming up. I mean, do they beat Charlotte on Feb 24 or the Trailblazers on Feb 26? I'm looking for the next win, and it doesn't just scream, of course you're going to. They've got Sacramento, but that's a road game. Every time the Bulls go west, that's usually not a great. That's never been a great thing for them when they head west. Memphis back at home, March the 16th. Could it be from now to March the 16th until the Bulls win their next game?
Wow, you think the Bulls are not going to win for a month? I'm
just fine the game.
He says 5 wins.
I say the over/under is 5.5.
I would take the over, but I don't think that they're going to. I think 10 is probably realistic. I think 10.
I want you to look through that schedule and find me 10 wins.
I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and extol the virtues of the Bulls.
I understand that.
I don't think things look very.
SCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
Scoreboard update.
Score update studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. First place, White Sox walk for a win against the Yankees. Tristan Peters drew the bases-loaded walk in the 11th inning, forcing in the automatic runner Chase Mydroff. Sox 2, Yankees 1. White Sox 57-51. With the win, they've got a 2-game lead over the Guardians in the AL Central. They take their game south to Tampa. Eric Fetty, Nick Martinez tonight down in Tampa. The MLB trade deadline Monday, August the 3rd at 5. Keep it here for all the latest. Alex Bregman drove in the go-ahead run with a 10th inning double. Cubs beat the Cardinals 4-2, take 3 of 4 down in St. Louis. Back at Wrigley this afternoon, the 62-47 Cubs will take on the Yankees, who take the red line up to Wrigley. Shota Imanaga taking on Will Warren. And we'll have the pregame for you right here at 12:45 with our guy, Zach Zaidman. The Cubs looking up at the Brewers in the standings, 5.5 games back, 7 games left to play head-to-head. 41 days until the NFL kicks off. And yesterday up at Haugh Hall, the Bears held practice number 3. And the highlight, a 54-yard pass and catch, Caleb Williams to Khalif Raymond. Last night, right here on 104.3 The Score, the Sky topped the Connecticut Sun, 94-88. The update studio, it is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Confidence should never cost a fortune.
It's Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
For 2.5 games, it appeared that the White Sox were outclassed and about to be swept by the Yankees, only to win by walk-off in 2 straight extra-inning affairs. Does it feel like they had a sweep of their own this morning as we get together? They now have 9 walk-offs on the season, second only the Cubs, who have 10. Where is your trade deadline willingness this morning?
I suppose resignation would be the word I feel. I feel like the Sox are definitely going to make a move now, and they probably should. And, I'm just curious to see who leaves and what they can get in return. And
You sound very excited about that.
I'm not excited about it. I will be excited when it happens, but I hate this idea of kind of choosing among. We don't know. We don't know how good certain players are. We haven't scouted them, watched them. We haven't spent our lives studying them, and I hope they have. I hope that they know exactly what they're doing, not necessarily in what they're getting. I think that's easier to see, but in what potential you're giving up. And I'm not saying they shouldn't do that. They've got some really top-name people, and we'll get into this later, that you don't want to see leave under any circumstances. But I think that I would be less likely to recommend protecting your top 10 picks. There are some picks that I would like them to protect, some players in the minor leagues that I would like them to hang on to. Not I don't have a long list or anything, but I have I've concluded that they have indeed done enough and played well enough to deem a gift of sorts. They need to get somebody to help the group that is out there and playing in the method they're playing right now, and I hope they do that.
Well, some people might think that the White Sox were gifted those 2 wins, but I don't want to be that guy. They took advantage of what presented to them by the Yankees. So I don't feel like they swept the Yankees, but I sure feel like they earned a split. I definitely feel that way. The 2 starting pitchers, Wednesday and Thursday back-to-back, they were awesome. They were really, really good. And I know I had mentioned that I thought Wednesday's game was kind of a statement game, and it ended up being that. They allowed 4 runs in the first, were able to hang around. Yep. They shut it down after that. They got back-to-back homers, I believe, in the 8th inning. The stars starred. Everything we've talked about over the last 2 games, outside of the 2 starting pitchers and a really good bullpen, by the way, was Mully Murakami, right? He was a massive factor in both of the games that they ended up winning against the Yankees. As far as the trade goes, I totally get where you're coming from, Mully. I think what the organization has to do behind closed doors, if you will, is to say, okay, what do we think we need to do to win this division? I think this group has earned playoff baseball. Let's get into the tournament and see what happens. I don't know that they need to say, okay, what trade can we make to win it all? To win that piece of metal, as Rob Manfred says. But I think they've got to do something that puts them in the best position to win that division. That's the kind of trade I want to see them do.
Yeah, that's exactly what why they're talking about trading for somebody, because it is more to get to the postseason than win the World Series. Once you get to the postseason, then you can dream. But getting there is... Nobody thought that was going to be a reality. So I don't think that you want to be timid now. You can't be reckless now either. It is a difficult needle to thread for Chris Getz, but he's done a nice job of putting this team together. And I think that you trust him to be making the right decision now and the right balance to strike between addressing a need in the pitching rotation, which is what I think number one priority is. They need a starter. Sean Burke probably is going to be the pitcher of the month in July.
Oh, he's been phenomenal in July.
It's just, I know this is not the same, and I hesitate because we made this. Yeah, we're all about comparisons here, but like the 2026 White Sox, a little ahead of schedule. They're in first place. They're contending. It is reminiscent of the 2015 Cubs. They're ahead of schedule. They went to the playoffs. They had a dominant pitcher that was unhittable for 6 weeks at a time, and Jake Arrieta. And Sean Burke is not Arrieta. I'm not saying that. They're similar, not the same. But this run that he is on is Arrieta-esque, because he is somebody that I did not see this coming from Sean Burke. And I think he's come out of nowhere to become one of the best starters in the American League. If there's a game one...
He was their opening day starter, not last year, not this year, 2 years ago.
But I didn't see this kind of development. He dropped, he dipped, he came back, he kind of middled off.
Yep.
And now he's unhittable. Now he's the guy that you want facing the other team's ace because he gives you a chance. So Chris Getz has to take all of that, put it together, and then make a move for another starter.
I think that's a question for Jed Hoyer and Tom and Carter.
That is the voice of Ron Coomer, 8 o'clock staple on Fridays during the baseball season. So just how good are the Cubs? After winning 3 of 4 down in St. Louis against those Cardinals, are they good enough for Jed Hoyer to justify going all in for Tariq Skubal, or do you need to see what happens this weekend at Wrigley?
Don't need to see what happens this weekend at Wrigley. Don't need to see them win the series against the Yankees. Don't need any more confirmation that this could be the year. This is a very good Cub lineup. You can't get much better from their perspective, or you can't find fault in the way they have put together this lineup of position players and a bench and depth and all the things. They have had a string of pitching injuries that would knock down lesser teams, and it would impair lesser managers. But Craig Counsell continues to push the right buttons, and they are a team that deserves a boost, that will take a shot. And yes, you have to be ambitious if you're Jed Hoyer. I don't know that it's a 2016 version of "if not now, when" that Theo uttered famously when they traded for Aroldis Chapman, but I think you could find reasons to believe that Jed Hoyer is facing a similar scenario, that they've given him reason to think this could be a team that could have ambition in October with the right move, with that big move, with Tariq Skubal coming to Chicago. So you have to be all in if you're Jed Hoyer. And you have to be willing to take a risk that you might not normally take. And they have shown you that if you add a ace to this roster, the position players are good enough to count on when it matters most.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you have to say you're the Cubs. The place is packed. The neighborhood is buzzing. You basically own the whole neighborhood. When you don't have a game, it seems like you have a concert or you have some other sort of exhibition happening at Wrigley. So the till, if you will, should be full over there. And I think, of the teams that are being talked about for Skubal, obviously the Dodgers can do the same thing, but other teams aren't going to be able to sign him. So if you did get Skubal here and things did go well, then potentially, depending on what happens with this labor agreement, you are one of the few teams that are able to pay Skubal what he's going to demand. But at what cost? How much young pitching, how much young talent, how much major league ready, current major league talent are the Tigers going to want? How many teams are involved here? How many real teams are involved in this trade? I kind of feel like the Cubs are good in the division. I'm not sure how good the Cubs are against the Braves, the Phillies, or the Dodgers in a NLCS type setting. Not sure how they would fare. And if it matched up again, could they get past the Brewers in 5 in the postseason? Didn't happen last year. So that's why I know we're going to talk about it as we go through this morning. I think the price tag is what you got to talk about when you're talking about what the Cubs are going to do as far as Skubal.
Yeah, let's talk about the player for a second. I don't know how much everybody has watched this guy. There's a reason that he is as devastating as he is right now. He has high-octane stuff, okay? I mean, he can bring it. But he also has kind of a change-up. It's weird. It's like a seam ball that he throws that's a change-up that is unbelievably excellent because of it's coming with the speed. And the other thing that we don't talk enough about him is his accuracy and his control of the strike zone. So you're talking about a guy, and you mentioned Jake Arrieta. When you have a guy like that, that's a World Series type pitcher. That's a playoff pitcher. You're talking about a guy who can strike people out, who can go deep in games, and who can dominate in the playoffs. So you need to have somebody like that. But the reality for the Cubs has been, since this team's been together, since the year started, they lost their best pitcher, and they've needed an upgrade. That's 2 years running where they lost their best pitcher and they needed an upgrade. And the internal candidates have been used and they've been gone through. A year ago, they probably answered the question better by this point in the season. But they needed an upgrade from the minute Cade Horton went down, like they did from the minute Steele went down the year before. And they didn't really deliver it at the trade deadline, and they certainly ran out of pitching by the time you got to the playoffs. So who is their power pitcher? They haven't relied on that because they might have the best defensive team in baseball. So you got to ask yourself when you go into this moment here, are you willing to give up whatever it takes to get a guy who can dominate in the postseason, or are you good enough defensively that you could just add a higher value guy that can throw ground balls and can get you into games? Can you win in the playoffs without having an overwhelming kind of power pitcher? And I think most teams have concluded they need one. And I think that's what's so fascinating about Milwaukee here. They've got the overwhelming power pitcher. They got the Miz. You add this guy to the Miz, Tariq Skubal, now you're talking about two guys that can create outs and get you strikeouts and advance your team in the playoffs. That makes them really dangerous if they decide to go that route. And then the question is, well, at what cost? So I think this is the fun part about a player this good being available, that you can go for it and you would be awful good. But I believe the Cubs, as long as they get pitching, will be significantly better than they are right now. I don't know if we'll have a different conversation come playoff time.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Were you amused or relieved to hear the Bears wide receiver Rome Odunze attempt to explain what he meant by saying he's living the, quote, a new normal, end quote, following a foot injury last season? Odunze said he didn't articulate it well, and he just meant that he had an injury, but his foot felt fine. Is it really not something I think about anymore? Let's take a listen to what he said yesterday.
I know new normal is that has a bunch of connotations of chronic and severe things. It's never going to be the same. It's not like that at all. I'm completely fine. I went through my process of recovery and rehab, and it's been great. Obviously I do my due diligence, all those things, because being out sucks. That really is the number one thing as a football player, any athlete, y'all know. You don't want to be out, practice, games, whatever it is. So went through my process, getting that right, man. I feel amazing. Body feels amazing.
Life is amazing. What did you think of what you heard from Rome right there?
I am not relieved. I'm slightly amused, and I remain pretty concerned. He did say it was a new normal, and he's accurate. That does have connotations such as chronic and severe. That he said that at the time, and he seemed to mean it. And now it's almost like he's been told, "Hey, it's not chronic and severe. You can't say that. Did you realize?" So he's saying, "Oh no, I just misspoke. I didn't articulate that." No, you kind of gave your fears as to what was going on with that, and that it was impacting you. So if you feel better now, that's great, and I guess that is a relief. But, man, I can't get past him saying that. The new normal thing, that's something he felt at that point. And that does make you wonder, and it's going to make you wonder if he doesn't play as well as you projected that he would, then you're going to wonder, well, is that his new normal? I think it's, you blurted something out, whether you meant to or not, and I think we're all going to remember that.
So if he would have said, instead of it's the new normal, when asked about his foot last year when he comes off the injury, if he would have said something like, it is what it is, we would have probably beat him up verbally for saying that as well. I want to give the guy the benefit of the doubt. I want to give the guy, he's a really highly skilled, God-given ability athlete. They don't have to get up there and speak, poetically about what's going on with their bodies and their injury. Let's see. But here's what I felt he did. The foot can't be an excuse anymore, because now he just said, my foot feels great, I feel fine, I misspoke, and let's go into this season. Okay, good. But if he goes down with a foot injury, then I'm going to go right back to this quote. If he doesn't have good turns out of his breaks and we're looking at his, I'm going to go right back to this injury. But right now, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Okay. I think what Rome Odunze was reacting to yesterday was the fact that he essentially has a very friendly crowd in that environment, and he's known as a very good guy because he's definitely an effusive, positive, good talker, and as easy guy to like, as easy of a Bears player to like and support as anybody in that locker room. He's accommodating, he's accessible, he's all of those things. He's also, coming off an injury that he had a slip when he talked about the truth. And the truth is that he was adapting to a new normal at the time. When you say those things in a market like this, in a city like this, it's going to stick for a while until you give people something else to talk about. And that's the problem with Rome Odunze, let's face it. It's because there is not the body of work that makes you think like, oh yeah, you know what, we'll forget about this, Rome, because we know you're going to go out and catch 80 passes and get 1,000 yards because you've done it before. Oh wait, no you haven't. And so until he proves himself, everything he says is going to be put under a microscope, and all the words are going to be parsed, and he's got to be almost near perfect, because outside of that comfortable environment at Haugh and that media corps that loves him, I think people are going to evaluate him a little bit differently. So it's time not to worry about Rome Odunze's words and how he speaks. It's time to worry about how he catches and how his hands are.
Yeah, that's a good. That's a couple good questions.
We've got Brad Biggs time 7:25. On the very first day of Bears practice, Jalen Jones and Cam Lewis manned the nickel spot with rookie Malik Muhammad not getting as many reps. How will the Bears balance the possible need at that position with the fact that Muhammad is a rookie and they don't want to rush for many reasons? What's plan A for a role that's essentially a starter?
I think plan A is still Kyler Gordon, but I think you have to have a legitimate backup plan because he's proven to be unreliable because of health. I like the idea of Malik Muhammad. I think eventually you may see that. 2 days into practice is no time to really put a depth chart together necessarily. They're going to try different combinations. Dennis Allen is going to be creative, and they do have some options. Jalen Jones is a guy that's been a very good special teamer and underrated. Cam Lewis, I don't know much about him. I'm looking forward to learning more and seeing him, just how physical of a player he is. But I think the way that they answered the question last year, I don't want to say, you give him credit for scouting and for executing the plan, but Chauncey Gardner-Johnson was a revelation. But he was found money, and you can't go into a season expecting to do that again. So this is an important training camp for these guys because they do need quality depth that might be pressed into action. But I would say plan A is Gordon. Plan B eventually could be Muhammad.
Yeah, I mean, plan A is Gordon by a mile, and then I think what happens is you get some salary issues maybe in camp. You get a veteran that gets cut because of his price tag, and the team's going another direction, or they feel like they drafted well, or maybe a guy goes down early in training camp and ramps himself back up, and a team didn't want to wait. So I think plan B is probably TBD. He might not be on the roster right at this very moment. We saw that last year.
Yeah, without a doubt, plan A is Kyler Gordon, and they want him to get healthy. Wasn't that the advice that the coach had for him? So I think he's got a spot. I think he's getting paid a lot of money to play that spot, and I think he can play that spot well. I don't know how he's doing physically or what the holdup is, the strained calf, how that is going to fix itself, if he's doing enough. I don't know. I don't know exactly where he is on the comeback trail, but they had some sort of a setback or something occurred that it hasn't gotten as good as they need it to be. So they're kind of going through bodies, going through people they have. I'm a little bit interested in Cam Lewis because I don't know him, and they signed him in the offseason. And I wonder, they knew, they didn't bring back Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. They found him on the street because the coach had coached him before and had used him in that role, and he was very good at it when they used him in that role specifically. And I wonder if they saw something in Cam Lewis that made them say, oh, and he also can do this if that happens. Or maybe that's why they decided to draft a cornerback in the 5th round or wherever it was that they took Malik Muhammad. But I think that they are in a better position this year than last year because they knew about the injury. This is not a surprise injury as it was last year. It wasn't like you came in hoping you were going to work with this guy. There's been issues, okay? Last year was an issue. And now you can't always count on just a steady return and everything will be fine, and that never happened. You have a new normal, and hopefully you were aware of that when you procured the people that you have on your team.
Did you say new normal?
I did. I was kind of using new normal.
Oh, boy.
What do you think?
Now we got to come back in 2 months and evaluate how accurate you were or are.
Well, I hope that Kyler Gordon's back by then. All right.
Well, the new normal is it would be him playing.
There you go. That's the new normal. Mully and Haugh will be right back. We're in the midst of the Pick Six, 104.3 The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, don't miss Cubs outfielder Ian Happ live from the Blue Cross Blue Shield Performance Stage at the Score Studios Tuesday from noon to 1 for a special Cubs Chalk Talk.
Layla here. Listen as the Rahimi, Harris, and Grote show breaks down everything Cubs and get Ian Happ's perspective at a key time of the 2026 season.
Near the wall, gone! Dead center, Ian Happ.
It's exclusive insight you won't hear anywhere else. Only on the official radio home of the Cubs, Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, brought to you by Wildfire.
This segment sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Get 99-cent deals with the Jewel.
Look very promising tonight against the Celtics in Boston for Chicago's AAU team. I don't think it looks very good at all for the collection of individual talents they have put together. Collectively, they can't play a lick of defense. They're not stopping anybody.
Here's how I feel about Cubs pitching right now. Mixed. There's been some really good performances, and there's been some really bad. Jackson Wiggins yesterday, Caleb Thielbar the day before, bad.
Wait, hold on. I'm writing this down because I'm going
Zach,
to shred you during the regular season when you bring up spring training numbers.
Are you going to? Okay, that would be rightfully so, but that's all I can deal with right now. But don't be the guy that it's only game 4 when they're 4 games in and they're 1-3. And I'm jumping up and down. Don't worry, it's only 4 games. They all count.
But they
all count the same, whether it's September or March.
You were freaking out last year during the points where they weren't hitting. They still ended up winning 92 games and had a pretty deep postseason run. And had they not had some starting pitching injuries, who knows where they would have ended up.
Zach, it's my job to freak out over these games.
No,
I'm a Cubs
you choose
fan.
to.
I'm a Cubs fan.
I
treat every game like a Bears game. They all matter. They all count. Please enlighten me. What in the world was Shota Imanaga working on yesterday? I'd love to know. Can we have Shota and the interpreter take some questions and let us all know what in the wide world of sports he was working on, allowing 3 home runs to the White Sox yesterday?
Neck exercises.
Very good. You know, the World Baseball Classic's about to start. So yesterday when the lineups came out, I was curious, and so I retweeted it. And it was basically, arguably, an opening day lineup for the Cubs.
Yeah.
It was that was the opening, potentially the opening day lineup.
It was a significantly more impressive one than the White Sox.
Right. And so I was looking forward to it. It's been a little bit since the Cubs have been on television. I had the DVR set up. We'll get to why I had the DVR set up in a couple of minutes. That's a tease. But yeah, what are we working on here?
Exciting.
What are we working on here? Okay, sorry, David. I'll stop.
No, I'm glad.
See, he took while you were gone, Mully. He took over your role.
No,
what did I?
I'm sorry. Continue. I'm sorry.
No, I'm curious. What exactly was Shota working on? And as you told me, neck exercises. Well done. Good. Go. Is he going to the WBC? No. Too bad.
I don't believe so.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but on Saturday, March the 28th, we are going to have the earliest must-win statement game by the Cubs. David's guy, Cade Horton, is going to throw. I already have to adjust my prediction from yesterday already on day 2 at 6:07 in the morning.
Put away the broom.
So no sweep. And now it's 94 wins. So it's not 95 wins. So it's 94 and 68.
Not necessarily.
94 and 68. That was absolutely awful way to get the season started. I can't believe that the 2 teams combined for a 24-6 deficit. That's how imagine if the wind hadn't been blowing in like it was. The Nationals might have scored 20 yesterday. That was horrifically bad, making the third out at third base to kill a rally in the early in the game by the newest Alex Bregman. Not a great start. Looks really good. I'm glad he's got all the powder blue body armor and he looks all color coordinated and all that jazz. But come on, man, you can't take off for a second when you got legs that are shorter than mine. That was absolutely awful.
Saturday's game, thank you for bringing up the bright spot of the weekend for the Cubs.
Well, it was Dustin.
Cade Horton delivered.
He's wearing his Southwest.
Horton delivered. And thank you to Cubs Promotions for helping me out with the with the vest. We tried to do it the right way. Got there early enough, we thought, but we did not get in properly. I went up to the Cubs radio booth, said hello to the guys, and there was a bag waiting for me. Thanks to Cubs.
Hold on a second.
Yes.
So you did do you know who I am?
No, not at all. They listened. They listened to the show, David. They heard us talking about the fact that cost a fortune.
Welcome back to Pick Six with Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score and the Odyssey and iHeartRadio app.
Somebody always has a stupid question.
Since June the 18th, Sean Burke has pitched in 8 games, going 50 and 2/3 innings, allowing 9 walks while striking out 67. He's allowed 35 hits and just 8 earned runs. But he is the best pitcher in Chicago right now, is he? Is the playoffs started tomorrow? Who would be your number 1 if you could pick from both sides of town?
Okay, that's interesting. Matthew Boyd is pitching really well for the Cubs right now. Shota has been very good in his last starts. You would want to monitor this. The guy's allowed 8 earned runs in 8 starts. He's really pitching well. To have 67 strikeouts to 8 walks, that's a pretty solid ratio, guys. That's good stuff. The thing is, he's kind of a power pitcher. He's of all the other candidates, I would say he might be the power pitcher in town right now. I don't consider Matthew Boyd a power pitcher. I think he can strike people out. He's a good pitcher, but I would probably prefer Sean Burke to him, and that would be the only 2 guys I'd be deciding upon right now as we're sitting here talking about it. So I'm going to go with Sean Burke right now would be my number 1 starter, both sides of town. That could change in a month because it wasn't the case in June. But I think he's had an excellent July.
He's had an awesome July. Now, the playoffs are all about the swing and the miss. So I'd go Sean Burke. That might shock people listening. Matthew Boyd's good. He's crafty. I like Matthew Boyd as like the second guy.
He's experienced.
Yep. Right? I like him as the second guy, or as the lefty after the righty potentially, or that kind of a thing. But if we're talking playoff baseball and swing and miss in this town from starting pitchers, it would be Sean Burke.
Yeah, Sean Burke has been what I described as Arrieta-esque, just because I feel like if you went into the season expecting him to be this dominant, I think you would have been accused of being overly optimistic, or they would have, given you a sobriety test, because that just wasn't really realistic to come into 2026 and say Sean Burke is going to dominate in July and be the best pitcher in Chicago over the course of the summer. And yet here we are having this debate. It depends on the month, I think, to answer the question. If you're going into October and you're like, who's starting game 1? I still would trust the experience of somebody who has been there before, like Matt Boyd. And the fact that he is also, I think, the Cubs have won, I believe, his last 10 or 11 starts, and he has been very good. Shota Imanaga, who goes today against the Yankees, pushed back a day. His ERA in 4 starts in July is sub 2. So he's been very good and effective as well. More quietly, because I don't think he gets the swing and miss stuff as often. Sean Burke is a loud strikeout pitcher, and you love it when he's on a roll like yesterday. And you just keep on going, oh, he did it again. And all of a sudden, how many? He had 10 strikeouts yesterday? That was huge. He's fun to watch, and, shameless plug, can't wait to talk to him at 10:30 on Inside the Clubhouse tomorrow.
I'm going to be like Fauci and just take the Fifth Amendment on questions. Did you guys see that? Yeah. Oh, my God. What was the question?
That is former Bears DC Vic Fangio, now with the Eagles. How much fun was it to hear the Indiana head coach, the SIG, Curt Cignetti, proclaiming that the Big Ten, the best conference in the country, and perform flat-out takedown on the SEC with nary a mention of the conference, but no doubt who he has his eyes and his sights on.
I mean, we don't run a hype machine up here in the Midwest. We believe everything's earned, not given. And when we fall short, we say we fell short. We don't cry a river, whine, and complain. All right? And that's why we're the best.
How much fun is it hearing from the SIG, Curt Cignetti?
Oh, it's good to be king. And when you win the national championship, you can say pretty much anything you want and not be wrong. And he is definitely feeling it. And he deserves to say whatever he wants. Look, this week, the Big Ten had its media day activities quietly in a pro sports market where both baseball teams are performing and the Bears are reporting and all those things that caused it to get somewhat overlooked. It was good to hear from these football coaches. It was good to hear from Brett Bielema talking about Illinois being in the mix this year. They want to be Indiana. They want to be this year's version of the Hoosiers. It was good to hear Pat Fitzgerald back behind the microphone and talking about his ambition at Michigan State and moving on from what happened at Northwestern. Good to hear David Braun talking about Chip Kelly and how that represents just the bold new era in Northwestern football. But Curt Cignetti won the day, he won the week, and he established the Big Ten's power position, because you have to think the best conference in the country is the conference that has had the last couple of national champions. And congratulations to the Big Ten. That's the way we do it in the Midwest.
It was much quieter than I had hoped, and David, you just said it, but I also think it was interesting that each day we got a little bit of this. We got a little bit of the Big Ten pushing back at the SEC, not necessarily naming names. It started with Bielema. It ends with Cignetti. It's fun. It's fun. College football is still, try to enjoy it. I understand it's basically pro sports. That's okay. It's okay. Be a fan of your school. Be a fan of Saturdays, college football. I mean, there's not much better than a college football Saturday. The rivalries can still be there. Look at the helmets. Look at the jerseys. Cheer on the coaches. It's hard to know who's playing quarterback and running back and wide receiver for these teams right now because guys are all over the place and getting paid. But this is what makes college sports fun, is stuff like Curt Cignetti.
I am amused, Dustin, that you gave him the definite article, the SIG. He is known as SIG because that's kind of the abbreviation of his name, but or Coach SIG would be something you'd probably call him, but the SIG is a very amusing comment that you made.
Kind of like the.
I like it. I like it a lot. I thought he was great. I think he's a guy who kind of says whatever he wants to say. I think he's always been sort of, there's a brashness to him. It's a very likable way that he behaves. I like his demeanor on the sideline, the kind of like hawkish look he will give an official. I really enjoy watching this guy, and what he has done since he has been in the Big Ten is pretty astounding. I mean, he comes in, and when's the last time you saw Indiana capable of doing what they did 2 years ago? And then they come back and win the title. It's unbelievable. And he said something like, he was asked he said that he's busy stalking, what's the word? Complacency. He's stalking complacency. God, I love football coaches. It's great to have the Big Ten get its moment, and they are responding to a lot of stuff that you heard from the SEC coaches, and they do go on about how tough their conference is, and look at all the coaches that were fired because you've got to win or you can't. How do you win? There's too many good coaches. The same thing is going on in the Big Ten. The difference is the Big Ten has put together national championship teams repeatedly. So I think you've got the right, when you win 3 in a row, to proclaim yourself the best conference out there. And they're going to argue about the depth and all the rest of it. But I got to tell you, I think the Big Ten is standing pretty proud these days. And Curt Cignetti, big reason for it.
Yeah, you want him to shut up, beat him.
There you go.
Essentially, that's
love
what he's
that
saying.
Stuff. That's it. And you got to love that stuff. All right, we'll be right back. We got the extra point. Next, it's Mully and Haugh. It is 104.3 The Score.
Bears training camp is underway at Haugh home.
The success part doesn't mean anything towards this year. I think it all starts back over, and so that's what we're focused on, being better than we were.
And The Score is covering every storyline ahead of this highly anticipated 2026 season.
Caleb Williams sounding like a committed, serious, professional franchise quarterback.
Colston Loveland.
Assuming health, #1 in targets on the Bears.
That's what I imagine happens.
Jalen Jones, I want to see if the Bears' defensive infrastructure and the Bears organization can maybe turn this guy into their slot cornerback and be a contributor.
This is where Chicago comes to talk sports. 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This evening on Chicago Sports Network, the White Sox.
My eye on the puffer vest and was taking my
I always
daughter.
wonder.
I
Why,
love that.
I always wonder why he jumps in screaming about stuff like that, but now we get the answer.
Nicely
where
done.
Where did you have your free meal?
Nicely done.
Look at this guy.
How was the booth experience?
The booth was hilarious. Zach right away said, wait a minute. Did you really say on the air on Friday that today, Saturday, is a must-win statement
That would offend
game?
Zach.
I said I did. And then Coomer said, wait a minute. Why didn't you say that when I came on at 9 o'clock? I'd have given you a ton of grief. I said, guys, if you predict on the air that they're going to win 95 games, you cannot lose 2 of 3 to the Nationals, and here they lost
I hear you.
2 of 3 to the Nationals.
I hear you. Plus, are they new listeners? Are they just joining us for the first time?
I mean,
of course, that's what you're going to do.
Yeah,
that's what you do.
And when they did exactly what I asked them to do. With Cade Horton on the mound,
He looked
it was
good.
a must-win statement game.
And he pitched
delivered.
like it.
He delivered.
He's a pretty good pitching staff.
At what point do we have to bring in Malort so Dustin can chug it? Or
I brought it up, and I was accused of never making a wager. Dustin is showing.
No, you
that
changed
he's
the
got
bets.
this
You said
heart-
I have to drink a half a bottle of Malort.
No,
it's 2
I
shots.
said I
Two
think
shots.
he said he was guzzling half a
I
bottle.
think the 2 shots is fine, but it isn't something you're necessarily going to make that a memorable. I think I have a better. If Moises Ballesteros catches one more game, I think that Dustin's going to have to come in the next day and do the show tarps off.
Oh, God.
I love that one. I
like
that.
Anthony Rizzo.
I'll look better than his friend with my shirt off, I'll tell you that.
Boys on
You know,
How about that?
I got to tell you, it was kind of wild to see him in the crowd just having a drink.
Mm-hmm.
But there was one point where they were showing him and he was taking a photo with some lady. She seemed delighted to be there. And some dude may have hit him or something. And he turned around and looked, and it was just a fan hey, and he didn't look thrilled that the guy had you know what I mean? You got to be a little bit careful about.
Well, I think about boundaries with guys like that.
I think that you're out there and everyone just thinks, hey,
I think Anthony Rizzo puts himself in the middle of a lot of these situations because he wants to be a man of the people.
And
I give him a lot of credit for that.
Incredible.
But you're right.
That he's
People
doing
will
that.
give him an inch, he'll take a mile.
Well,
hey, buddy.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Anthony, remember that time I watched you and you hit that home run and we had that moment? Except for you weren't part of that moment. So all these people think that they know him intimately like that.
I know.
So there's no boundary. Maybe he needs some security.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's super cool that he was doing
funny.
that. It was great when he was out there and caught the ball earlier in the year. I mean, it's just wild to see.
Pure Matt has a better idea. No shirt, but wearing a vest. Dustin should come to work. Tarps off.
I do wear a vest every day.
Except for a vest. That's a really good one. That's a good one.
Maybe just to upset the apple cart, I'll wear that Cubs vest that I'm not supposed to have.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Right, because I had to retire that. I wore it the one day, took grief, so that one isn't. I don't wear that one to work anymore.
What were the circumstances of the Cub vest?
How did you take grief? He got a.
We'd have to rewind.
That's right. We got that.
He got a vest at the game.
You gave me grief that I was gifted. I went to the game.
Mm-hmm.
I went to the game. Went like 2.5 hours early
to get the vest.
To get the vest. The vests were gone. Then I got a text from Mitch who said the Cubs were listening to the show, heard that you are a vest wearer, and there is a vest for you up in Pat and Ron's booth.
Oh, we love the fact that they listen and they respond.
On 104.3 The Score.
As we enter the weekend on trades across Major League Baseball, especially here in town, is there one player or a prospect on each side of town that you hope they do not, absolutely positively do not have in the trade?
Well, let's start with the White Sox because I think that to me is a more difficult, complicated calculus because you have a report that says Chris Getz won't touch one of the top 10 prospects. And you look at that list and it includes guys like Caleb Bonham, Hagen Smith, Billy Carlson, Tanner McDougal, Jaden Fauske. And those are the guys that are just not been drafted. You can't trade a draft pick. That's not in play. But of the guys I just mentioned, I would be very disappointed, I think, or surprised. And so I don't expect them to deal Caleb Bonham. Caleb Bonham, to me, is probably more likely to be called up than traded by the end of the year. Hagen Smith, same deal. I wouldn't be surprised if Hagen Smith is on this Major League roster in the next days or weeks. He's ready as a reliever. So I don't think that makes sense. The guy in there that you hear a lot is Billy Carlson, but if he's in the mix, I'm not going to necessarily be that disappointed, especially depending on the return. He might be a guy that is the lure. So the untouchables, if you will, would be Bonham and Hagen Smith and McDougal. I think you want to protect your young arms. For the Cubs, in all honesty, if the return is Tarek Skubal, there's not a single player or prospect you could include that I would feel like, oh, God, I wish you wouldn't have done that, Jed. Oh, man, don't give him away. If the return is Tarek Skubal, I'm just being totally transparent here. I will not care who they give up. And I'm not even sure I will care how much. I think they're in a position where you have to roll the dice a little bit. You have to take a risk for the potential reward. And to me, the potential reward outweighs those risks. That's why I would probably be a terrible general manager.
Yeah, I'm going to question your general manager ability there in a second, David, with the Cubs. But for the Sox, I agree with you 100%. I don't think you trade any young, controllable arms. I don't think you do that at all. Here's the problem. And there's all kinds of wild stuff out there on X and across the internet and anything else you want to look at. But we're talking about Skubal and the Cubs specifically. So one of the trade scenarios I saw, and David and Mully, I'd love to hear your reaction or listeners' reaction. It was Matt Shaw. Okay. I know it's going to start with Matt Shaw. I get that. Then their top young pitching prospect. Okay. And then
who would that be? Jackson Wiggins?
Correct.
Okay.
And then Ben Brown. Now that to me is a step too far.
Well, Ben Brown might get my attention. Okay, I don't want to be flippant and say, hey, you take whoever you want.
That's all I'm saying. Like if we're talking about if the Tigers want or expect two major league ready guys, which would be Brown and Shaw, like they've shown they can do it at the big league level, and your top arm in the minors because you're getting an arm. That's too far for me.
I would cringe
the way that Ben Brown, like that. Those three guys for Skubal would make me say that was too much.
I would cringe the way that I would cringe driving out of the lot with a really nice car that I like and that I overpaid for, but I would still love the steering.
Have you done that? Have you ever overpaid for a car to the point?
I always feel like I overpay for a car.
Yeah. I mean, I love that idea, though. I got it. Hey, get out of the way.
But you know what I mean.
I know exactly that feeling. That's great. I once bought a car, and I did a U-turn and went back in the dealership, and I had to buy a lesser used car because it as I pulled out, it occurred to me my father, I don't think had ever driven in a car this nice, and I was like, I don't deserve it, and I went back and got a crummier car.
Thing is that
I got over it eventually.
That new car depreciated in value the minute you drove it out of the lot.
Yeah, no, they were totally cool. I think they knew they had given me a hard sell. Obviously, I am really okay when it comes to the White Sox. Like Rock Chalowski played his first bridge game in Arizona yesterday, and I found myself desperately trying to find any clip I could see. His first at bat, he put the ball in the warning track. It was caught. But then I saw him get a hit, and then I read something. I think it was Brooke Fletcher said that she was told by Ryan Fuller that when they were at that rookie camp, when they all got together, that Rock had signed his contract. He took every drafted White Sox player.
Of course he did.
There, out for a steak dinner.
He's done everything right.
I mean,
said everything right.
Leader, building relationships.
You gotta love it.
Doing the right thing. He's already been on our show. How can I not love the kid?
You love the kid.
So obviously that he's in a different category. I want to watch him like I would see Chris Bryant back in the day. I do not want them to go. I don't want to hear anyone mention Caleb Bonham. He's going to be one of the Chicago Calebs that we have embraced so much. So I want him coming up here. And didn't you say he's already hit 47 home runs?
26.
35.
Don't exaggerate. 26.
I think he said he had.
But you don't want him. You don't want him to come to Chicago.
Well, I want him to fill out all the boxes. He's not in AAA yet.
He's AA.
Okay.
It's a bigger deal.
So you want to Braden Montgomery him?
Yes.
I like it. Okay. Bring him up to be a hero in the playoffs. There are other players, like I said to you this morning, well, goodbye Billy Carlson, because I felt like they were going to make a deal, and that was a guy, a 10th overall pick that they got out of high school, who supposedly is the best defensive shortstop in the minor leagues, believe it or not. And then, it's a question of whether the hit tool will be there. He had a couple games. He's come back, and he had a broken finger. He's come back and gotten some hits. So, I'm not anxious to see different players leave, and I'm trying to follow the names, and I'm looking at the top 10 list, and I'm kind of like, well, don't look at the top 10 list that has this draft in it. This is a separate list. We got to go back to the old list. There are players I don't want traded. I've been looking forward to George Volkov for a while. I think he's got
local guy.
He's a local guy
Big
who's
guy.
got Paul Bunyan type legend about his power. He's going to be the next judge, whatever way you want to look at it.
Wow, no pressure there.
No pressure. But I kind of don't want him going anywhere, although he's got a very high strikeout rate, but he's a young lad. These things happen. William Bergola, I've seen him compared with Luis Ariz in terms of his, but in terms of his bat being able to hit everything. He doesn't have power. He's a little guy. He's an infielder. The White Sox have nothing but infielders. I get it, but it's hard. It's hard to let things go. I think with the Cubs, it's Joshua Hartshorn. He's moved into their number one position. Yeah. He's done something.
Owen Ayers.
You don't want to
look,
see
there are
that.
names you could sound very convinced that you don't want to part with them. But if you never part with anything, you never make a trade.
But are you willing to give up Jefferson Rojas? He's your number one.
Yeah.
Number two prospect.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You getting Scooble back?
Yeah. But this is the problem is Dustin mentioned. If you're going to get Scooble, you're going to give up.
Well, Ben Brown is the name that gave me pause.
Yeah.
Ben Brown is the name that gave me pause, and yet he can't stay healthy as well. 5 years ago, I don't know, maybe on WFAN in New York, they were like, who's this Pete Armstrong guy that they're trading? I don't care about him. Javi Baez is coming to town.
Well, that is the kind of stuff that you want to stay away from. And that's what I keep saying. Do you know your players, right? So you got to make sure you know, I don't know if you remember or not, but there was a trade one time made on the South Side that didn't go well.
Okay.
I'm not bringing it up.
No.
But you want to be careful.
Okay.
Be careful.
All right.
It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
This is 104.3 The Score, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen live on the free Odyssey app, AUDACY. We are 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules. And good luck.
This segment is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop Grand Appliance.
And you got grief about that?
I did.
So
Who
right
gave
now,
you grief?
You.
Oh, no. That's not fair.
Yes.
No, you are the guy.
There's
Let's
another
tell,
free
let's-
item.
You know,
Here's
here is a guy.
That's not how it works.
This is the guy that will not wear any logo on any shirt.
Okay,
because
boys.
he doesn't support anything. And I was giving you grief because you were wearing logos. That's what happened.
So the next time Moises Ballesteros starts a game will be his 4th start at catcher. And then the next morning, Dustin will come in shirtless with the vest, and we'll have some Malort, and we'll do shots in the last segment.
Malort and Mick Ultras.
All right.
I don't know why Malort would be something we have. I thought Malort was like an incredibly.
Well, he could do it. We'll do something else.
Bitter. I thought you said you were going to bring in.
I'll bring some Screwball.
No, you said peanut butter whiskey.
Yeah, peanut butter whiskey. I'll bring in that.
The Spring Inn has
One or
already
the other.
sponsored the bottle of Malort. We already have
Excellent. That's right. We're set. We're set for our next baller catching.
Another
stint.
freebie for Rhodes.
I will buy my Mick Ultra at the Jewels.
Excellent.
Did you pay for the Malort?
I did not.
Okay. Point taken.
That's okay. Doesn't matter. The bottom line is if he can.
Didn't ask them to sponsor it.
Is the name Malort on it?
Is it on the bottle?
Yeah.
There's a label.
You going to wear it?
No.
Well, we're excited for you because that's got to be a thrill knowing that your jersey is going to be you're up in the rafters and that everyone's going to be able to look up and see your name on the back of it. What does it mean to you to get your jersey retired?
It's surreal. Still running. It's surreal, but at the same time, knowing that I put in the work and listen to the OGs, all the teammates, my old coaches, everybody that gave me knowledge, I made a way to implement that into my game, and I took advantage of it. So thank you. It's for all of us.
So you found out a year ago, and we remember the surprise at the time, and you were moved emotionally. So you've had about a year to process all of those emotions and, frankly, to put your own career in perspective. We have seen you grow up in Chicago, and everyone has appreciated the journey. But as you put that into perspective, how would you articulate what you have accomplished and what this represents?
I think whenever I look at all the players that did retire or got their jerseys in the Raptors or even won championships, they feel like they gave their all, and people respected that. And I feel like it's very similar to this, where we didn't win a championship, but, man, I have no regrets. I feel like I give my all. I feel like I squeezed or maxed out on my body when I was on the court, and I did all I could do.
I'm just curious, Derek. In retrospect now, as you look back on your career, famously – there was all these guys gathering together. We know what happened in Miami. And people were like, Derek needs to recruit someone to come to Chicago. We need another star. And it was almost like you were blamed for not recruiting. Did you consider that part of your job, or did you laugh at that idea?
I kind of laughed at it, but in a way, maybe it was towards the end of my career with the Bulls, but I feel like I adapted, or I made an attempt. I forgot what the attempt was, but I did recruit in that way, not like how everybody else was at the time, but I felt like I was cool with my guys and showing loyalty to my teammates. If they would have heard me each year say that we needed somebody different, who was gonna mess with me on the team, or like it was a fake relationship, and that's something I never wanted with my teammates, and that's why we're like family to this day outside of basketball.
Youngest MVP ever. We saw what you accomplished on the court and with those Bulls teams you're referencing, and then you came back, and your second act was impressive because you had the longevity, and I think a lot of people might have been surprised, Derek. Now that you have got your jersey retired, and you just look ahead, is the Basketball Hall of Fame a goal of yours? Can you look at it that way, and do you think that your career was Hall of Fame worthy?
I think it was, but once again, it's not up to me to decide that. It's up to the committee, and it's up to them to decide. But I would love to be in the Hall of Fame. Who wouldn't want to be in the Hall of Fame? And like I said, I'm not doing it for me, or I didn't play this way solely for me. It's the Chicago way of playing. Like, that's the way that I played. That's the way that every time I step on the floor, I always try to show a Chicago toughness or a Chicago aggressiveness in some fashion. And for that not to be in the Hall of Fame, it will hurt in a way. But at the same time, this moment right here is kind of like my Hall of Fame if I don't get in.
The Chicago Bears select Dylan Thieneman.
There it is.
Defensive back, Oregon.
That's again. It was a clean sweep before the pick, and as we went around the horn and said who we would like to see them take. Just a quick rundown of Dane Brugler's sort of write up on Dylan Thieneman. 1-year starter at Oregon, a productive post safety at Purdue for 2 seasons, transferred to Eugene for his junior season, earned a 2025 All-America nod for the Ducks with both of his interceptions clinching victories late in the game. Collected more than 300 combined tackles in 3 college seasons, averaged 7.9 tackles per start. Open field athleticism, says Thieneman has a lot to offer in the NFL because of his versatility, making plays over the top, in coverage, or downhill versus the run. Shows impressive range and anticipation from the deep half of the field, as well as the intelligence to understand what opponents are trying to do. Although he doesn't always play up to his testing numbers, he can guard both sidelines and sort through routes. He can
3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3, and the Cubs win the ball game. The Cubs take 3 out of 4 in St. Louis. They wrap up a very successful 5-2 road trip through Pittsburgh and St. Louis.
Yeah, with the last couple of innings were a little crazy, but Alex had a nice game and a big hit certainly in the 10th. They made a mistake on the run we scored early in the game and kind of forgot how many outs there are, and then relay throw got over the cutoff man's head. So. But, Alex and Ian with some big hits.
3-0 to Peters. And he misses all 4. The White Sox will walk it off with a walk. And it's back-to-back games. Dramatic fashion. The White Sox get it done.
Tough couple games where we really had to grind it. Contributions from everybody. Obviously, extra innings, there's a ton of situational stuff that you have to execute, and the guys really executed well.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 the score. 2 big wins, one on each side of town. Obviously, the Cubs were in St. Louis, but that was an excellent series win, excellent victory yesterday. And then you heard from Craig Counsell, and he mentioned, they forgot how many outs there were. I think on both sides of town, both teams benefited from kind of rockhead mistakes.
Christmas in July.
Yes, but
the gifts were coming.
That speaks to
thank you, St. Louis.
How we have local teams making some good fundamental plays.
Yeah,
and paying attention and then taking advantage of the mistakes.
Good teams take advantage. And right now, we've got 2 very good teams in town. Sox in first, Cubs first in the wild card. Both playoff caliber teams. This Thursday was another day where you had a situation where you're going back and forth. You're like, okay, listening to the Cub game, watching the White Sox game, but I really want to see this bat, so I'm going to go to the Cubs game. Well, how am I going to figure the White Sox? Better get my app, all the things.
Yes.
It was, you tried to pay attention to both games at the same time because both games were close and both teams are playing relevant baseball. I feel like the Sox needed that worse than the Cubs needed that in terms of winning the series and coming back for Thursday's win. And the Sox split with the Yankees after, I think, rallying from the 4-0 deficit on Wednesday with Davis Martin on the mound and coming back to win that game. Dare I say it, we could look back at that as more evidence, maybe further confirmation of just how resilient this team is and what that means down the stretch. It validated a lot of things that have been happening to the White Sox.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And as I mentioned earlier, I did feel like they were in danger of being swept at home because they were beaten poorly. They didn't play particularly well. They were beaten soundly in the first two games, and then they were down 4-0, and they weren't making their move. And, it was one of these things where you're kind of just sitting there like, my God, is this all slipping away? And lo and behold, it was not. And they came back and they got their split, which felt better than a split. It was weird. It was kind of like being able to have the power show on Sunday. That felt better than a series loss because you got one and you felt like people were back. You hit 5 home runs in that game. So I'm in a good mood this morning.
Good.
I'm enjoying what I'm seeing, and I'm hoping
enjoy this.
I'm hoping that there will be.
I'm hoping that
fireworks in Tampa. I can't believe I
I'm
said
hoping.
that.
Well, forget Tampa. I mean, I'm already worried about your reaction to the trade deadline. But I think the Tampa.
I'm on board. I'm
all
good.
Right,
I'm
that's
good to go. I'm good to go.
Let's look at one series at a time. So start with the Cubs because I think a couple things happened down there that are worth pointing out. Number one, very quietly, Javier Assad stepped forward. And by the way, belated happy birthday to Javier Assad.
That's the way
Dustin
to celebrate a birthday.
Wished him a happy birthday during the update, and I think we neglected that yesterday. But that is the way you celebrate it. Did you see the notes they handed out after the game? Dating back to May 1st, Javier Assad has pitched 50 2/3 innings, 7 relief appearances, 6 starts. And he's got a 2.31 ERA in that span.
Yeah.
That's solid. And then in July, he had 18 innings, 3 starts, 2 relief appearances, 1.5 ERA. This guy, very quietly, has been so dependable.
Well, and I mean, in the midst of that, they've let Jameson Taillon go. I don't know that they would have
week,
done that had they not had somebody that they felt could hold them together until they got the trade deadline going.
By the way, also in St. Louis, yes, it was hot. Yes, it was humid. And yes, Alex Bregman's bat was sizzling.
Yes.
He was 10 for 18 in the series.
I believe it's Dansby Swanson's bat that he has borrowed.
Yes, I saw that because it's the heaviest one in the clubhouse.
It's a little heavier.
And he's also going the other way. Well, can't wait to talk to Ron Coomer about that development. He had 7 extra base hits and scored 7 runs in a 4-game series against the Cardinals, coming back to Chicago red hot.
But for accuracy's sake, we should say his borrowed bat is hot.
Okay. And actually, it might be hot in another way because he stole it from Dansby Swanson's locker.
It's hot. Dansby's trying to find it. They fired 2 people that work in the clubhouse.
Security guy's gone. It's the only problem the Cubs have had with their defense. They can't protect the bats.
Has PCA been? Has he been swinging Dansby's
By the
bat?
way,
did you see him drop it the other day?
Yes, we did.
It was hot.
Well,
don't bring it up to Dustin.
It ignited the Cardinals. That was yesterday's tomfoolery. So
sorry,
but yesterday PCA did have 2 more doubles.
Yes,
and the headlines, you can't ignore them in LA. Shohei Ohtani looks like he didn't play last night, I believe.
They pulled him from the lineup.
He's injured,
and Dave Roberts said that his knee is still a problem, and they said the trainers thought he needed a day off, so we gave him a day off.
So
but
every day off that he
key
takes
is the knee
is a day to look further at the idea and look into the notion that it's MVP time again. The conversation is not crazy. Pico Armstrong is on the verge of making a strong MVP run in the final 2 months of the season.
But I think you're not going far enough.
Okay.
It means PCA is going to win the MVP, and it means MVP. It means Tariq Skubal is going to have to now be signed not by the Dodgers. The Cubs have to try to outbid the Dodgers because now they need him. Now they need Skubal.
Well, I think if you want to use whatever rationale you want to use, that Pete Armstrong's MVP season, that Alex Bregman is getting hot at the right time, that Javi Assad is stepping up along with Matthew Boyd, and oh, by the way, Shota Imanaga also. Whatever evidence you want to use to compel Jed Hoyer to think that now is the time to go all in for Skubal, go ahead. Knock yourself out.
The other thing is you got guys running out of contract too. If you want to use this group and make sure that you try to win with this group, it will not be together moving forward.
Well, Skubal's salary this year is prorated.
Like Happer,
all right?
and guys like
that's a conversation for free agency and all the things that come with the complicated. Yeah, Seiya.
I'm just saying.
It's his last season, maybe in Chicago.
If it's the last go round, help them.
Right. Give them a last hurrah.
Give them what they're owed. They're owed the return of Cade Horton. If it comes in the form of Tariq Skubal, that's okay.
Give them what they're owed is an interesting way to put it. It kind of is similar to what I was saying earlier about this Cub team has earned the right to have their boss go after a guy like Skubal because this Cub team, they're the best defensive team in baseball. I don't think that's overstating it. They have a lineup that you have every reason to believe can finish strong, and they're veterans. There aren't very many question marks. The guys are hot and cold, but where's a weakness in that everyday lineup? You need to supplement your rotation, and there's no better way to do that than to go out and to take a chance and to maybe overpay for the best pitcher in baseball.
Maybe overpay? You're going to be, they're going to be spending through the nose.
Whoever gets Skubal is going to overpay, right?
Whoever gets Skubal loses the deal. That's the line that you appreciated so much.
You win the season, but you might lose the deal.
Yeah.
Or you win the division, or maybe you win the pennant. But if you don't win the World Series, do you lose the deal?
Probably.
That's a good answer.
That's probably
because
right.
It's a good debate.
But the question then is, are you at the end of the season going to say, Jed may have not won the World Series, but he won the season because he made that move? Or are you going to say, boy, Jed doesn't know what he's doing. How can he make that scoop?
If Jed goes all in and acquires Tariq Skubal by the deadline, I will have respect for Jed Hoyer that I do respect Jed. You know what I think of him.
Yes.
But I think that move will gain respect because he's pushing all the chips to the middle of the table. And he's saying that this is a team worth gambling on. And I think you got to respect that. And if they overpay, they overpay.
Look at you.
It's easy to say right now.
Have you ever wondered about Cam Smith or your guy who was the pitcher?
Hayden Wisniewski.
What did you call him?
Wisniewski.
Yeah. I just haven't heard that nickname.
I love it when you remember my nicknames.
I haven't heard that nickname in a while. And who was the other guy? They gave up someone else. Isaac Paredes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a lot
they gave
for
up
Kyle
a lot.
Tucker.
Yes.
I think in this job, in his job, you do have to balance prudence with passion. You have a passion that you want to go into all these deals that can win them, and to get the guy that everybody wants, and to get the Kyle Tucker, and to make the deal for Skubal. But there's sometimes, we don't know how often this happens, that prudence prevails. He's like, all right, well, that's not such a good move. We're not going to give up him. Stay away from my catching prospect. How dare you ask? Yeah. But right now is not the time to be that, I think. There's different seasons where you are. I think also I would respect the deals that maybe Chris Getz isn't making right now. Right?
Oh, yeah.
They're in totally different situations.
Oh, I totally understand that. Yeah.
Chris Getz is entering the beginning of something you hope and think is going to be special. A period of time that is winning time. The window is opening. How about the Cubs window? Window?
That's a really good question. I mean,
hold on. What's that creak? It's shutting. If you don't handle this correctly, it could be shutting.
Absolutely correct.
Okay, but I mean, you also have to. Thank you, Brandon. You have to understand that, their fingers are on the windowsill. So if it's coming down, then you're going to lose a digit or two.
Okay, I get it, but
just beat that metaphor.
It's fun because you have two teams in town that are in different situations, big picture.
And so the
Cubs got to think win now. They got to think that.
I love the idea that the White Sox really, they just want to spend money. We don't want to give up prospects. But, hey, if you want us to
we'll take a contract. Hello, Robbie Ray.
That's the guy.
Hello, Robbie Ray.
$25 million.
We'll give you our 15th prospect, and we will pay his money because we can.
Isn't that a nice thing to do for someone?
I love that idea. And you don't have to give up anything.
That'd be ideal.
Who else fits that category? Does anybody else fit that category?
I only know that he does, which is how I came upon that and have been banging that drum.
Sox first playoff series. Sean Burke game 1, Robbie Ray game 2, Davis Martin game 3. How about that?
Could you take on like a really horrific contract for a certain former Boston player and then get something really good with it?
Who would that be?
Who's the guy they traded that he's done nothing since leaving and moving out west? Bogarts. No, not Kyle Tucker. That's a good one.
Xavier Bogarts?
Yes.
Oh.
It's a horrible contract.
It is a bad contract. It is a bad contract.
Now, that might be a little bit too much to take.
It might be a bit much. 630, the Cubs' door is not closing! ! You have your core players signed for the next 5 years. Okay, I know what he is saying. I know what he is suggesting. There's reason to believe that they can be and stay competitive. I'm not talking about being and staying competitive. I'm talking about going for it.
I'll have to oh, my God.
That sounds worse.
Tell the crypt keeper that...
That's the window closing.
When did Mark Trestman get hired in town?
I hope Window Nation's windows don't sound like that when
they don't.
When
They're
you raise and
deal.
lower them. I mean, geez.
They don't. How dare you disparage? No, I think that, look, the Cubs can always be competitive. They can always spend their way into that reality. This is a year where I think they put themselves in a position they could justify going for it. That's all.
I mean, I don't, like I said, I'm not even sure if it's justification. I think that, you lost a pitcher last year and you didn't get anything done at the trade deadline and it cost you. Now you lost a pitcher this year and you haven't been, and by the way, the guy from the year before didn't come back, but you lost a pitcher this year and you haven't been able to do anything about it. And now are you setting yourself up to have the same repeat if you don't get something done? I feel like, I don't know if it has to be Skubal, but they've got to do something. They need help in their starting rotation. They need help on the back end. And we don't talk enough about that, but they do need help on the back end.
I have to promise then something. I want, this is a good thought exercise or therapy or whatever you want to call it, catharsis. I will not be disappointed if they go out and get a starting pitcher that is a top caliber, top of the rotation starter, and it's not Skubal.
Oh, really?
I'm
Look at you.
gonna try to work on that. Over the weekend.
Yeah, I think
because don't you think like I don't want to set it up, and I know I kind of have.
My fear is that you're setting yourself up for disappointment.
Yeah, I know, and I think I caught myself there because I want the Cubs to be aggressive going after Skubal. I do think that if they get him, it puts them in a different category, and I do believe that would be the move they could justify and all of those things. And if they don't get him, and they get a reasonable version of a top-of-the-rotation starter that you could say is an ace caliber, Reed Detmer, somebody like that could complement this staff, could give Freddie Peralta, all the names that we have gone over for the past several weeks, okay, I think you could still accept that.
Serious question. When do you abandon your pursuit of Tariq Skubal? In other words, if you're spending your weekend trying to get this deal done, how many other calls are you making, and how many other players are you trying to get done, and how do you prioritize?
Great question. If you are going after Skubal, you are in risk-taking mode. So you have to almost go up to 3 o'clock, 3:30 Monday afternoon and rolling the dice and saying, all right, let's try to make this work. If not, let's pivot and see who's left. Risky.
That's very risky.
Very risky.
That sounds like you're playing a game of I don't know. They're pulling chairs away as the music dies, and all of a sudden you're
nerve-wracking.
You're sitting on the ground. All right, we've got Brad Biggs. We're gonna shift gears. We'll talk to the football man of the Chicago Tribune. Next, it's Mully and Haugh 104.3 The Score.
Morning, boys. What's going on? The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
I will forever think of that moment when Caleb was asked about Ben, and he said, I have the best coach in the world. I got the best coach in the world. And Ben was asked about Caleb, and he's like, he's just clutch. They bought into each other in full along the way, and that's still where they are right now.
I think that Caleb may have changed Ben's mind on how quarterbacking goes.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago.
Up some things in the run game, too. He has a nose for the ball and doesn't hesitate flying to the contact point. That sounds like exactly what the Bears needed in that secondary, Ant.
This is exciting. This is a really exciting draft pick for Ryan Poles for the Chicago Bears. I can only imagine what that war room at Haugh Hall looked like, how it exploded as more and more picks came off the board, leading to this particular player being available to them, because I do think he suits exactly what the Chicago Bears are going to be looking at the safety position opposite Kobe Bryant. And as much as I've covered literally every game of Dylan Thieneman's career, the 2 years he spent at Purdue, the 1 year he spent at Oregon, he is a Big Ten safety, so I've seen what he's done at a really high level. You go back to him being the Big Ten Freshman of the Year back in that season at Purdue. Ryan Walters was his head coach, and at that time, he had Dylan Thieneman playing as kind of a center fielder, like a deep safety, and that's where all those interceptions came back in his freshman season 3 years ago. And year by year, his role continued to be tweaked and adjusted. Second season at Purdue, sometime at strong safety, sometime in the box. Here at Oregon, this past season, he was utilized in that Dan Lanning defense, Tosh Lapoy's defensive coordinator, but it's Dan Lanning's defensive scheme that they were running, and he was moving around quite a bit. He spent some time at the second level, spent some time deep, did a lot more stem and disguise than we had seen at either point in his previous seasons of his college football career, and also a player that, being only 3 years removed from high school, you can just tell he's learned more and more about the sport of football, more and more how to play defense at the major college level every year he's been doing it. I actually comp him with Kevin Byard, the player who the Bears just moved on from because he's on the other side of 30, but no player in the National Football League has had more interceptions than Kevin Byard during the time he's been here. He was such a key cog in the Bears' success that they had last season. When you look at Dylan Thieneman, he's 6 foot, he's over 200 pounds, he's versatile, he's a sure tackler. He's not the thumper that some of the other safeties in this draft cycle are, but he is a physical football player. He tackles with urgency, which I really like to see that. He will continue, I think, to get even more formidable with the way that he's able to run the alley and attack the line of scrimmage. So his style of play, not only does he have the awareness and sort of the field generalship that he showcased this past season in Eugene playing safety for the Ducks, but he's going to continue getting better as a guy who's 3 years removed from high school, and the testing numbers being off the charts, it just ended up assuring everybody that what they were seeing on film is really legit for what it can project to at the NFL level.
Yeah, and you talk about the combine numbers, and we've heard a lot throughout the offseason that one of the main priority on the defensive side of the ball was adding some speed. This guy ran a 4.35 40 at the combine, and he definitely brings that speed that Dennis Allen and the Bears want on the defensive side of the ball.
And even when you're comparing him, whether you're talking Emmanuel McNeil Warren or even Caleb Downs, these safeties who are projected as first-round picks, none of them throughout their career have shown as a playmaker the sideline-to-sideline range that Dylan Thieneman has shown he can do. He can be a guy. If you just want to line him up deep as a center fielder, as a single high guy, as a free safety, and just let him stay back there and look for passes to pick off. He can do that at a really high level. He plays with anticipation, and the ball skills are what are really off the charts.
Yes!
Got it.
My
Chuck
night
is
is
on
made.
fire.
Dalen
Swain on fire.
From the University of Texas.
Oh, my God.
Chuck Swirsky.
Yes.
Can we go to the
He's
gas
batting
station?
nearly 1,000.
I told you guys. This is crazy.
I'm telling you
Nearly
right now,
1,000.
this is a great first round.
Tell me
for the
why.
Bulls.
Tell me why, Chuck.
Because he's every slap. That's exactly what Bryson Graham has preached from day one.
Unbelievable. Dalen Swain from the University of Texas.
I love it. I flat out love it.
The only major.
Bryson Graham for mayor.
This is it. Onions, baby. Onions. Dalen Swain in the building. Last year, second team All SEC.
Oh, he's got Bill Duffy representing him. He's great.
Okay.
Like you said, listed as a guard there, but he's got size, right? 6'7".
Yeah.
Should be around 225 pounds when he reports for training
That
camp
kid's a
for the Bulls.
stud.
So this is like you said, staying in line. Already going to it, Chuck. Absolutely love it. Played at Texas last year,
Yes,
obviously,
he
but
did.
he played at Xavier prior to that. There were some inconsistencies at time at Texas with his defense, but he was better at Xavier, and I think Longhorns had a little bit tougher year maybe than they expected last year and such. So really, really good rebounder for his position as well in that. So that gives the Bulls optionality there just as they fill out their roster. Don't know his exact role yet, but certainly a guy who should play on the wing for years to come.
100%.
They said best player available. That's what Bryson Graham said. So certainly that's what he feels about 6'6".
Biggs with Mully and Haugh. Biggs time. The Biggs Report with Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggsy. His name is Brad Biggs. Brad Biggs talks football with you.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Oh, it's always fun to talk to our guy. Brad Biggs is the football man of the Chicago Tribune, a longtime contributor to this station and a valued friend. And he joins us now on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM 911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. We're also on CHSN. Shout out to everybody watching us. Big Zay.
Morning, Brad.
Morning, boys. What's going on?
Well, you're on the story. You've got it all. We found out yesterday that apparently the new normal is not an expression you should ever use, and that it was misused by the wide receiver Rome Odunze, and he is doing great, feels fine, and everything is up and at him and ready to go with him.
Yeah, I mean, the proof's going to come in the first third of the season. How's he look on the field? How's he performing? How's he look running his routes? Is he able to separate and get open? Is he making the contested catches that were really a highlight of his career at the University of Washington? So if that stuff looks good, yeah, he's ready to roll, and he's going to be a big cog in this passing attack. Certainly disappointing the way the second half of last season went for him when he was out injured, and then, when he was on the field and there were some drop issues. But you go back to that first month or so, and he looked like he was going to. It looked like he was on his way to catching about 15 touchdown passes and certainly going over 1,000 yards. So we'll see what what the third-year Rome looks like.
So, Brad, for reasons only the Bears understand, they're making only 2 players a day accessible to the media. Yesterday it was Rome
3
Odunze.
today. Three today.
Bonus day. Yeah. Grady Jarrett spoke yesterday. What did you hear from him? What's reasonable to expect? Because he is a year older, and last year we saw his body break down in the midst of the season. I don't know if that's a fair way to describe what happened, but he was compromised, and I wonder what are the expectations for a Grady Jarrett in the middle of that defense this year?
Yeah, I mean, that knee injury thing might have happened actually before the start of the season, and then they got into a situation where he was cutting it out, doing what he could to get on the field, and then had the scope and had to sit out whatever it was, a week or two. But he's sort of the dean of the defensive line, and I think I said it to you guys maybe last week. I think sort of keeping track of his playing time is going to be important. Like at his age, year 12, make him be a guy that's going to be close to full strength for your money downs. I'm talking about third down. I'm talking about when you're trying to protect the lead in the fourth quarter with 6 minutes to go and it's a passing situation. You saw him make some plays last year. You did not see vintage Grady Jarrett from his Falcons days when he was super disruptive. Sort of hard to evaluate those interior players based on statistics, but you want to see him create some havoc in the pocket with a little more regularity this season.
I'm curious, Caleb Williams, he was perfect in the 7-on-7 drill yesterday by all reports. Is that just a hint of how accurate he will be once the season starts, 70%?
I mean, that's putting your big boy pants on for 7-on-7, right? I mean, that you should be near perfect in 7-on-7 every day, right? There's no pass rush. So, yeah, he had a good day yesterday. Not a ton of reps for the first team, few more than day one, shorter practice, but he had a good day throwing the ball to Luther Burden, throwing the ball to Khalif Raymond. I got a chuckle. There's this guy, I think his name is Zach Jackson, covers the Cleveland Browns, and he had something on Twitter X yesterday where from Browns practice, and I'm paraphrasing, but it was a very short message, and it was something to the effect that completions were scarce during practice.
we have seen that, Brad. I have been in practice with you seeing that.
I read the thing, I chuckle, and I'm like, brother, I know exactly what that looks like. You know, you pair that up yesterday with Justin Fields in Chiefs training camp, coming up with a really good pass to the wide open linebacker over the middle of the field, and you're like, man, I've seen this movie. I can't tell you how many times, and I know how it ends. So the Bears had a completely different movie that they were showing in practice yesterday.
That's a good way to describe the Eberflus era. Completions were scarce.
I mean, yeah, but go back before that. I think about it's like, yeah, I mean, just on and on and on.
What did you take away from Press Taylor's first appearance as the offensive coordinator this season? We're looking for a guy that's able to decode Ben Johnson the way Declan Doyle did. I don't know if that's going to be Press Taylor, Brad, but I do think he has had that job before, and he's been in front of the room.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty polished, pretty smooth guy who gets it, real sharp. Certainly his brothers had a ton of experience at the podium over the years, and I think having a little bit of a relationship with Ben prior to being hired here last year through his brother Zach, because Zach and Ben worked together previously with the Miami Dolphins. Like he's got a little bit of a feel for how the guy ticks, or maybe he was ahead of some of the other coaches and knowing how Ben ticks, and so he's going to be an important piece of the puzzle as an ideas guy. From an organizational standpoint, from helping keep meetings going and things of that nature, and sharp offensive mind. So I thought Press was pretty good yesterday.
And Brad, I'm not sure if our guy Dustin Rhodes is aware of it, but Montez Sweat back at practice yesterday. That had to be an incredible relief for those like Dustin that feared the worst.
Dustin thought he caught the bird flu or something. I don't know.
Get some bad salad.
Yeah, Sweat was out there, had a pass breakup on a screenplay in 11-on-11. There was a huge huddle of defensive players surrounding him as he got his 40 up downs in for Dennis Allen and his teammates as they got going. And he's like, as many times as Ben has been asked about Montez Sweat since the end of last season, you go kind of track his comments, and they're all super positive,
right?
Glowing. I think it's because they believe Sweat, who turns 30, I think it's right in September before the start of the regular season. They're hopeful there's another level to Montez's game that can be unlocked. And I think that's kind of TBD. But if there is, obviously that would be a massive development for a pass rush that has a lot of questions about him, all of which are fair.
So, Brad, what is the plan in terms of indoctrinating or bringing in Dylan Thieneman to the starting defense, if indeed that is the plan? And I don't see why it wouldn't be given his draft status.
Yeah, I mean, he's running with the ones. Elijah Hicks is the only guy who would kind of force Dylan to bide his time a little bit with the reserves during training camp, because Hicks has got a ton of experience. He's been a starter for him. He's a draft pick here. Like he's. I think what you're looking for in a backup safety, if it's not a young developmental guy with upside, you like the steady guy that is a core special teams player for you that you can put out there, and he's going to know where he needs to be, and that's Elijah Hicks. Well, he's got a shin injury that's going to keep him out for a while. He's on PUP, so Dylan's with the starters now, and I'd expect it to remain that way throughout camp, preseason, and into the regular season. I mean, he's week one starter. No, lock it down.
Just from watching the tapes of the highlights, etc., I saw that Khalif Raymond made a nice catch. It was actually a really well-thrown ball, and it looked like a nice hookup with Caleb in that period. How has he looked, generally speaking? He's a veteran guy who knows Ben Johnson.
Yeah, so he's been in the offense before in Detroit, and has it evolved, and there have been some things that have changed, no question about it. But Khalif Raymond's that classic veteran right now that knows where he's supposed to be and when he's supposed to be there. So he's a guy that's going to catch an abundance of passes throughout training camp. OZ, Olamide Zaccheaus, caught a ton of balls last summer in that third wide receiver role, the savvy veteran who bounced around a little bit but knew the offense. Those are the kind of players that make the quarterback comfortable. Raymond is, I think, more dimensional than OZ. He's certainly got more speed in terms of straight line, in terms of short area quickness. Like, he's a guy they could put out there with three tight ends and run play action, and he's running a go route. And if the corner isn't on his game, like, Khalif Raymond's just going to scoot right by the guy. So it'll be interesting to see how productive he is this season. Is it going to be a big game for him every week? No, they've got a ton of skill position talent, but Raymond's a guy that they went out and brought in for a couple reasons, and his familiarity with the offense and Ben Johnson is one. Ben's knowledge that Raymond's the kind of guy that makes a quarterback comfortable is another. That was a smart get for them in free agency.
Any clarity on the absence of Kyle Monangai?
No, maybe Ben Johnson's talking at a couple minutes here, guys. About 10 minutes. I don't know how forthcoming he'll be with explanations on Kyle and training camp this summer. Sometimes coaches, if a guy's going to be out a couple weeks, they'll say, this guy's got a sprained knee or whatever. And then if it's more of a short-term thing, they'll just say he's day-to-day, and they leave you to guess what it is. And so we'll see. I don't know. Hopefully Monangai's back very soon, maybe later today, and the rest of the roster is healthy.
Brad, we had a conversation earlier in the show about the nickel position, and with Kyler Gordon still out, I guess Jalen Jones and Cam Lewis got opportunities there. We wondered if Malik Muhammad could try that at some point. How did the nickel position look, just on a very basic practice level?
Yeah, well, I think Cam Lewis, the guy who's gotten the most work with the ones through the first 2 days, and that doesn't surprise me. Signed to a 2-year contract in free agency after starting his career in Buffalo. Talking to people who have been on the staff with the Bills, if you're going to play the guy on defense, nickel's probably where he's best. That's according to people who've had experience with him in the past, because he's played some safety also. Because when the Bears signed him, I'm looking at it and I'm like, well, safety's a real need for him. Everybody knew that. What's the plan here? So you do a little homework on the guy. Yeah, he's played safety in Buffalo. Yes, he's played nickel. Maybe he's a little bit more valuable to a defense in the nickel situation. So I think he's the guy, but I'm going to believe the coaches when they say we could see 5-6 guys in the nickel throughout the summer. So Jalen Jones, a veteran with experience, valuable on special teams. Muhammad, the thing that's going to be an issue for him is he's just never done it,
Yep.
Didn't do it in college, so tough place to try it for the first time, right?
Brad, yeah, it is. But in the final moment that we have, the fans are welcome in today for the first time. How many do you expect? Is it the same setup as last year? And do you have the same security detail?
It looks like a real similar setup. I haven't been out to field 3 and 4 yet. The storms earlier in the week, guys, did some damage to some of the seating, so they're still doing some repairs for fields 1 and 2. But I'd expect them to have as many fans as they'll allow in here. Like, there's no shortage of people wanting to come to training camp. There is a shortage of space, so it should be a pretty good vibe out of practice today. I would say this, for folks who hold tickets for tomorrow morning's practice, I'd pay attention to the team's social media and website with the expected weather. I don't know, but that could be a situation where tomorrow ends up being closed to the public.
All righty, Bigsy. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate your time, and we will call you and keep you updated on the trade deadline.
Thanks, Brad.
Yeah, Dave, let me know what Jed and his buddy Carter have got going on.
You know I will. You guys
have a great weekend.
You're the best. All right, Bigsy. That is outstanding.
Keep listening in the 8 o'clock hour for your chance to win a pair of tickets to Moen Humphreys McGee at Hunter Pavilion August 15th. For tickets and more info, visit ravinia.org.
We'll be right back. 312-644-6767. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Right now, you're listening to Mully and Haugh on your way to work. And what should you do once you get to the office?
It's a very difficult question. It's a very difficult one to answer.
Tune into Mully and Haugh on your smart speaker or the Odyssey app, or watch the show on YouTube or Twitch. Then keep listening to Chicago's #1 sports station all day long. We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
This segment of the program is sponsored by Packy Webb Ford.
It's Maggie Webb at Packy Webb Ford. All Ford dealers are not the same. Our Packy Webb True Price Pledge is your assurance the price you see is the price you'll pay with no hidden fees. Check us out at PackyWebFord.com.
This portion of the program brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Confidence it should never cost a fortune.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
Pounds. A key point for Dalen Swain is that he's about a 30% three-point shooter for his college career. He needs to improve on that, but he did get up to 34, a little over 34% last year at Texas. So there was the improvement right there last year, which
and
you love to see.
And he's shooting 54% from the field, and if you're shooting 33% from the three-point line, lets you know you can get to the cup and finish around the rim.
Yes, you can.
And that's his calling card, right?
He's a slasher.
The Bulls got 2 guys here, question marks on their three-point shot, but who are renowned at the college level for attacking the rim.
Well,
right?
that's
an interesting dynamic that they're adding there and what they prioritize.
It also lets you know, obviously, that both Bryson Graham and Tiago Splitter have complete faith in the coaching staff that they're about to put together, right? Saying, I know I can help this guy with his shooting. I just need him to have the other intangibles that are available to you. He's averaging over 7 rebounds a game in college basketball. So not only are you getting the scoring with him averaging over 17, but you're also getting the the rebounds, averaging over 3.5 assists a game. So someone that can fill up the stat, a versatile guy that can fill up the stat sheet. But Cody, are you surprised it's not a guy like LeBaron Philon? I mean, there's still guys that are being passed up to take a guy that Chuck so beautifully called in Dalen Swain.
I don't know that I'm surprised in that sense, because size does matter to this new Bulls front office, and Philon's a smaller guard. So it is a question of obviously what they wanted to prioritize in that instance. And it's hard, right? Like 15, nothing really surprised me because there were so many options on the board. If they would have had someone with the second round grade or something, but Dalen Swain was by pretty much all projections mid-first round at some point, maybe slightly out of the lottery a little bit, like he just went right here. So it seems like a good start for the Bulls to this new era. Certainly a couple of second round picks as well, but these are 2 guys that they should get big minutes next year right away, because Swain's been in college 3 years. Like, he's ready to come in and start playing.
I look at Tom Dore and I hear Tom Dore, and all I think about, Danny, I've told you the story before, when I was bartending and my shift would end at 2 a.m. and I would drive home as fast as I could, safely and soberly, to get to my couch at 2:30 in the morning
to watch a replay,
watch a replay on Sports Channel of you and Johnny Redker and those Bulls teams. And I didn't know. I had no cell phone. I didn't know what happened.
Exactly, yeah.
Nobody told us. It was new to me, and I can't tell you how many regular season Bulls games against Patrick Ewing and the Knicks, or young Shaq and the Orlando Magic, or like how many games I watched in that way and stayed up with you till 4:30 or 5 in the morning.
I got a good Shaq story for you.
Good.
I'm sitting on the Bulls bench with Bill Cartwright. BC and I played in the All-American games with or against each other, so I've known Billy forever. And he looks at me, Shaq runs by, and he's like, said things you don't say on the radio, but it's like, oh my God, you've read about this guy, but you've never really seen him. So BC's eyes got to be as big as they could be, and
watching young Shaq, and there's nothing like him.
Run all the way across Chicago Stadium to go to the other basket and start warming up. And I looked at BC and I said, Billy, you know what that is? He pauses for a second. Yeah, retirement.
Games in a row. I'm not saying World Series are bust, but they should be in the is it worth it or not? 1,000,000% it's worth it, because your fan base has been showing out. And since they've been in first place, the people of Chicago are getting behind this team. They like this team. They think this team is fun to watch. Add to it and make it better and take your shot.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. That is A.J. Pierzynski.
That's great. That's a great comment.
I got to tell you, I mean, he is right about the fact that they've been stacking together 100-loss seasons, 3 in a row. There was a fear that was going to be a struggle for this team. They're sitting atop the division. They still are atop the division.
I know, and
They're
he's
two
saying,
games clear.
He's telling Chris Getz, who he knows.
And they've got 2 games in hand in the loss column. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. Don't
I am
apologize.
upset.
This is a day that you just, if you're the Sox, listen to AJ. He's saying he knows the organization. He knows ownership. He knows the fan base. You have to be intelligent in the way that you approach it aggressively, but approach it aggressively. Watch your step. Be very careful, but go after it, Chris Getz. That's what AJ's saying.
All right, we got a lot of people want to check in. Let's get to the phone lines. 312-644-6767. We'll start with Paul. He's in Valpo. Hey, Paul.
Hey, Paul.
Good morning, fellas. Hey, good morning, fellas. Yes, just from the earlier conversation, the Yankees, if you were following both, I know you guys both said you were following both the games.
Yep.
That's a bad team right now.
Yes.
I mean, their offense is like a AAA offense without the guys they're missing. Sox are lucky to sneak out of there with 2-2. Cubs have to sweep this weekend, if not at the very least win 2 or 3. I mean, the Yankees, they have good pitching. Their bullpen is fried, though. They pitch that bullpen way too much. And I know my guy Jeff, caller Jeff, Sox fan Jeff, is going to call. Hey, Jeff, relax. The Cubs have plenty for Skubal.
I agree, Paul. I think they do have plenty for Skubal. I also think that the Yankees, while they were generous, they made mistakes, they still have great starting pitching, and that offense with Rice in the middle of it isn't a slouch. The Sox did take advantage of some mistakes, and that's what good teams do.
Let's try Marcus. He's in Chicago. Hey, Marcus.
Hey, morning, fellas. I was calling, man. We had a better showing from Noah Schultz the other day. How much more confidence do you guys have in him as far as being a starter? And my second question was with Grady Jarrett. I thought that his acquisition would be a blockbuster, but it hasn't been that so far. How much confidence do you guys have in him as well, sir? Thanks.
Good phone call. Let's start with Jarrett. He needs to stay healthy. If he stays healthy, I think he will be a guy that is maybe not the force that he once was, but he will be an asset for the Bears defense. Noah Schultz is scheduled to pitch tomorrow, switching to the White Sox. I don't have a lot of confidence if he makes a start that it will be a good one. I'm not entirely sure that he's going to make the start. And I don't have any inside information and don't have anything that we're reporting. But Mully, based on his last outing and what they said afterward, it didn't sound like they were sure that he was going to make the next start.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that if I were calling the shots, that I would have him start, to be honest with you.
Same.
Go ahead.
Just real quick, would it matter what happens tonight?
No.
No.
I think you want to know.
Win or lose.
They should know right now.
Yeah, they should.
They just haven't shared it. They should know right now. Jose Urquidy should probably be meeting them in Tampa if he didn't last night. Or Hagen Smith be there too as a relief option. There could be other alternatives internally. They should know that already, right?
I would imagine that they know whether the guy is starting or not. And if they're, and if they bring in someone else in, you almost have to send him back down because they don't have a ton of roster spots that you want to put at risk at this point. And I'm not trying to be mean to Noah Schultz at all. I think he's still got a really good future, but it feels like what they've tried to do with him is to kind of get him to reduce his velocity as a way of perhaps increasing his accuracy, and I don't think that's working.
You just are coming off 2 straight extra inning games. You used 4 relievers yesterday. You taxed Grant Taylor.
Relievers, outstanding.
Outstanding, but they're tired. Hey, and Grant Taylor was great, but now he's been, used up this week a little bit.
Your guy.
Who's my guy?
Sir Anthony Dominguez.
Yes.
I blame you for him.
Call him sir.
I'm blaming you for him. He actually was good yesterday.
He was excellent. In an inning, he walked 1, he struck out 1, but he was good enough.
When you see him take the mound, there is a flashback effect. You hit the
Point
ground
being,
and you begin
they went to
crawling
him
out of
because
the
they
room.
had to, right?
They had to.
And they're going into Tampa with a compromised bullpen, a tired relief corps.
So you're saying make some moves.
I'm saying you need a pitcher that's going to go deeper than the 4th inning.
Let's squeeze in Sarah. Sarah is on with Mully and Haugh. Hey, Sarah.
Hey guys, this is Sarah from Chicago. I got a question or a comment rather about Colson Montgomery.
Please.
In the middle of the lineup, I'm not feeling as confident with him, and I'm wondering what type of chicken or egg situation it is. I mean, he's booted the ball a little bit. He's had a couple errors in the field, and then they got Chalowski at 1. Is he worried about his spot? Is he doing something different at the plate? I just don't feel confident
I think
with him in the lineup.
Thanks, Sarah. I think he's beat up. I mean, he's hit himself with foul balls in the shin twice in a week. I think he's kind of beaten up.
She raises a good question, though. I do wonder what Colson Montgomery thinks when he sits down and reflects on his future, what Rock Chalowski's effect will have on it.
I think if I'm him, I'm worried only about my future. I'm not worried about anybody else's future or any effect on where I'm moving.
He's got the
or what I'm
confidence
doing.
to be that guy.
He should have it. But I think he's kind of beaten up right now.
He's hit 45 homers in basically one major league season.
But he had a rough week, and he's damaged himself
Good
with
phone
fouls. Call. It's a great call, Sarah. Keep doing it. All right, we've got the Coom Dog next. Ron Coomer will join us. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Hey, it's Layla Rahimi from the Rahimi Harrison Grote Show. Middays 10 a.m. to 2. We are your connection to Chicago sports throughout your workday.
If you're listening from work, make us your companion by listening on your smart speaker or the free Odyssey app.
If you want to watch us do the show live, check us out on YouTube and Twitch, talking Bears, Cubs, Sox, Bulls, all of Chicago's teams.
And of course, when you're driving around on your lunch break, listen to us in crystal clear quality on 104.3 FM.
There's no one way to listen or watch Rahimi Harrison Grote. Middays 10 a.m. to 2. So listen and watch your way today. This segment is sponsored by Hattie B's Hot Chicken. Born in Nashville and breaded in Wrigleyville. Hattie B's Hot Chicken is heating up Wrigleyville. Now open right at 3649 North Clark Street. Serving your favorite southern dishes and sides. Heat level ranging from sweet and smoky to all the heat you can handle.
That's awesome.
That's about right. That is about right. But did you have a lot of people watching Bulls games overnight, like me, and you would hear from people like that, right?
We had people. We'd get people from Australia.
I bet.
We'd get people from Italy. We'd get people from England.
Michael was a global icon.
He really was. Our ratings were off the charts. And Michael would get on the plane and he'd be like, you owe me a lot of money.
Yeah, he wasn't wrong.
And then I'd say, he'd do the dust off.
I was just going to ask you. I've always wanted to ask you, how did the dust? How did it start?
He did it one time, right? He did it one time before I got there with JD, and they did cloth, and Michael liked it, because it was a big reaction. And so we'd bring the umbrellas. We'd bring one time Red brings a fan, right? He brings these fans. And these little handheld fans. And so Michael does the dust off. We hold the fan, and the dust blows in his eyes.
Oh, God.
There's a timeout. And Johnny hits the talkback so nobody could hear us on his and mine. And he says, can you see the headline in the Tribune tomorrow morning? Former Bulls announcers Tom Dorr and Johnny Kerr. He said that's going to be the headline because we're done. We got this stuff in Michael Jordan's eyes. We're over. It's done. It was a great gig, wasn't it, Tommy?
Jason Benetti and I connected the other day, yesterday, and we were actually the day it happened on Sunday, because he called me when he found out the news, because he was in Chicago, he was doing the Cubs game, and we shared a laugh. We were silent on the phone for a second, and obviously anybody who knows JB, same deal. You love him because he had some really, just the right words at the right moment. And we were both just like, I'm so sorry. He was both of our friends. He was both of our partners. JB, obviously a longtime fill-in for the Bulls too. And we were kind of silent for a second. And in perfect Benetti fashion, he goes, do you remember when you guys did that game in the studio, the Sox game in the studio? And I just started laughing because Stacy and I did a White Sox game from studio when they played the Royals, and I knew exactly what he was talking about. There was a 2-hour or something 3-hour rain delay, and Stacy had ordered. We were doing this at the NBC Tower, and Stacy ordered P.F. Chang's for dinner, like on DoorDash or Uber Eats or something, and the guy couldn't get. NBC Tower is like impenetrable. It's like Fort Knox. and the guy couldn't find the entrance, and Stacy had ordered like $80 worth of Chinese food, and the guy couldn't find the entrance, so he ordered it again. And we never got the food during the rain delay. And then we had to call like a not very fun Sox Royals game from studio. And he never got his $175
It happened
worth
twice?
of PF Chang's. Neither person who tried to deliver the food could find the entrance at the NBC Tower. And Benetti didn't even have to bring up the whole story. He was just like, remember when you guys and the delivery guy, and we both just started cracking up, which was the first laugh I had that day. And it was courtesy of JB, which and that's not shocking at all if any of you know Jason Benetti, that he would be have the ability to do that. But that's another, like, most people haven't heard that story. Some people have, but like there's, for the next, I don't know, year for sure, and probably forever, somebody somewhere in some bar or restaurant will have a story on Stacy, and it will range from he took a photo with me to he held my kid on his shoulders to we tweeted at him and he brought us down to the floor after the game and let us take photos at center court, which I never ever thought my feet would ever touch the United Center floor, to he was having dinner at this spot and he was nice enough to like say what's up and tell me about the playoffs. Like, it's going to range from all through that. Somebody somewhere in this city will have a story on him. And I always thought like Harry Carey and, you know, like Johnny.
Leading up to the regular season. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealers. This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears. We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score update studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeat.com. Confidence should never cost a fortune. Alex Bregman drove in the go-ahead run with a 10th inning double. Cubs beat the Cardinals 4-2. Take 3 of 4 down in St. Louis. Bregman 9 for 18 with 6 doubles, a home run, and 3 driven in the series. Bregman also scoring the final run on a double by Ian Happ. Jacob Webb, 1 1/3 innings of relief pitching. Javier Assad gave up 1 run on 6 hits and 4 1/3 innings of work for the Cubs. And the great Ron Coomer, Friday staple here on Mully and Haugh, joins us next. And his next game will be 12:45 pregame here on The Score. Shota Imanaga taking on Will Warren of the Yankees, who come from the Rate over to Wrigley. And yesterday at the Rate, the White Sox had a walk-off walk against those Yankees. Tristan Peters drawing the bases-loaded walk in the 11th. Automatic runner Chase Mydroff scores. Sox 2, Yankees 1. Sox split the 4-game series with the Yankees. They go south to Tampa with a 2-game lead over the Guardians in the Central. MLB trade deadline Monday, August the 3rd, right around the corner, 5 o'clock. 41 days until the NFL kicks off, and the Bears are about to hold a practice up at Hallis Hall. This hour of the program brought to you by Jewel Osco.
Ron Coomer on deck.
And Ronnie's been red hot. He's been in the zone.
Ron Coomer.
Let's see if the Cubs can respond.
We're helping him out.
Coomer drives one into right center field. Long run, Pierre. Pierre dives, misses it. It bounces all the way to the wall.
That's a nice knock for the old hometown boy, isn't it?
Chicago Cubs radio analyst.
What a ball game. The wait is over, right? It is over. The Cubs are World Series champions. How does that sound, partner?
1999 American League All-Star.
From the American League All-Stars, infielder Ron Coomer.
The Coom Dog with Mully and Haugh. Woo-hoo! On 104.3 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. It's always great to talk to the great man himself, Ron Coomer. Joins us now on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency. Call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. Ron, good morning. How are you, sir?
I am doing great. Ikey, David, how are you boys today?
Doing well, Coom.
We're having fun, and we're monitoring the trade deadline like a couple of madmen. If you heard anything, who's getting traded? Is Tariq Skubal in the building? What's going on, and why would he not be there?
Yeah, I think there's a whole boatload of teams that are right here in Chicago that would like to have him. One we're going to play today, one that just left, and the team I'm going to broadcast for today. So I think we'd all like to have him, but I don't know. I don't know what the price tag is. I've talked to some of my friends around the league, and the price tag's pretty high. So I don't know how that's going to work. But the pressure is on for, Scott Harrison, who we knew, Scott Harrison, and see he's running Detroit and see where it lands. But boy, whoever lands him, that's a big piece to get.
One way or another, Coom, it seems that Tarek Skubal will be pitching next Tuesday night at Wrigley Field. He could be either for the Dodgers or the Cubs. And that would be fun. That would be exciting, especially if he's in a Cub uniform. But obviously, it would take a lot. Obviously, you'd have to be in a position to be willing to risk a lot. In your mind, you know everything about the Cubs. You know the player's perspective in this situation. What is the risk-reward conversation you have, or the way that you look at this?
Well, first of all, you have to, before you even look at your own players and who you would be willing to part with or something like that, you have to know that he's signable and you've got a chance of bringing him back and keeping him. If not, then you're the people you're looking that you would be willing to part with to get him, that would decrease immensely. So I really think you have to know that you're going into this thinking he's a long-term answer for your rotation, and you're gonna, it's kind of one of the moves, David, where you push all your chips in. It's like we're going for it now for a while because we've done this, and this, and now we've got maybe the best starting pitcher in baseball also. That's what it tells you. That's the 16 move. That's the John Lester, right? You brought John in, you had Arrieta, you had great position players. You're all in to win a World Series.
I think it's really interesting, Ron, as we've talked through what's happened to the Cubs this season. We know that for the second straight year, they open the year and they immediately lose a starting pitcher. And Cade Horton was going to be the ace of this staff, and everybody knew, a young guy growing into it. And who knows if he had been available at the end of the year, if the series with Milwaukee would have gone differently. They didn't really get a replacement for anybody at the trade deadline last year, but do they not owe it to their team to have a replacement in the starting rotation added, especially with JMO being cut recently and obviously Horton not there? It would be a huge disappointment if there isn't somebody coming in to help out this team.
Well, I would say from the player's perspective of sitting in a clubhouse during that time, yes, of course it would. But it's also one of those things where it takes two to tango. You got to have another group that's willing to part with their guy, and you've got to have the right chips to get him. So, it's not as easy as you think, that's for sure. But I'm 100% sure the guys in the clubhouse, including the manager, would like to get another really quality piece, in the rotation, and say, boy, you hand this guy the ball and you got a great chance to win tonight. So I would say yes. And from the player's perspective, absolutely. But it is a lot more difficult than you think. That would be my take on it. But I know from just not from anything about the Cubs, but just friends around the league, I know they're trying. I know that's for sure.
And I would think that they made that determination way back last offseason, Ron. They went out and they invested heavily in Alex Bregman. So this is a decision, a bridge they may have crossed before the season even began. And let's talk about Alex Bregman, because the past week he's looked like a guy that's the hottest hitter in baseball. 10 of 18 in St. Louis. He's going the other way. He stole Dansby Swanson's bat. He's using the heaviest one in the clubhouse. What is it that is making him so hot right now?
Well, he's doing things at the plate now that you were accustomed to seeing him do in Houston for years. He's first of all, he's letting the ball get to him, and that's pretty good, especially the breaking pitch. And the other thing, these are all real, hitting centric things that you talk about as mechanics of hitting, but he's staying stacked and real balanced. And then what that does is it allows you to put the ball in play positively all over the field. Whenever you see a hitter and his head starts going towards the strike zone and his backside starts going out even a little bit, like towards the third base dugout, if you're a right-handed hitter, that's not good. Bad things are happening. Your swing path gets bad. He's staying stacked now, and that's why you're seeing the ball that he's tardy on a little bit shoot down the right field line. And when he's on time, he hooks that ball and he keeps it fair on the left field line. And all in between, staying in the middle of the field. He's been really good. It's fun to watch, and I'm happy for him because it's one of the mental grinds that just wears on you. I mean, you have some sleepless nights, man, when you're a good hitter and you're struggling like that. It's a grind. It's a big grind.
Ron, what weight was your bat? Did you change weights in your bat? Were you aware of who had the lightest bat in the clubhouse or who had the heaviest bat? How much experimentation went into it?
I didn't experiment a lot early in my playing career, and like in the minor league career, because I played in the minor leagues a long time. Probably a few years too long, but it was what it was. And then I got to the big leagues, and Puck had swung a big bat, and I grabbed Puck's bat and I was like, and I used it in a couple games, and it took me a little bit to be able to get the bat through to pull the ball. But man, when you put the barrel of the bat on the ball with a couple extra ounces of bat, the ball just exploded. The other thing, swinging a heavier bat as opposed to a lighter bat, is you use a lot less body and you just kind of let the bat kind of flow through the hitting zone and the ball jumps off the bat. And I think for Bregman, I think it's a great thing because he had a lot of body involved and a lot of torquing and trying to generate bat speed and then you get a bigger bat and it slows the body down a little and eliminates some of that. And you just kind of use your hand. It feels a little more freer with your hands because you can't try to muscle a bigger bat. And it's working. I'll tell you that. His swings are good. Even yesterday, he had a couple of those swings where, he's kind of getting that look where his head was kind of diving into the strike zone again. And then all of a sudden it changed and boom, he hit a ball down the right field line and helped us win a ball game.
Javi Assad has been very good for the Cubs, and he is, as he always has been, I think, underrated in his contributions. They moved him up to Thursday to move Shota back to today against the Yankees. Shota's been great in July as well. Why did they make that move?
Well, I think you want to make sure that you have your best. This is a tough week. I mean, you want your best pitching against these two teams, because you really want a chance to win. And I think, I never think it's a bad thing for Shota to get an extra day. I just don't. I always think, and I've never asked Counts this, but Shota is not a big guy. He's not, like J-Mo was big, 6'5", 240 pounds, big dude. Shota's not that guy. So I really believe that for Shota, it's probably better for him to always get an extra day if possible than not in this 17-game stretch without an off day. So I like to move whether the Yankees were in town or not, but then you add the Yankees and Dodgers coming in. He's going to get a chance to pitch twice, a pitch against both clubs, and that, that's good. And the other thing, you started it off, Assad has been good. He's a guy, man. I know the sinker ball guy is not popular in our game right now, but he should be popular because that kid can pitch and he takes the ball in any kind of situation and he gives you quality innings. He just does.
We were talking a little bit about Milwaukee and how because they've got Jacob Mizorowski, if they could make a deal for Tariq Skubal, that would be sort of the, the old Arizona team of Randy Johnson and Kurt Schiller, whatever way you want to look at it. How tempting would that be for a team that has been pretty good and been in the mix and has won a little bit in the playoffs but hasn't been able to break through? Do you expect, and it would be against the nature of the organization to go all in on a guy like that, but their name has come up as interested in him, and you understand why. Tampa, another team that doesn't do that sort of thing, their name has come up. I'm just wondering, how tempting do you believe it is to get a guy that good available as a rental player when you think that maybe that could be the way you could win a World Series in a one-off situation?
No, that definitely takes whoever gets Skubal and takes them from being a playoff team, let's say, to one of the favorites. And in particular, if you get him and you've already got good pitching. So, there's no doubt that that's a game changer for sure, whoever gets him. The other thing that you keep in mind in there, the reason why I think there's some teams involved in this that you don't normally hear, the player agreement is up at the end of this year. So there's going to be different rules next year. So, teams may be thinking, well, this might be our year to do this. And then the different rules change and, maybe that's going to help us sign that guy back, or, everybody's going to be on an even playing field or more of an even playing field. So maybe teams are more apt to push the chips in a little bit, Mikey.
As Pete Crow Armstrong continues to do things that put him in the forefront of any MVP conversation, Ron, statistically, he has struggled a little bit the last couple of weeks. He did have a big day yesterday, and certainly the home run a couple days ago was huge. Are teams approaching him differently, pitching him differently? What do you see in the constant sort of evolution of Pete Crow Armstrong?
I think he's just fine. He's missed his pitch a couple times in the last few days, David. But the things that he didn't do, he wasn't way out in front. He wasn't, falling over or, having some bad balance to play. He just missed his pitch. He just a touch underneath and fouled pitches back. And then I think sometimes for him, he starts trying to figure out what they're going to do to him late in the count. And they've thrown some pitches that he wasn't looking for. And that's all just kind of experience, right? He's just, the more he plays, the more he'll understand what they're trying to do to him. And kind of tendencies when you're watching a ball game from the player, you're watching a game and you're playing in it, and you're paying attention to the tendencies of the catcher and what they're calling in certain instances against guys that you think, I used to always watch certain hitters in our lineup, and I'd be like, okay, that's what they're doing to him. That's the out pitch. They might do that to me. And you register that in your brain because that's what's working for the guy today on the mound. I think for Pete, as he grows into this game, he'll understand more and more of that. And maybe he does now. I haven't talked to him about it, but I wouldn't do much to change him right now. He's one of the best players in all of baseball.
Do you monitor that? Because he, could be an MVP. There's just kind of one guy that's a problem, and we saw that Shohei Ohtani's knee was barking yesterday, and they sat him out of the lineup, so he's not going to be pitching in a while. Does that mean that PCA is now a favorite for the MVP? If Ohtani can't pitch the rest of the way, does your mind go to, well, Pete could win the MVP, or does your mind go to, well, the Dodgers are going to trade for Skubal?
Yeah, I don't. To be honest, Mikey, I haven't paid much attention to the MVP. I just haven't yet, and kind of where that would fall. I have a hard enough time just keeping up with our own ball club and how I'm doing.
Ron.
But yeah, You know, that's a full gig for me. You know, I always joke about the Chicago public school education. That's as far as I can get, buddy.
You know,
I'm worrying about us.
Yeah, and as you kind of focus on the Cubs, they won 3 out of 4 in St. Louis. They are really playing well over the last 4 to 6 weeks. Coom, I just wonder, was this a tough week in the context of the entire season because Jameson Taillon, who's a very popular teammate, was let go, and it's part of the reality of professional sports and certainly Major League Baseball. But as well as things are going, was that a difficult thing for the Cubs internally to process?
I would say for the players, yes. For the staff, probably yes for a day or so. For the players, maybe a few more days. But I think what happens in baseball is the schedule gets so, repetitive day after day after day, in particular right now because Cubs are on a 17 games in 17 days stretch, that you don't have a lot of time to, kind of sit back and think about, this is a problem. Boy, we miss him. You just don't have time to do that. So I think the first couple days, yes, because guys' normal routines get changed because he was a part of that. And then you play the third and fourth game of a series and you move from one city to another and you're like, well, I just got to get back locked into what I'm doing. And that's kind of how baseball is and always has been because of the schedule, David.
I'm curious when the Cubs are now 5.5 games back. They've kind of gained a half game. We always talk about how many weeks are left in the season. You can pick up a game a week. Mm-hmm. Do you think that they're still in the mix of the division race, or are you looking at it as they're in a great place in terms of making a playoff run?
I would say both.
Okay.
You still have a full series to play Milwaukee.
Right.
I believe we go back to Milwaukee for 4, I believe. Right? If I'm not mistaken. And we got 4 against Milwaukee. And I think what you want to do, you want to win your division. That's first and foremost if you can. But boy, you get into the playoff dance and then anything can happen, and we've seen that. So I would definitely be pushing to try to win the division without question. You get on a roll of 3 or 4 wins in a row and they lose 2 out of it, but you gain a couple games. Now, one series, when you go there and play them, can change the whole outcome. We saw them do that to the Cubs. How many years ago was that? Before Counts got here, Cubs lost 4 or 5 games in the last week and a half, right? And the thing flipped over, and the Cubs did not win the division. So it can happen in a hurry, that's for sure.
Great stuff, Ron. Great catching up with you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Coom.
Well, absolutely, boys. It's going to be a fun weekend with the Bombers in town. I got some old friends here, so should be some fun and a packed house and a crazy house at Wrigley this weekend.
That sounds awesome. All right, that's Ron Coomer. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Hey, Sox fans, what's going on the South Side? Find out with former White Sox world champion manager Ozzie Guillen every Wednesday morning at 8:25 a.m. with Mully and Haugh.
Plus, Steve Stone throughout the season giving you an insider's perspective on this up-and-coming White Sox team.
Red, Norm Van Leer. I kind of always just thought that they were like men about town and they could walk in anywhere and like they didn't have to pay for a dinner or a drink or whatever like that. That's kind of how Stacey was, and I never thought of him that way because he was just our buddy. He was our friend. He was our colleague. We don't think of our friends necessarily in that manner, but that's what he was to a lot of people. I imagine Stacey, when people, say, oh, that guy was the life of the party. When I think of life of the party, it's not the guy who barrels in through the front door and starts screaming and yelling. That's not who he was. He's the guy that glides in through the front door, has a different aura about him, and not only does he differentiate himself because of that, he then decides, well, I'm going to get everybody into this and pulls everybody in a little bit closer where you do interact with the people around you. And I'll tell you this quick story and I know we got to go. The juxtaposition of Stacey to me when we were in Paris for the Bulls playing the Pistons and On one night, we're sitting at a 5-star hotel in Paris eating escargot and listening to him tell all those Turkish mobster stories and his travels in Europe and the Hollywood starlets he rubbed shoulders with and the actors that he could shake hands with. And then I was like, this is the coolest thing in the world. And then the next night, he rips his suit pants from thigh to ankle when he gets on the bus to go to the arena in Paris, France. So then we have to eventually staple his pants shut for the broadcast. Mark Brady did yeoman's work there. And then right when that happened and we're getting adjusted and sat down at our broadcast position, he looks across the way and sees Victor Wembanyama, 19 years old, not drafted, and goes, that dude's about to change the league. And what do you know, 3 years later, that's the case. And in the very next moment, as if it was a completely natural occurrence, he introduced me to a person. He said, Adam, this is Magic Johnson. And I turned around and suddenly I'm shaking hands with Magic Johnson and meeting Cookie. And then he just sat down as if that was just a very normal occurrence. That's the juxtaposition, but that's also a great representation of pulling people in.
At the United Center.
They're not just in town; they're like in residence, right?
I find it funny because they performed Monday night, but last night it was empty and dark because they took the night off. But they're back tonight.
They can't go 2 in a row.
That's load management.
That's load management.
At this stage of their careers, they don't go back to backs.
How long has Rush been around? That's a
long
while.
time. I felt like I saw them every other summer at Alpine Valley in like the 90s. Seriously.
They're in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
They were.
Are they in the?
They had their longtime drummer Neil Peart had passed away, and they now have a female drummer, and I'm told she is just killing it.
Sheila E.
No.
Rush originated in August 1968.
Wow.
In the Willowdale neighborhood of Toronto, Ontario.
Yeah, I knew they were Canadian.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is remarkable.
Wow, that's unbelievable.
And
they formed in 68?
It says that they originated in 68.
So they're
some alterations along the way.
What would they be? Like that you're 20 years old when you're starting your first band?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, maybe.
They've got to be late 70s, mid to late 70s, I would think, unless they were teenagers. Still, they're in their 70s, maybe a couple guys in their 80s, not quite sure. Maybe they have they've changed lines a couple times like a good hockey team, but end up in Canada. But they probably are still.
When you say
Geddy Lee is kind of the face of the band.
Yes.
He's 72.
72.
How about that?
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Bassist, lead singer.
It's a great run.
Yeah.
They're back tonight. I imagine there were a lot of guys in black T-shirts and blue jeans standing in line.
How old were the men in black T-shirts?
They were probably contemporaries of the band. Yeah, there we go. Now we're going.
Well, I mean, this is one of the all-timers.
It's an all-timer. It's an all-time band.
Name the movie, Mully, that this song is in.
Oh, you
come on! One of your and I's favorites that we play a great quote from on this show.
What?
Vision Quest.
Vision Quest. The wrestling movie.
Oh my God!
Vision Quest.
That's David's girl.
Madonna.
She was just in the World Cup.
Yes, Madonna. That's a Madonna movie.
Crazy for You.
Doesn't she have a big hit out of that movie?
Crazy for You. Great song.
Great
Madonna,
song.
1986.
Who was the actress?
Song, this song.
I don't
Who was
know.
the actress in that movie? Who was the
actress? Yeah, Matthew Modine is
Rosanna Arquette.
No. She was like this super sexy actress that did about 5 movies, and then
I think it was
gone.
Rosanna Arquette, wasn't it?
No. She was in. You're thinking of
Linda Florentino.
Okay.
Carla.
What am I
Eric
thinking?
Skubal's day is done at Comerica Park. You never know where life takes you. We don't know. He doesn't know. Tigers fans are thinking one thing. Thanks, Tarek.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. That is audio of Tariq Skubal's presumably last start for the Detroit Tigers. He's likely to be traded before the Monday deadline at 5 p.m. local time. And the Cubs are interested. We know that, round up some of the unusual suspects. They include Milwaukee and Tampa, teams that aren't known for doing that. The Dodgers have the capability, and those are the teams that are mentioned most often but there's, Atlanta's mentioned. There are teams mentioned, and there are a lot of teams that be interested in trying to get Tariq Skubal.
Seems inevitable. He's going to be traded. It seems like the Tigers have no other choice. They're not in it. It's unlikely they'll contend, and you don't want to let them walk for nothing. So they have an opportunity, frankly, to change the franchise. When you trade one guy as valuable as Skubal is to them and what he means to other teams that you mentioned, they're going to get a king's ransom, and this could change the course. It could change what their farm system looks like. Now, the Cubs are in the mix, but so are the other teams. And I think that, and maybe people have thoughts on this, from a Cub fan perspective, you could accept the Dodgers swooping in and making the deal because they have unlimited capital, it seems. They have all the prospects, it seems, and they get everybody, right?
And Ohtani's having an issue.
And Ohtani going down makes them more urgent in their approach. You can accept that, I think, as a Cub fan. I don't think you could accept it if the Brewers get him. I don't think that you would think, that's just the way it goes. Oh, not this year. So nice try, Jed. Way to go. Good try. No, I don't think so. Okay. I think that you would be mad. Mad if the Brewers get him.
Well, we talked yesterday to Jeff Rigger, who is a talk show host in Detroit at the Ticket, and he had an interesting reaction to the people, the Tiger fans. Would they be very upset to lose Tariq Skubal? Let's listen.
Here's the one thing about Tariq Skubal that's going to really irritate people and really irritated Detroiters. There's times when he doesn't go deep into games and people wonder if he could have gone deeper. Like prime example, last year, Game 5 in Seattle, had to win the game to move on to the ALCS. Skubal leaves in the 6th inning. So the 7th inning, he's gone. And he was at 99 pitches. Tigers are up 2-1. They blow the lead. They end up losing in 15. This town lost their mind on Tariq Skubal. It's weird because Skubal's won back-to-back Cy Youngs. He's a bona fide superstar. He's the best pitcher in baseball. But Detroit, some of them hate the man because he came out early in that game. So in the postseason, he doesn't have his money, guys. He wants to be a free agent. A lot of what Tariq Skubal does is what Scott Boras wants him to do. So if you get a Tariq Skubal and he hasn't signed his big contract and you're in the 7th inning of a massive playoff game, I don't know that he's going the distance. He's not vintage Justin Verlander throwing 130 pitches.
So, in other words, you're going to trade for a guy. You're going to trade a king's ransom for a guy. And he may change your fortunes. He may get you into the World Series, but he's not going to be Yamamoto if you get there.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. He's not here yet.
I'm not dissing him. I'm just saying this is what they're talking about in Detroit, and this is what
I'd love the chance to find out. I'd love the chance to find out because I don't know that. You're in that situation. Maybe Boras intervenes, but boy, it would be a great situation. It'd be a great problem to have to complain about Tariq Skubal not going into the 7th inning or the 8th inning of a game that he leads against the Dodgers in the NLCS. Nobody throws 130 pitches anymore. I mean,
I know, but I'm merely pointing out Yamamoto is a good reference point because he ended up as the MVP of the World Series a year ago, a very tightly contested World Series where this is a guy that came back into a game and pitched on virtually no rest and did something extraordinary, and his team won as a result of his performance.
That was a good insight into Tariq Skubal and the Detroit point of view and what's going on there and why Scott Harris probably will have no other choice but to deal him. But I think the Tigers media or fans, that sounds like it's the rationalizing losing him. And, well, we're going to lose it. He didn't really go in the seventh inning anyway. This is a guy that's the best pitcher in baseball. And he changes the complexion of every team or any team that gets him. It is interesting that the suggestion is that he's not competitive enough to go into the seventh inning.
I think the suggestion is
I
think honestly, the suggestion isn't that he's not competitive enough. The suggestion is he understands there is a mountain of money waiting for him. And he doesn't, because of the agent, because of the advice he's getting from Scott Boras, he doesn't want to put himself at risk in any fashion. Again, they removed bodies from his elbow earlier this year, and he wants to have a clean bill of health so he can earn the contract that is out there in the offing for him. I think that's a
heck of a suggestion.
It is.
I mean, it's a heck of a suggestion without hearing from the player and without hearing from.
That is what he said. I mean, we talked to a guy yesterday who said that. You're right. Maybe that's.
I'm reserving judgment. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of rationalizing going on probably for any team that loses him and fan base that has to say goodbye to the guy that gave them the most hope that they were. The Tigers back at the beginning of the season were a team that a lot of people picked to win the American League. And Tarek Skubal was the biggest reason why.
Well, they had improved their pitching staff with him and around him. They held on to him, and you thought they were going to have legitimately as good a pitching staff as there was in baseball. And it certainly hasn't turned out that way. And they've had their share of issues, of injuries, of poor performance, and it's not happening for them. But you're absolutely right. There was this feeling that they were going to be one of the contenders, and it never came to fruition. Part of it was because they lost him for a stretch.
Yeah, and it's hard to replace a guy like that in the middle of at the top of your rotation. And the injury, the concerns I would have would be more of the injury that he overcame, the loose bodies in his arm, which he seems to have recovered from nicely. So that's something that, I think there are two different things. One, would you trade for him this season and give up the prospects that are necessary? And secondly, are you able to sign him long term? I think those are two different conversations.
Entirely. I don't think you're having the other conversation. If you're Milwaukee or you're Tampa, you understand this is a pure rent a player.
So I don't think that you have to look at it if you're the Cubs or anybody else. Like if you trade, do you have to be willing to sign him long term before you trade for him now? I don't know that you have to make that determination. You have to be willing to have those conversations, but he's going to free agency regardless of whoever he gets traded to, because Scott Boras is his agent. He's going to the open market. He will test it, and then you'll have to compete again with the Dodgers and the Yankees and the Red Sox and all those teams that spend. But right now, it's more prospect capital, which makes it a little bit more difficult and tricky for the Cubs.
Oh, it's for everybody. For everybody that would go and get a player of that caliber, what the asking price is. And again, I think part of the problem is there's not one team involved in this. There are multiple teams that might be willing to give up what the Detroit Tigers are looking for. I think part of the problem with Detroit is they understand that they're not going to pay him. They're not going to be able to bring him back. They're not going to be in the playoffs. There are too many teams ahead of them right now. And there is no point in them hanging on to a guy when he's leaving them at the end of the year, and all they get back are the compensatory selections. That's just not enough when you trade him now. And it's a unique situation. They put themselves in this position, and now they almost have to trade him to try to get as much as they can to turn their franchise around, because unfortunately for them, they don't have a methodology of keeping him.
So Tuesday night might be the night, it looks like, if that is his scheduled day to pitch. Let's see, he pitched last on Wednesday.
Yep.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Could pitch Monday, could pitch Tuesday. If he gets traded, maybe give him an extra day to acclimate. But if he's dealt to the Dodgers, he's pitching against the Cubs Tuesday at Wrigley. If he's traded to the Cubs, he's pitching against the Dodgers Tuesday at Wrigley. Either way, he could be on the mound next week in that Dodgers-Cubs series. That would be something.
It would be amazing.
That would be something. And yet it would be worse from a Cub perspective, I believe, that if he were on the mound for the Brewers in a Brew Crew uniform pitching for Milwaukee to extend their lead over the Cubs and put themselves in a position to be the favorites in the National League.
He'd be a problem for 5 innings, then you don't have to worry about it.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
I know you hate that idea. But it's just interesting. It's interesting to take into account all of the information we have. That's all. I mean, I think the guy's a hell of a pitcher. I've watched too much of him pitching, frankly, him being in the division. I think he's an excellent pitcher, and I think it is not often that you have a trade deadline where the best pitcher in baseball is going to switch teams and potentially be in a position to try to win a title for
Randy
somebody.
Johnson did that way back when, right around 2000, 1999 maybe. CC Sabathia did that about 15 years ago or so. Max Scherzer did it once at the deadline. Somebody made a good reference to David Price. Remember him? I think he went to the Tigers, or he moved around at the deadline when he was dominant in the day. It's rare, though, that you see a guy considered the best pitcher in the game moved at the deadline, because of usually those guys are either under contract or the price is simply too high for people to pay.
The prices get out of control. All right. We've got Mike Palm. We'll bring Mike in next.
Yes, but first you get a chance to win 2 tickets, pavilion tickets to Moe and Humphreys McGee at Hunter Pavilion August 15th, provided by Ravinia. Tickets and more information, visit ravinia.org. But right now, 6th caller, 312-540-0670, 312-540-0670.
And we want to remind you that coming up at 10, Rahimi, Harris, and Grote will be broadcasting live from Gallagher Way outside Wrigley Field until 12:45. They'll be followed by Zach Saban's pregame show, and the Cubs then take on the Yankees. It's Pat and Ron, first pitch at 1:20, crystal clear FM quality on 104.3 The Score, and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs radio network. And we should also let people know that Dustin is going to be out there on Saturday, tomorrow, and he will be doing the pre and the post. So that's a special added incentive for anyone that wants to make sure they hear what Dustino
Only local broadcast
has
tomorrow.
to say. Yes, and hopefully the game will go off. We'll be right back with Mike Palm. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Circa Sports presents Palm Saturdays with Circa's Vice President of Operations, Mike Palm, on 104.3 The Score. Tomorrow morning from 8 to 9 a.m. Live from Bar Canada at the D from downtown Las Vegas. Mike covers the latest in the sports wagering landscape, from Chicago's teams to the biggest games from coast to coast, along with great guests. It's Palm Saturdays with Mike Palm, presented by Circa Sports on 104.3 The Score. Watch live on YouTube and Twitch.
This segment of the show, it's brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Confidence, it should never cost you a fortune.
Okay, Chicago. Now, did you know Geico...
Thinking of the other one.
You're thinking of the one, Desperately Seeking Susan.
Yes, thank you.
Wow.
And the other Madonna movie.
That's got Aidan Quinn in it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Linda Florentino. Yes. Oh, back in the day.
You
Yes.
remember that? I'm just saying.
I do remember
she
that.
was a beautiful woman.
I do remember that. Matthew Modine. Vision Quest was quite the 80s movie.
Yeah, that was a great movie.
It was a great movie.
That's a great...
Let me tell you, kid, it was pretty glorious.
That scene, that's what we've played before. That's the guy who takes the night off from his...
He's the cook at the
hotel
that he works at.
And he goes to see the kid wrestle, and he tells him a story about seeing Pele hit a bicycle.
Well, I bet you that tonight, when I walk out of the United Center around 6:30-ish or 7, that there will be a lot of people in line that I could quote Vision Quest movie lines, and they would know exactly what I'm talking about.
That's
Feb 15 of 85 release date.
All right.
Yeah, that's right. I start crying.
Oh, yeah.
Very underrated movie.
Yeah, it's.
totally.
I mean, that's a very underrated sports speech.
coming of age, great speech.
Vision Quest. That's hysterical.
80s good decade for movies.
I can
really
see,
good decades.
I could see Dustin in the day getting on the, doing
We used
that
to
climb up.
We
the,
used to carry a railroad tie up a hill at Crestview Park in Elmhurst because the guy that Modine,
was wrestling again.
Shoot.
Yes.
Shoot. I think his nickname was Shoot. And we used to put a railroad tie on our back, and we would walk up a hill at Crestview Park.
That can't be good for you.
No.
I mean, I've done some crazy things in conditioning back in the day.
Did a lot of conditioning things that were not good for me.
The railroad tie on your back is a good way to crush your back.
155 to 118 in 4 weeks.
You lost 37 pounds?
In 4 weeks.
As a teenager in 4 weeks?
Going into...
Were your parents on vacation?
It's interesting. My dad was actually working in England for a month. Well, it ended up being like 12 weeks, but he was gone for a month. Yeah.
Where was he in England? Just out of curiosity.
He worked for Mars Candy Company.
Right, that's what I'm
And
wondering.
he was I don't remember what part. He was teaching them. He designed the one by one candies that you get for Halloween.
Yes.
So he created that line. He crafted it. And so he went there to teach them how to do the same line. So he was back and forth, but he was gone for like 5 weeks straight.
Well, that is not to disparage your parents, but if you
football,
have a
back then, there
teenager
was no-
going from 155 to 118, that would be
grade.
concerning as an eighth grader.
Eighth grade.
Eighth grade.
Going into eighth grade.
How much did you weigh in eighth grade?
155.
Holy
That's husky.
cow. Yeah.
That's a husky.
I had those.
That's a husky
I had those
teenager.
Russ corduroy pants from Zayers to prove it.
That's a husky teenager.
Sayers.
You had to be. There was no stripers then. If you wanted to play, you had to be 118, and then you got a pound a week to go up. 1 pound a week.
Wow.
But I have to stand there basically with my jock strap in the middle of the park to weigh in, and then throw all my gear on to play.
Brandon, you're going to have to cue Glory Days, another 80s guy, as Dustin talks about his wrestling career.
That was football.
Oh, football.
Yeah.
All right.
That was dropping weight to play football.
Both.
What was the dumbest exercise you tried for football? Did you get into taking the tractor tires?
Oh,
and
we used to move the tires. Yeah, we used to have this hill, a la Walter Payton, the training hill.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And we would wear our the most comfortable farm boots, and we would have to run up and down the hill in farm boots, and it was quite a scene.
I remember doing a thing where we wore like the equivalent of combat boots running on a beach.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing. Just the idea of like running in sand on kind of weight.
But now that you say that, now I'm imagining you in that scene in Rocky with Apollo Creed and Rocky, and you are running side by side with your soccer teammates. And then at the end of it, you are hugging and jumping. And
if you want to imagine
elation.
Me and Rocky, think of the character that kept catching shots to the face and eventually went down.
In their half shirts.
The guy, I can take a bunch. Move.
Don't want no rematch. Don't want no rematch.
Golden Gate,
Vegas! Vegas, baby! Vegas!
host of Palm Saturdays on 104.3 The Score.
Why don't I take you somewhere that you've never been? Where's that? Vegas?
Let's head to Vegas with Mike Palm, sponsored by Circa Sports Illinois. Sports betting the way it should be on 104.3 The Score.
Remember, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
I don't care if the sun don't shine.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 104.3 The Score. Always fun to talk to our guy Mike Palm, and he joins us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. And make sure you tune in tomorrow from 8 to 9 as Circa Sports presents Palm Saturdays featuring Mike Palm, and you'll be able to listen on The Score in the Odyssey app or watch live on YouTube and Twitch as Mike breaks down the latest in the sports betting landscape with a Chicago flavor. It's all presented by the official sportsbook of the Score, Circa Sports betting the way it should be with no bet fees. Mike, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great. I'm just wondering okay, the World Cup's dead. We know football's starting to begin. People are interested in that. What is moving the book these days? Is there any value in trade issue? Do people care, or can they wager on where the big stars move or who might move? Or what is it that feeds the sports book in this particular time?
To answer your last question, no, not particularly that you can bet specific teams and maybe some offshore markets, but not in the regulated books in the U.S. You can try to get ahead of the trades if you know something in terms of futures to win a division or to win a pennant or to win the World Series. So that's certainly interesting, and it's going to be an interesting next couple of days, especially in the American League where very few teams are out of it, right? Everybody's in at least a wild card hunt, and then you probably have 4 teams in the AL Central race. So we'll see what happens there. I have to be honest with you. When you look at volumes here outside of baseball, it's the WNBA. The amount of interest in the sport in the last 3 years is really quite incredible. And more WNBA games are broadcast now, whether it's on ESPN, ABC, or you had 2 games on Prime last night. You have the 2 games on ION tonight. Here's a good metric, I say. Before Caitlin Clark joined the league, we had 1 person that worked in our risk room that wanted to book the WNBA. Today we have 6 that want to book the WNBA. It's fascinating, the rise in popularity, also the rise in betting volume.
Mike, when you have one player like Tarek Skubal that is so obviously going to affect the balance of power in the majors, or depending on where he goes, do you anticipate that having an effect on betting the next day, the day after, or within hours of whatever team he joins, teams or people doubling down or betting on that team to win, to win it all, perhaps?
Yeah, it'll be immediate, David. As soon as the trade is announced, you will see people. It obviously depends where he goes, but you will see people trying to get ahead of that with that team. And of course, as soon as we hear the news, we have to make a reaction and move the market before we even take a bet, anticipating where it's going to go. I think only Skubal and probably Mason Miller are the 2 guys that would move the needle the most.
Do you anticipate a lot of action, Mike, when you just look at it as you're preparing for how you're going to lay out what team winds up where?
Well, you got the early indication last night the Twins are going to be buyers. I'm like, I get they got the walk-off with Clemens' kid yesterday, but yeah. I could never fear that my White Sox futures for the Twins, because the bullpen is bad, and they got if you watch the Twins every day, like 6 of the 9 position, or 6 of the 8 really position players are playing not their natural position, right? They're all out of position, and Buxton can't stay healthy, but they went out last year when they traded the team off because the Pohlads thought they were selling it and gave away everybody cheap. And now this year they're not going to trade Joe Ryan, and they're making moves to get relievers. So in the American League, I think it will be fascinating. In the National League, I just think it's harder. Even if you're the Cubs, you're going to likely be the number 1 wild card. That means you're going to have to win a wild card series, maybe the Phillies, but then in some order beat the Dodgers and the Brewers in the next 2 series. So how much do you want to give away of your young talent for a rental that you're only going to have for 2.5, 3 months?
Well, that's an easy question to answer, because your metrics change immediately if you get Tarek Skubal. But my question would be, why would you watch the Twins every day?
Well, but David, if you're betting, you watch all the time.
Okay, that's a good answer. That's a good answer.
I have a friend who's a huge Twins fan. He grew up in Duluth, and so I hear from him every day, right? So no matter if I want to know or not, he's talking about the Twins.
I'm really curious to see what the White Sox do because, we talk about the need for a starting pitcher. We talk about they need a catcher. I don't know who's out there for them and how they're going to protect their players, their future, while also trying to be aggressive in doing something. And I look at them and I see three different future players that may be brought up to help them out of the bullpen.
Yeah, I would. If I'm the Sox, I think they have to get a starter that's under team control for at least the next 2 seasons after this, right? If you're going to start giving away talent, I would look at obviously everybody will, but like an Emerson Hancock from the Mariners, something like that. It's interesting when you're so far ahead of schedule where you thought you would be. Now you have to react to it. They lose the first 2 games to the Yankees, especially Monday night. I was very upset because nobody coming off that Sunday night game and traveling wins, right? 7 straight teams had lost. They were up 3-0. I thought the Yankees were begging to get blown out, and they lose that game, and then they lose Tuesday. And I said, oh, boy, here we go. This is the beginning of the end for the White Sox. And they bounce back with the rally, and then they win a pitching duel yesterday. So, in Chicago, you guys got to be feeling good. The Cubs take 3 out of 4, and the White Sox rally in that series. So, hopefully they're both playing in October.
Great stuff, Mike. That's as much a prayer as a hope. But
have a good weekend.
Buddy.
Thank you, fellas.
That is Mike Palm. Always good to chat with him. It's Mully and Haugh. We've heard from Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson has spoken, and we will hear from him next. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Cubs and Sox fans, the MLB trade deadline is coming up Monday at 5 p.m. And 104.3 The Score is your trade deadline headquarters as the trade winds are blowing on both sides of town.
There was a report last week saying the Sox were going to be more aggressive than thought at the trade deadline. How does Kyle Teal's injury affect what we're seeing happen around this?
Pretty much every team has lack of catching depth. The White Sox were at the top of the list at the start of the season.
Keep it here as we approach the MLB trade deadline on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
Hollywood Casino and Hotel Aurora is calling. All new casino.
Sometimes our old friend Doug is roused to share his anger and his thoughts on a horrific Bears law. Doug, is that you?
We are live from 6 Heavenly and 6heavenlythescore.com. I'm your host, Doug Buffone, up here running around with a Ron Santo who's been clicking his heels all week because he's as mad as I am.
Wait a minute. Santo has heels up there. Oh my
You get your legs back when you get up here. That's not the point, boys.
What is the point?
I've had it. I could kick a tomato can down a grocery aisle and pick it up before the Bears finds a win at the end of that game.
Hit the bull in the ass with a banjo.
I don't even understand.
Oh, you couldn't hit it. If it was stapled to your hand, you couldn't hit it. And I'm mad at the coaching, okay? Like a nice woman at Blackjack's Gentlemen's Club, it starts at the top. All right? You start with the top.
When you saw Tyreek Stevenson with his back towards the line of scrimmage,
yeah,
how did that make you feel?
Okay, his Stephenville kid, whatever, his Stephen Center, Convention Center guy, I don't care. He's out here waving around like a T-ball player picking dandelions. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to come down there this week. I'm going to dig up Chris Conte from whatever Circuit City he's managing, and I'm going to get him back out on this field.
All right, Doug, it's really good to talk to you. It's really good to hear you. We're glad you're doing okay.
Doug Buffone's thoughts on the games are brought to you by Zares. Come into Zares this holiday weekend. We'll take care of you. And don't forget to stop by Marshall Fields. We're going to Marshall Fields. Look in the window. You know what? If you're a Bears player, look in the window and see your own reflection. Who do you want to be?
Just out of curiosity, you said you were at the Bears. What can you tell us about their 2 draft picks? The first 2, Theinman, you would have seen him at Purdue, and of course Logan Jones.
Might be partial as Iowa guys.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad they're not at Iowa anymore. I'm glad they're with the Bears, and I'm glad he's not at Purdue anymore and is at the Bears. But here's the first thing. So I've been head coach 18 years. I've always gone to a spring OTA with my coordinators. We go all around the NFL, and I've never gone to the Bears.
Oh, wow.
And Ian Cunningham and I are very, very close, a great dude. And I talked to him about going last year. We didn't make it happen. And obviously he went to Atlanta, right? But this year I was looking at going to 3 places. I was looking at going to the Seahawks, the Bills, or the Bears. And schedule just didn't work for those other 2. And I hit Ian up, and he connected me with Ben Johnson. I've met Ben before, but not been close. So he connected us. Ben literally hit me up that night, said, come up, we can do whatever we can. And they don't bring a lot of people up there. And I can tell you this, the practice that I witnessed, nothing schematically we'll talk about, but like the organization, the detail, the communication. I always say the greatest thing you can bring to an organization is communication and consistency. And what I witnessed, in my opinion, 18 years ago in NFL camps, Ben is just on top of everything. Everybody in that building speaks his language.
Yeah.
I'm a huge Bears fan, right? So I grew up in the era, the Super Bowl shuffler in '85. I was 15 years old, right? Yeah. So I've been a Bears fan for a long time, and to see the way they're led right now, and to see the organization behind it from personnel to schemes. The Bears have an unbelievable setup. They got 4 practice fields. They, in my opinion, would be one of the top 5 facilities and organizations in the entire NFL. Like you'll be surprised when you go to some of these NFL buildings and facilities. It's a complete shit show, right? And what I'm sorry, but like just the way he handles and organizes everything. And Poles came up to us right away, opened his arms up for us. Like I just think those things come back to you tenfold, and it's really really.
What was your impression of Ben Johnson before you met him?
So when he was at Detroit, I'd actually, a good friend of ours, Jay Kaiser, who's now with the Jaguars, chief of staff there, had been around him at Miami, and he said, hey, keep your eye on this guy. He's a guy that you want to be around. And a lot of those coaches on his staff were guys that were at Miami with him. He didn't on his original staff hire friends and buddies, but he brought a lot of guys back from that organization that he knew and he selected. But like his just football IQ, and when you got a quarterback, I'm telling you, I've been around a lot of quarterbacks.
4-3 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station. The Score! Scoreboard Update.
Score Update Studio. It's brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. Well, we're the #1 regression candidate. That's just part of what Ben Johnson just told the media up at Hallis Hall. You're about to hear a good portion of it next with Mully and Haugh right here on 104.3 The Score. 41 days until the NFL season kicks off. Later today, specifically 12:45, Cubs baseball back on the air. Shota Imanaga will warn. The first pitch will be right about 1:20. Yesterday down in St. Louis, Alex Bregman drove in the go-ahead run in the 10th inning with a double. Cubs take care of the Cardinals 4-2. They take 3 of 4 on the road. They're 62 and 47, 5.5 back of the Brewers for the top spot in the division. Meanwhile, on the south side yesterday afternoon, Tristan Peters drew a bases-loaded walk in the 11th to force in the automatic runner. That was Chase Mydroff. Sox 2, Yankees 1. White Sox split the 4-game series with the Yankees. They take their first-place game down to Tampa to take on the Rays. Nick Martinez for the Rays. Eric Fetty for the Sox, who have a 2-game lead in the AL Central over the Guardians. 5 o'clock on Monday, August the 3rd. That's MLB's trade deadline. The Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Confidence should never cost a fortune.
No, you're right. You know what I said to the staff the other day was, I go, guys, this is the best part of coaching the Jacksonville Jaguars. You don't have to make up telling your players stuff.
Yeah,
you don't have to make up the fire. You don't have to make it up. It's given to us every day. Yeah. And it's like a welcome. It's a gift from the heavens. From you just scroll. I just go pull up my phone, look at the NFL Network website, and just pop up here. And
any column.
Curious if I see any photos or anything about the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think I'll just scroll right on through.
You keep going. Yeah.
I think I'll see 40 pictures of Caleb Williams, and I won't see a single thing about any of our players on here. And so it's beautiful because, yeah, guys, this is great. Thanks.
The gift that keeps on giving.
I'm going to tell all these guys how much you all think they suck, and we'll just keep going.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. That is the voice of Liam Cohen. He is the Jacksonville Jaguars head coach, and he was commenting to 1010 XL AM in Jacksonville about what he feels is a diss to his team that Caleb is not only on the cover of Madden 27, but also featured in different places because he's a popular quarterback of the Bears.
Yeah, what a fool, really, because you are a coach, and it's one thing to want to find ammunition from other places and slights and perceived slights and all those things, and that's coaching 101, right? Every coach does it, and Liam Cohen's coming off a 13-4 record, and they had a great year last year, and maybe he feels they're a little disrespected. But you don't ever really, if you're a coach, it's almost like protocol. It's accepted. You don't really speak of another player on another team as somebody getting too much hype or too much praise. You don't do it for about another coach. It's kind of like that's where he went wrong. So he kind of put his foot in it a little bit. He's kind of a second-year head coach who doesn't always say the right things, but he did probably put his foot in it a little bit.
Well, I mean, he's desperate to try to get some attention, and Caleb is eating it all up. I mean, you can't blame Liam Cohen. Ben Johnson spoke this morning and was asked about Liam Cohen's comments on Caleb Williams.
With Caleb, I don't know if you saw this, but Liam Cohen of the Jaguars said it's very easy to motivate his players because nobody ever talks about them. All he ever hears about is Caleb Williams. I'm curious what you think about another coach throwing his name out there and whether you're dealing with the opposite situation here of hammering to your guys not to believe the hype.
Well, we're the number one regression candidates, so I think we got plenty of motivation ourselves. We talked about Caleb in the past. He's used to handling a lot of attention, so I'm not worried about that.
That is a very good way of handling it from Ben Johnson.
Dismissive as ever. I think that puts Liam Cohen in the Matt LaFleur category as far as coaches that are, kind of pay no mind list.
I mean, put him back on the pay no mind list. It's so weird. We are at least talking about Liam Cohen, and I'm sure that would satisfy his urge. I don't know that we're talking about the Jags players, but Liam himself is getting the attention he seeks.
Jacksonville's a good team. They are a good team. But they are in the Jacksonville market. There are certain things that you accept and understand. Typically, when you go in and take a job in a place where doesn't get the amount of attention that other teams in the state of Florida or just in bigger markets are going to get. I don't know why. You can complain about that. He can use a disrespect card. It's just when he ran afoul is that when you mention another player, because now he's furthering the perception. The way the NFL is, you know how it is, that he gets aggregated. People are talking about this, and now the perception grows that Caleb Williams is overhyped.
Yeah, but I mean, we talk a lot about Caleb Williams because guess what? He's coming off a real breakthrough year, and we're looking to see what happens. And I'll tell you what, Ben Johnson couldn't be more accurate in the fact that in other places nationally, the Bears are considered a big candidate for regression. There is a feeling that they may have done things a little bit too unusually with last-minute plays, etc. But it happened, and we all saw it, and now we're wondering how Caleb gets better, and can they get better, and can they start doing things throughout the course of the game and not just with the last-second plays. That's legitimate stuff to talk about. I don't think anybody is overhyping the guy.
Well, I think, though, what he's probably referring to, what's happened with the Bears nationally is kind of actually it's not all that logical because you have a consensus that's growing that Ben Johnson alluded to. They are a top regression candidate. Teams are analysts have looked at the Bears as one of the teams ripe for regression when they play a first-place schedule.
Right.
But in the same kind of breath, there are a lot of people who are saying, you know what? Despite that reality, Caleb Williams is an MVP candidate, and he's somebody that should be talked about in those terms. And I think that both could be true, but it is a little bit incompatible that you're talking about a guy that's going to be rise to the level of play to be an MVP candidate, and the Bears are also going to regress. If he's an MVP candidate, the Bears are going back to the playoffs and winning the division. And I think that's the thing that I think is probably the most annoying thing about the rhetoric outside of Chicago to maybe guys like Cohen, because they do hear a lot about, I think that Caleb Williams is ready to take that step, the cover boy for Madden, that kind of thing. That probably bothers him. Ben Johnson is plugged into what he can use as ammunition himself, is that everyone thinks the Bears are, kind of take a step back.
All right. Ben Johnson didn't just talk about that. There were a number of kind of intriguing issues that came up regarding different things. Now, he has been on the record before saying that he's buying stock on Luther Burden. It's always interesting to hear Ben Johnson talk about a guy that is entering his second year and could have a breakthrough if indeed you're willing to buy stock on him.
Ben, you mentioned in the spring that you felt like there was maybe more in Luther's game to unlock. Specifically, what intrigues you about kind of expanding what you thought he was?
Yeah, well, he was somewhat raw as a route runner when he got here last year, and so it's just been slowly developing that route tree. I think Coach Randall L. and Isaiah Ford, they do a great job with them. When you have a hungry player like that, it makes it a lot of fun because you can introduce new things, and he's got his own little flair to it. The way his body moves, his start and stop, it's a little bit unique for such a big guy, and that's what makes it kind of fun. I've been around a few guys like this that they're wired in a kind of way where I don't know if it's at an early age, but they feel like this is their destiny. This is where they're supposed to be. And I feel that from him. I think he knows how good he can be. And in his mind, that's probably top 5, top 3, top receiver in the NFL. I haven't talked to him specifically about that, but the way he goes about his business tells me that.
Are you wired that way?
I suppose.
That's an interesting follow-up question. Good by Patrick Finley. We'll get to Ben Johnson in a second. He just said that Luther Burden III has the kind of skill set and the kind of mentality that he suggested he could be a top 5 receiver in the NFL. He said top 3, top 1. Ben Johnson has put a lot out there in terms of expectations for Luther Burden. He must really see something that he believes is rare.
David, I think we've known that for a very long time. You remember the day they drafted him, the celebration in the draft room, the high fives, that was a guy that they really wanted. And there's a reason he wanted that guy. It's pretty wild that he backed it up by not only saying I'm buying stock on him, but now saying he believes he can be that kind of a receiver.
And it's funny because we had this conversation back during OTAs when Ben Johnson said originally that he's buying stock in Luther Burden. You might want to, and we always talk about floors and ceilings and potential for players. And I said something that got we always get a lot of pushback. I'm not sure if it's from Dustin or listeners or both. Luther Burden can be to the Bears what Justin Jefferson was to the Vikings. And I said that's the idea, right? That's what he's alluding to. And now he's putting him in those terms of top 5, 3, and 1. When you look at Justin Jefferson's numbers last year, 80 catches, I think right around 1,000 yards. Is that unattainable for Luther Burden this year? Based on what you just heard from Ben Johnson, is an 80-catch season, 1,000 yards, and say 8 or 10 touchdowns out of the realm of possibility for Luther Burden III?
No, it's not out of the possibility.
That's a
why.
Big year.
But I'll tell you why. Because when I hear Ben Johnson talk about him, I listen to Ben Johnson hearing or seeing that this can be the Amon-Ra St. Brown of my offense. He sees a guy that he believes can be the centerpiece of their offense. And those are the kind of numbers you talk about if indeed he is that player. Now, you can't produce multiple players like that out of an offense, but if he ends up being the featured receiver of the Bears offense, and remember, they're down a receiver, right? They've changed the receiving core, and we haven't heard the same sort of backing up of Rome Odunze.
You just don't hear that about Rome.
No.
You don't hear that kind of those kinds of expectations being attached to his season. And I do wonder, it's largely irrelevant, but it's also not, you don't want to forget. I know it's not irrelevant. It's relevant, I think.
It is relevant.
Ben Johnson wasn't here when they drafted Rome Odunze.
No, he was not.
And I do wonder if they had drafted a receiver that high in that draft, who it might have been or what they would have done, because that influence was the reason why Luther Burden is here. So no, it is not irrelevant at all. I think it does matter. And I do think that while they still believe in Rome Odunze, it's clear that there's a difference in tone when they're talking about Luther Burden III.
I mean, you're talking about the difference between a quarterback who was the number 1 overall pick, a wide receiver who was 10th overall selection, 9th or 10th? 9th. And then you're talking about a guy that they had like a party for the minute they got him because
they thought they stole him because his first-round talent who fell to the second.
And that tells you a lot about what the coach thinks of his skill set. And clearly he's improved his route tree and his ability to run different routes within this scheme. And Ben Johnson has produced a number 1 offense in the NFL before, so he's looking at him as a featured player in what he puts together.
The Amon-Ra St. Brown comp, I think in terms of production, might be a good one. Stylistically, they are different.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, that's why I look at like Jefferson as a guy that I obviously
still speed.
If you're the size, the speed, his toughness. You hope that he's a mirror image of that, because you'd like to see him take a hit, get back up, and do it again, and then do it again.
Yes,
it was impossible to keep Amon-Ra St. Brown off the field, and you hope that Luther Burden has that same sort of dog mentality. He does seem to have that. He does seem to be a guy that is relentless in his work ethic and his approach, and that's what I think Ben Johnson's responded to as much as anything.
Yeah, and I'm not predicting that he's going to have better numbers than Justin Jefferson. Well, I mean, it's an accomplished player who's had stellar seasons in the past. But what I'm saying is, when you hear Ben Johnson talk about him, he talks about him like that. He talks about him like he can be a top receiver.
Mully, last year,
those numbers aren't outrageous.
Justin Jefferson was number 1, is recognized as probably the one or two. Chase or Jefferson or Chase. 84 receptions, 1,048 yards, 2 touchdowns in 17 games. If those are Luther Burden III's numbers this year, you wouldn't be shocked.
You might be disappointed there aren't more touchdowns.
Right, you would be. And the texter points out, and it's a good point, Colston Loveland could be the focal point of the Bears passing and receiving game, but there's room for everybody, and I think that's why you look at this offense and it's so dangerous, because you do have so many options, and that's why when you heard Ben Johnson asked this morning about his offense, why he was asked if he could envision 2 wide receivers with more than 1,000 yards in receptions.
Coach, you've got so many pass catchers, and they've got their egos and goals. The rest of their Rome's talking about 100 catches, 1,000 yards. But as a philosophy for you, do you see it more advantageous to have 2 guys with maybe 1,200, 1,300, or do you see 4 or 5 guys with 700?
Well, I would say probably my history would say it's spread around a little bit more, but it doesn't have to be the case. We're going to do whatever we feel like gives us the best chance to win. And so that's what's healthy about this time of year is we are evaluating every single route that these guys are running, whether they get the ball or not. And we're gonna know who's the best, Puma runner, Bolt runner, Go runner. We're gonna have a good idea of that as a coaching staff by the end of this thing. And so they're earning the right to get become the primary receiver on as many pass concepts as possible. And when you have, like you said, a lot of talented players, they take a lot of pride in that, and that's what gives you great practices. That's what makes the defense better, and we'll become a better team because of that.
It's a really good answer, and it's a very interesting one because that tells you what he looks for in training camp as much as anything else. And I feel like Luther Burden has the ability to become a featured player in his offense. I feel like Colson Loveland has the ability to be a featured player in his offense. I'm not sure where I am with Rome Odunze. And I don't know that he's going to do enough in training camp. You know, I think that from what little we have been able to see, that there are other players that may be more featured than Rome.
Yeah.
I have yet to see Rome
I think
out.
you're right. I think you're right. I think it's also, it depends weekly on the scheme and the matchups and the way that the sequence of play calling and all those things fall into place throughout the course of a game, which I think, you know, back during the Lovie Smith era, really the last time that they did sustain success, you had a defense that did have stars. You had guys who were, one was a Hall of Famer, the others were standouts, and you had guys who were individually very accomplished. But what did we say about the Lovie Smith regime? You know, the star of the defense is the defense. It was always the defense. It was always the cover two and how guys found ways in that to stand out. I think with Ben Johnson, you know, we're talking about Colson Loveland leading the team in receptions. Oh boy, Luther Burden, he's going to be like Justin Jefferson. What about Rome? And what about all these things? You got to remember, the star of the offense is the offense. And that's the beauty of the Ben Johnson arrival, is that you have a quarterback and you have an offense. And as good as Caleb Williams is and is deserving as he is of this MVP conversation, it's about the offense. It's about the play caller.
That's I was just going to say.
It's all about that.
The star of the offense is the play caller.
Well,
I do believe
who's installing the offense and the scheme and the way that he's getting guys open because of the matchup he sees and exploits on a regular basis.
And if you catch his attention for whatever reason, he sees something he can use from you, you're going to be a featured player from the star of the offense.
That's how Kyle Monangai goes from a 7th-round pick to an indispensable part of your offense. That's how DeAndre Swift revives his career. That's how things happened last year. And frankly, that's why they deemed DJ Moore expendable. That's why he was traded for a 2nd-round pick, because could they survive the loss or absorb his absence? Yes. You know why? Because it's still going to be the same offense and the same guy calling the plays and finding those weaknesses and figuring out how to exploit them.
It's really interesting to hear from him on this subject, because I think that what we are all talking about is the same thing, which is the growth of an offense from one year to the next. And that will be featuring other people in different ways than they were featured in last year's offense. The growth of an offense is what we're talking about here. They got to get better, and they got to get different than they were a year ago.
Yep, no doubt about it.
All right, we shall return. We'll be right back. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on The Score.
The reaction by PCA to the home run. The last time I saw a bat drop that good was by one Kyle Schwarber in 2015 in the wild card game.
PCA is a superstar, and I got a lot of people telling me on social media and stuff like, oh, PCA is not that great, blah, blah, blah. It's like, look, if you don't want to believe your own eyes, I don't know what to tell you, but you're watching a star do star things. That was a star moment.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio 104.3 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment of the program brought to you by Packy Webb Ford.
All these guys, the arm talent of Caleb is like insane. He rolled out to his right and threw a ball down the field that I just sit there and shook my head. And now the respect that he has for his head coach is through the roof. And you know, I began to see it last year because I saw it in Detroit when he was at Detroit. So most NFL teams suit out 8 offensive linemen every weekend. When he was at Detroit, 3 of those 8 offensive linemen played for me. Frank Ragnow, there's an offensive guard, Kevin, and then Dan Skipper, who's a big kid that caught tight ends, caught balls for him. 3 of those 8 offensive linemen played for Ben, and all of them would jump on a sword for him. And when you have players that, in the NFL, the big difference in college and the NFL, well, it's a little bit different now, but at that point, they're providing you a livelihood, the ability to feed your children. So when you have a coach that can take you to a place you've never been, you'll do anything for them. And I knew Ben had that as an offensive coordinator in Detroit, and now he's got an entire football team at Chicago that's feeding off that. And I would just tell you, buckle up, Buttercup. It's about for the Bears. It's going to be really, really good.
Steve, what type of ball player were you?
I played in college, Division III basketball. I was pretty good.
Wow.
I could play. I played in the Garden my senior year. Then I lived in Vegas for many years, so I played with all those guys, Larry Johnson, and I know Greg Anthony since he was in high school, and Ricky Sobers, and there was one place to play in town, which is, I'm not joking, it was called the Sporting House. It is now Sapphire's Strip Club. That is where everyone played, and you had everybody there, all the UNLV Rebels, all the guys, if they would come to town, they would play, and it was some great runs there. Yeah.
Who's the best famous actor ball player that you've played with?
Woody Harrelson thinks he's good, but he was no good. He played with us. No good at all. He thinks he's good. I think Adam Sandler's okay when he was younger. I think David Duchovny could play a little bit.
Did you ever play at Larry Sanders' house? Larry Sanders used to have those.
Yeah, they used to have a game, but I don't know. I don't know if they were any good. I mean, Sarah Silverman was in the game.
Yeah.
I mean, she could be good. I mean, I don't know. I like Sarah. I like them all, but they used to play on Sundays there. Yeah, I don't know. Woody Harrelson really thought he could play. He's a way better actor than he is ball player.
And of course, I meant Gary Shandling, who played Larry Sanders. But yeah, those were legendary games. So we're going to Vegas in a couple of weeks. Our good friends at Circa are bringing us to Vegas, and I didn't realize you were the talent booker at the Riviera for a long time. Is that true? That's insane. Who's some of the big acts that you booked at the Riviera at the time?
Dennis Leary, Bill Maher, Richard Belzer, Rosie O'Donnell. That piece of garbage, Ellen DeGeneres, David Spade, Rob Schneider, George Lopez. We could go down the line. Ray Romano, Kevin James, Drew Carey.
Wow. You've had
and on and on and on,
You've had a few different lives there.
Yeah. Well, that's how I started acting. I was booking the comics, and then Bruce Baum, Kevin Pollak put me in a couple of their HBO special and Fox special, and kind of got the acting bug, took some lessons, started auditioning, and that's kind of how it all started, like that. But it was those guys. I worked with comic Bruce Baum, and he was very helpful for me at the beginning. And, then I just started taking it from there, and then I came to New York for a wedding, and I auditioned for The Sopranos.
When you're in Sopranos, while it's going on, not looking back, did you know that you guys had struck gold with the
manager would like to get another really quality piece, in the rotation, and say, boy, you hand this guy the ball, and you got a great chance to win tonight. So I would say yes, and from the player's perspective, absolutely, but. It is a lot more difficult than you think. That would be my take on it. But I know from just not from anything about the Cubs, but just friends around the league. I know they're trying. I know that's for sure.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. That is our guy, Ron Coomer. We spoke with him earlier in the program. And obviously, here we are, heading to the final weekend of the baseball season before the trade deadline.
And the Cubs are trying. They're trying to get Tarek Skubal, trying to get a top-of-the-rotation starter if they can't get the most sought-after pitcher in baseball. And they go back at it today at Wrigley Field, 120 against The Yankees.
Right.
Will Warren on the mound, right-hander for the Yankees. Shota, who's had a tremendous month of July, his ERA is below 2. He's on the mound for the Cubs. They pushed him back a day for this moment, and I think it's because, as Kuma alluded to, giving him an extra day makes sense. He's still going to always be the guy that, for years in Japan, pitched once a week.
Yes.
And pitching every 5th day is a bigger adjustment for him to pitching once a week. So an extra day never hurts, and so you respect that, and you hope that he can help the Cubs take 2 out of 3 from the Yankees. I don't think they have to sweep. The Yankees are good. I know the Sox just split with them, and they gave the game away, but the Yankees are good. So 2 out of 3 would be great.
The Yankees have really good pitching, and they obviously are battling through a period of time where they've lost a lot of slug, and they're figuring out other ways to score runs.
Yeah, and so take advantage if you're the Cubs. Shota, and then the weekend, it's a primetime game, Saturday night, only local broadcast right here on The Score. And then Sunday they close it out with, they face, I think, Garrett Cole on Sunday.
Right. Garrett Cole on Sunday.
And
Fried on Saturday night.
You're gonna be there.
He's the
Let
man.
people know you're going to do pre and post game.
I'm honored to be filling in for Zach.
You got to be loving that. That's a big night to be there, weather permitting.
Morning, Chicago.
He told me he's better than Zach, and he's going to prove it this weekend.
I've heard him say that in the hallways. I didn't know that he brought that to the air.
It's pretty shocking.
I thought that was the only thing he said
gutsy,
off
dusty.
the air. Did
No
he say
shot.
Did he say that on the air? He's better than the ginger-haired genius?
No shot.
He said that he's better because he's not ginger.
I
That's what he
believe
said.
Zach is on Sky duty that night.
Yes, he is.
He was excellent, by the way, with the Sky last night, and the Sky came through for him.
Zach, Layla, and Alyssa Bergamini, they did the Sky game last night. Tremendous work, and the Sky came through.
They said that the Sky won specifically because they were pleased with the attention.
The Sky covered the Sun?
The Sky over Sun, I don't know how the Air did against the Earth. I'm not sure they played.
The buzzer now sounds, and that is going to do it for this game. 86-65 the final score. The Dream take down the Sky with a huge second half push. It really was a big third quarter, 32-18 scoring edge for the Dream that led them to this victory over the Sky.
Cloud dribbling out the clock. 3 seconds to go. And there it is. Victory number 10 on the year for the Sky. Beating the Connecticut Sun 94-88. Camila Cardozo leading the way with 26 points. And Carrington playing a big role in her season debut.
Zach sounds so happy. Zach sounds so happy.
Well, he wasn't in St. Louis anymore.
And enthusiastic. That's great energy. And I know he and Layla hadn't worked together before, but you couldn't have told it after last night. Both of them had good experiences. And, yeah, back at it tomorrow night. Opening the door for Dustin to Wally Pip Zach.
Who are they playing next? The Sky.
Aces.
The Aces.
Ooh, from Las Vegas.
Yes. Okay.
Didn't think I knew that.
That's a tough one. Aren't the Aces pretty good?
Yeah, they got one of the best players in the WNBA.
What's the spread, Mike Paul?
And their trade deadline is Sunday evening. The WNBA.
The WNBA trade deadline?
Is
Yes.
Sunday evening.
Who's going? Who's coming?
And the Sky is poised to make a huge move.
Okay.
Kelsey Plum is the big trade piece out there.
Not to Chicago.
Just in general.
Is she coming here?
She's the Tariq Skubal.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that.
Is she coming here? And you couldn't hear it, but
I don't know if
the
she's
answer
lefty or
was
not.
a shaking of the head no.
I don't think so, yeah.
No.
That would be a shocker. That would be a shocker. Well, the Skies, that was their 10th victory last night, so they beat a team that has been having a more difficult time. But trade deadline, Sunday for the WNBA, Monday for Major League Baseball. Which team will make the first move, Cubs or Sox?
Oh, I thought you were asking about the Sky.
No.
I was stuck for a
Sorry.
moment. I would imagine that the Cubs' big move will take a little more time. I think that will bleed into Monday.
Here's the thing.
And
You don't have to wait until Monday to make a move.
Well, but
you
if
could
you're-
make a bullpen move, but I guess you want to protect all your assets before you make. That's the tricky thing, the timing of this, because you still need a relief pitcher. You still need a reliever.
Yes, you need a closer.
I don't know if you're going to get a closer.
All right. Well,
but if the
you need
Tigers are
one.
dangling Kenley Jansen,
Bring them all in.
another power arm in the bullpen.
You don't want to do that as a separate.
Why
trade.
aren't you on that, Dustin?
I have a good feeling about Daniel Palencia. I think he's going to be well rested to the point that he could get 5 and 6 out saves down the stretch.
When though?
Mid-August.
Yeah, that's the only problem.
5 and 6 out saves are not the thing that you want to look forward to. That's a desperate move. Outgetters. Outgetters.
I think if the guy who's been taking care of business in the back end of the Cubs bullpen now, like if you have those two, that's a
Jacob Webb.
That's a pretty nice 1-2 punch.
They're getting Hobie Milner back soon from his appendectomy.
There was a whole bunch. Council ran through like a whole slew of Cubs pitching things. Justin Steele is going to be with the team this weekend at Wrigley throwing live BP.
Don't get him. Don't trigger him.
Ben Brown.
Do not trigger. It's
Ben Brown is throwing a ball.
9:34. No, my God. Time's passing.
Stop it.
You were stopped cold by Justin Steele mention.
Deep breaths. I'm just not going to get triggered today. I'm not going to get triggered today.
Where'd you find that stuff?
I'm not saying he's going to pitch for the Cubs. Well, that's in the vault. That part. It depends on which stuff you're talking about.
You sent an email out this morning with
Cabrera,
6 different Cubs on there with injury reports.
You want me to run it for you?
No, I don't.
Okay.
There's bad radio.
Let him run through it.
Shush. Cabrera. Okay.
That's your inner librarian.
Run through it if you want. I just don't think that it's productive to sit there and wait and talk about Justin Steele.
I'm guessing tomorrow's injury report is brought to you by Northwestern Medicine. Okay.
It is. That's good. It's very good.
Palencia, mid-August return. Milner, amid a rehab outings, will have at least one more. Cabrera's first rehab is today out in Iowa. Also mid-August.
1 of 3.
Brown still, quote, pre-spring training mode. A ways away from throwing off a mound. Haugh swinging a bat, but still a ways away from a rehab assignment. Steele will be with the team this weekend throwing off a mound.
No,
I like the pause that he did with it.
Yeah.
The dramatic pause for Justin Steele.
Well, I was seeing if that was better radio, because David said if I read it, it would be bad radio.
Well, I just don't think it's productive to sit around and talk about what the Cubs can't use and what they don't have.
Well, I think 4 of the 6 notes are of interest. 4 of the 6.
Cabrera, yes. He's going to contribute. Palencia, okay. I think so. I hope so. Milner,
you brought him up.
I did bring him up. I like the sidearm. I like the sidearm out of the bullpen. That's a good weapon to have. Ben Brown, I'm not having much confidence that he's going to contribute
Brown
this
and
year.
Steele probably not worth mentioning.
So if the Tigers want Ben Brown, I mean that might not be I might not pause there.
And has Haugh taken his last swing as a Cub?
One can hope.
Wow.
No,
I thought he was one of your guys.
No. This is the only reason I'm saying it. Okay, everything is in the context of Scooble today. This is Scooble Day, as Sully in the Tribune put it. Everybody's doing a little Scooble diving.
Let's go back to Jeff Rigger and talk about what he said about Scooble.
Oh, the unfair.
I'm trying to trigger you.
The unfair characterization that Scooble's a quitter.
Well, that's what fans think, David. That's what. If I was a Tigers fan, I would be lockstep with those fans over that.
I think it is too. You're giving up one of your top prospects, or maybe 1 or 2 for Scuba just for a couple of months. You better hope you win the World Series with that.
You want to be in a position to do that.
Yeah.
And I don't mean disrespect to Matt Shaw. I just mean if Matt Shaw has taken his last swing for the Cubs, that means he has been traded for Tarek Skubal. And I would much rather see Tarek Skubal in a Cub uniform than see Matt Shaw at the plate again.
Clarification moment. Would you only trade him for Skubal, or would you trade him for any starting pitcher?
I would trade Matt Shaw for the right starting pitcher, not just Skubal. That's a good question.
Thank you.
It would have to be the right guy out there. And it's a high price for a rental. The one thing that Coombs said is we had coming into this segment, I don't necessarily agree with, and I agree with most of everything Coombs says. But I don't know that if you trade for Skubal, you have to be prepared or committed to signing him.
So you have wrapped your mind around the idea of bringing in Skubal as a rent-a-player, as a short-term, let's fix a problem with the pitching staff and then win a World Series and move on.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. What if they don't win the World Series? Then you've paid a lot of money.
I'd have some reservations,
yes.
But I would also respect the move and the boldness. Nobody, I think, regrets or cares that the Cubs didn't sign Aroldis Chapman at the end of 2016, and they gave up an all-star in Gleyber Torres. And Gleyber Torres deserves a ring, but nobody missed him. Nobody.
He's available again. I just don't know what good he'd do for you.
He missed the reunion, though.
Yeah.
I don't think that you worry about that stuff if you get the guy that you believe is the answer to, if not now, when. Well, that's what you think of when you think of making the move for Skubal. That you don't worry about what Matt Shaw may turn into if you win the World Series, and he is a big reason why.
Right, but I mean
and even if you get there, if you get there,
do you get? And I don't know if Detroit has to give it or MLB steps in that guaranteed World Series victory that comes with a move like that.
I don't think that you get.
I don't think you get that.
Nothing in life is guaranteed, Mully.
That's the problem.
Nothing in life is guaranteed. Getting a lot of feedback on the text line. Jeez.
Well, we just got some from John Heyman, too.
Dun, dun, dun.
Casey Mize was scratched from his start tonight, so that's something
Plot thickens.
Add into the Skubal
Plot
watch.
thickens. Casey Mize to the Sox? Casey Mize to whoever? Casey Mize to the Cubs? I would be a little let down. I was
just going to ask you what you thought.
I would like Casey Mize in a Cub uniform.
Would you give Shaw up for Casey Mize?
No, I think that's a big price there. I don't know that I would do that.
Okay.
I don't know that I would do that.
You seem desperate to get rid of him.
I don't seem desperate to get rid of him. One can hope this is Haugh's last show as well. Get out of here with that backtracking. What am I backtracking about?
I don't know.
What did I backtrack? It says, hey, David, if you don't want to talk about pitchers coming back because of injury, then stop talking about trades either because they're not productive as well.
I really enjoy this one. This is from Peoria Matt, as often the greatest texter.
He is.
I hope Skubal doesn't bat flip. That's for our guy, Dustin William Rhodes.
Kevin, or not Kevin, it was he also asked if I would be wearing a vest in the booth with Pat and Ron.
Of course, that's a silly question.
Peoria Matt asked that?
Peoria Matt asked that.
You're going to be wearing a vest tomorrow, right?
You know what? I might even wear my Cubs vest because I'm not allowed to wear it here.
You can wear it there.
You are allowed to wear it here.
You're amongst friends.
The only difference between you and all humans is you will not wear any article of clothing that has a symbol of any kind on it. That's your decision.
Logo free.
And that is,
most of the time.
yes, and that is no one else's decision.
I would go with the vest. It's going to be it might be a rainy night.
Yeah, you might want a rain vest.
At Wrigley, yeah.
Yeah. But you're like Ray Rayner. You wear a vest because you got all sorts of notes.
Ray Rayner.
And you reach
a Ray
in
Rayner
and pull
reference.
out
I love that.
Whatever the next cartoon will be.
Truth be told, it's like my man purse. Instead of wearing like a crossbody bag, I wear a vest.
Well, when did you give up the man purse? Last week or was that last month? I can't remember.
I used one once. The time before last that we were in Disney, and my wife said, it worked today because we had a lot of stuff going on. Mm-hmm. That's the last time you're using that thing.
I'm trying to look up Casey Mize and his situation.
European satchel.
It's a satchel, right? That's the right word for it, actually. Satchel.
The man purse.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a better way to describe it. A satchel. Don't ask him to spell it. So Casey Mize. Casey Mize is a rental as well, right? He's got a 1-year deal, but he's under team control. I got to look at this here. How would you feel about Casey Mize on the Sox? If he's traded there.
Listen, unlike you, I don't have certain prospects burning a hole in my pocket, and I just want to get somebody here. I would like to see what the cost of such a move was before I give it the rubber stamp. If I'm allowed to do such things.
Just don't get any splinters hugging all those prospects.
Oh, my God. Splinters?
Tree hugger. Prospect hugger.
It's just, again.
We're devolving here.
I thought I had agreed this morning that there could be a trade. I thought I had wrapped my mind around it, and I was willing to give up prospects, but now I've been called a tree hugger. It hurts. It hurts.
It's a big day. It's a big day. It's a big weekend, and we're going out to Gallagher Way next.
Save the whales. It's isn't that what a tree hugger would do? It's Mully.
We have something to give away first.
Oh, please.
We do have to give away the 6 callers to the Scores contest line, 312-540-0670. You win a pair of tickets to see Spiegel and Holmes live, featuring Raymond Harris, the founder of Elite Mindset and Performance and the former Bear. Following his time on the broadcast, attendees can enjoy an exclusive book signing celebrating his new book, Control the Controllables, Mindset Pressure, and the Power of Control. That's all August 11th at the Blue Cross Blue Shield Performance Stage.
We got a full house out at Wrigley, and we're heading out to Gallagher Way next to talk to Layla and Marshall and the great Mark Grote as well. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Hey, Chicago. It's Pete Crow Armstrong.
The 0-2 on the way to Crow Armstrong. Hit in the air to right field. It's deep. It's back toward the wall. Beavers at the wall. That ball is gone. It's a home run for Pete Crow Armstrong.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh Show. Mornings 5:30 to 10 on 104.3 The Score.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy.
Importance of the show, like it just seems like the acting was so good on every level that it would have been hard to not believe that it was going to be a success.
Well, if you talk to the guys that were there from day one, I mean, I came on the second season. If you talk to Michael and Jim, used to tell me, and nobody knew that. Michael even thought it was like a farce, like it was a comedy. He didn't even know what to think of it, on paper. And Jim figured he'd just do the pilot, make some money, and move on. He didn't think it was going to be a hit. And then the reviews came out, and they were the most glowing reviews that you could ever get. It was like incredible. They were saying it was the greatest thing in pop culture ever, and on and on and on, all these big publications. Now, by the time I got there, I remember early on I happened to be shooting that day, and that's the day they were the first cable show to be nominated. 16 Emmy nominations. It was the first cable show, and it got nominated for 16 shows, and that kind of took it to a whole nother level, And so as you're doing it, it's really good stuff, really good material. It's just kind of incredible. You're looking forward to getting the script. It's that good, So as time went on, it took a little while, but, don't forget, they shot that first season. Nobody even knew who they were,
It's amazing.
They're shooting on the streets and nobody knew who they were.
It really kind of kicks off this entire era of prestige TV on cable and on HBO. And the whole concept of the anti-hero, which was not like a brand new thing, but really building a show around it. Because then you get Breaking Bad, you get even shows like The Shield, and like other shows started to pop up where the anti-hero was the thing. You're a sports fan, you're a sports guy. Do you root for the anti-heroes? You root for the bad guys who are great, or do you root for the good guys who are nice and clean, seemingly?
Bad guys in what way? Poor performers or bad people?
Bad people. Like they're human.
Dennis Rodman?
They're human flaws. Their frailty is obvious, like Tony's was. You know what I mean? Do you root for those people?
Listen, I think Tony Soprano, he didn't look like a TV star at all, right? Here he is, the star of the biggest show. He doesn't look like that. Usually it's a slick, good-looking guy. Here's an overweight, balding guy. Looks much older than what he is, but yet he's a tremendous actor. He's a terrible, Tony Soprano is a terrible person. He does everything under the sun. He kills people. He steals. He does drugs. He gambles. He, cheats on his wife, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yet we want this guy to succeed. We root for this guy. We love this guy. And I think that's mostly in the performance, of course, and the writing.
I guess what I'm asking is if you're an Aaron Rodgers fan.
You know what? Believe it or not, I'm not a football fan. I'm a big Yankee fan, a big Knick fan. I don't follow football. I just don't. Even though I got a movie coming out in December, Hallmark movie with the Buffalo Bills.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. We, of course, broadcast live from the Score's Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Thanks to them. Thanks to Jacob Stutz. I think he's already out at Wrigley.
He's already on his way.
Helping with the broadcast.
He's excited to
He's
get there.
the man. He does a great job, and we miss seeing him on a daily basis. And thanks to him for twitching away with us, and thanks to everyone for calling and texting and emailing.
Moto, thank you for listening on this Friday. It's July 31st. Happy birthday, Cam Smith.
Oh, there you go. Cam, happy birthday.
Colleague at CHSN.
Yeah,
and
good man.
Friend of the program.
And thanks to our executive producer, he is Dustin William Rhodes.
So I'm really excited. I've been on vacation long enough. I'm tired of being bossed around by my wife. I'm ready to boss somebody else around and develop a football team. And it's all about development. Okay, player development, team development, positional development, and developing the intangibles, the mindset, and the identity of your football team.
I love intangible development. That's pretty awesome. And thank you.
Throwback football coach
Brandon
Kurt
Fryer.
Signetti.
Oh, he's the SIG, I believe.
Thank
you, Brandon, for your great work.
Scooble.
Okay, sorry.
Scooble.
Yeah. David's
Scooby-Dooba-Dooble.
He's having another attack. May it happen, David. I hope you have. I hope all your dreams come true, buddy.
Could be a big weekend.
And we're getting out to Gallagher Way, where we find Layla Rahimi. Layla, great job yesterday. You brought luck. Luck be a Layla tomorrow night, too.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you. I was not even the only Layla at the game. Layla Lacan is a starter for the Connecticut Sun, so, good name. But, yeah, Sky win. We hadn't last year we didn't get to see a Sky win because we did 7 games, and unfortunately we were 0 for 7. So we are off to an excellent start on the broadcast. Thank you. And we found Jacob. Jacob is here.
Yes. Oh, good. That's good to know.
He appreciates you missing him.
Marshall Harris is also there. Marshall, you look beautiful, and I can't even see you.
Well, I've been doing a lot of self-care lately, so hopefully that holds
How
up.
was the movie, buddy?
Oh, my goodness.
Yes.
Spider-Man, Brand New Day was amazing. I encourage everyone to go out and see it. It was emotional. It had great action. It hit all the tenets of a Spider-Man movie.
Ooh.
That's how a Hollywood producer gets his job done.
Wow.
Fantastic stuff.
Impressive. Good
Grote
review.
time! It's over Grote time!
What's going on? Beautiful day out here at the Way, the Gallagher Way.
The Way.
The Way.
It
Is the
is.
SIG at the Way?
The SIG?
Dustin kept calling Kurt Signetti, who's known as SIG.
Oh,
the SIG.
I like the SIG. That's a good
The
nickname.
SIG.
He might deserve
the
Like, you're the
after what he
Grote.
did last season.
This is going to be a really fun. There's going to be some fun crowds out here because as we look over Gallagher Way, and since I got off the red line, there is a consistent flood of Yankees fans. I love interleague play at Wrigley Field because it's always Wrigley Field, Chicago, destination. So they're all there's Yankees fans right in front of us right here, as a matter of fact. They're all waving to us as we are sitting here.
They
so
got
we
here
are
early,
one
too.
big happy Chicago New York family.
What are they
got here
waving
super
at you?
early.
Yeah.
Because we just mentioned them.
Yeah,
They
they
don't
have
know.
a-
They can hear us.
Which finger?
Which finger are they
Are
waving?
they
at
wagging?
you?
Oh, no.
All of them.
Friendly.
No, they seem very friendly.
okay.
Although there was a guy who walked by and
Huh?
just put his thumbs down as we did that.
Friendly
from
New
where?
Yorker? That's an oxymoron.
Can't hear. Sorry.
Tell them
Can you
that they,
Texas.
Oh, Texas.
We have Yankee
technically
fans from Texas in the house.
Oh, okay.
Technically,
Well, welcome. Welcome.
we're
to our
in the
fair
Midwest, so stop being rude.
I like it. And yeah, what a day! Were we already hear from Ben Johnson this morning? Like this is a
Good stuff,
busy
too.
sports day.
He's
yeah.
on my schedule. I love him.
How are you going to break it all down, guys?
Well, guys, we are going to start by talking about just the vibe. You know, that is Cubs
What's
and
up?
Yankees at Wrigley. It is a fun experience. Susan Waldman, who I've looked up to for many years, the standard for radio broadcast in New York, the analyst for the Yankees, is joining us at 10:10. We are excited. Liam Cohen had a comment about Caleb Williams and the Bears, and I think we need to discuss. And then the counterpunch that was answered with today by Ben Johnson when he was asked about it. You can't count the White Sox out. We'll talk about it at 10:45. Alex Cohen, the Marquee Sports Network play-by-play announcer, joins us at 11 o'clock. Herb Howard at 11:25 with a Bears hit.
Bears.
11:45 we'll do halftime. 12 is 5 on it. And then getting into a little more from what Ben Johnson had to say at 12:25 before we get you ready for Cubs pregame at 12:45.
Have a great show.
Bears.
Scooby-Doo.
This segment is sponsored by Hattie B's Hot Chicken, born in Nashville and breaded in Wrigleyville. Hattie B's Hot Chicken is heating up Wrigleyville, now open right at 3649 North Clark Street, serving your favorite southern dishes and sides. Heat level ranging from sweet and smoky to all the heat you can handle. Visit HattieB.com or download the Hattie B's app to place your order today. Leaks, clogs, or burst pipes, Chicagoland depends on Plumbers 911 for any plumbing emergency. Available 24/7, Plumbers 911 connects you with highly skilled, local, licensed, and background check plumbers who show up ready to work. Service you can trust. Backed by
In Highmark Stadium, which was a lot of fun. But I don't know. Aaron Rodgers is kind of an ass, right? I don't know.
Nailed
That's
it.
what I read. I read
Nailed it. Way to play to the Chicago crowd, Steve. You nailed that. Killed it.
Listen.
I resent Wani saying, "Where's Lawrence?" That's my catchphrase. You know what I mean?
Is it your catchphrase if you're not actually saying it, though? It's just about you?
That's a good point. And is it my catchphrase when it's just a dude asking a question? Just a guy wondering where
Once
somebody
there's
is?
T-shirts made, though, I feel like you're at a certain level with it. Once people are asking on the street.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
it beats the other catchphrase I was using, which is, "Did I do that?"
Oh.
Cowabunga.
Cowabunga. Dynamite.
Don't have a cow, man.
Cut it out.
Cut it out. Tell you, hearkening back to the day. What about just Yo Joe?
Got options.
There's a lot of
Got
options out here.
Lawrence is on vacation. He's in San Diego. I believe he's going to see the White Sox in San Diego.
He's in a better place.
He's literally in a better place.
He has gone to a better place. This is true. So it's Spiegel and Company for a couple of weeks. Skibbity boppity. And
Skibbity boppity.
Skibbity boppity.
Such a good reference.
Been a while since I heard that.
Yeah. And,
Spiegel and Company.
Skibbity boppity. That guy, man, that guy's been going hard. Who's that? Skillman and Company? Skibbity boppity. Skibbity boppity. That guy's been going hard on the Rossini and Vrabel story because he's like unaffiliated now and he knows stuff. So he does like 3 emergency podcasts a week on the Rossini and Vrabel stuff.
What is his name, though?
Skillman and Company. Skibbity Company. And we heard it the first time. We're like, did he say skippity boppity? Is that what he said? And it might have been what he said.
We listened back to it last week.
Skibbity boppity.
And I could not stop laughing.
Oh, it's amazing.
And Grote was listening to it, and he's like, wait, why am I in this segment?
Grote is everywhere. We know that.
Skibbity Company.
There it is.
Oh, wow.
Skibbity Company. That's
Sounds
him.
like skippity boppity to me.
Skippity boppity, 100%. But Gabe is here. What's up, Gabe?
Chilling. You know, I feel like I only hear that drop when I'm here. So I feel like I hear it all the time, the Where's Lawrence drop. So to me, it's just,
It's everywhere.
It's what I hear when I come here.
Okay. I understand.
Because I'm filling in for Lawrence typically. So
There you go.
Yeah.
Gabe came in a good mood. Gabe's always in a good mood. It helps, man. You need people like that.
Vibes.
I think you have to start yourself in that whole you control your attitude thing. This man, his attitude, positive vibes.
Right?
Yeah, I try to siphon him off sometimes, but he only let me have a little bit.
Marshall is as negative as they come, so I gotta
super negative
I'm always
over here.
bringing Marshall up.
Negative
to where
Nelly.
I gotta say, come on, smile, bro. Relax.
Negatron.
Our listener, Kurt, from the Finer Line. You can go to finerline.com. They will brand all sorts of things for your company image. Was listening and has prepared this nameplate for you that says Boog Shambi.
Just stopping by, everybody.
So
on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
The views and opinions of Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grote should not be taken too seriously, especially when they give advice. Do not take Marshall's analogies literally, especially when it comes to Russell Dorsey. The sports thoughts of Rahimi, Harris, and Grote may change at any time. It's just sports. Okay, thanks, bye.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
Prediction time? I know people
let's
don't
do
like
it.
it when I make predictions for the Cubs.
Let's do it. I love when you make predictions for
Do
the Cubs.
you?
It gives me fodder.
I have the Cubs winning this game by a final of 7-2. And my pick to click, if I may steal from the White Sox, is Michael Busch is going to hit a 3-run homer.
That's very specific
today.
I don't have a prediction.
Okay.
I'm like Pete Rose.
Leave
I'm not
me-
gonna gamble on my team unless I believe my team can
Put
win.
me on blast tomorrow again when the Cubs
I'm
lose
going to.
14-4. If I am like wildly off with my prediction, I will suspend myself from further, like temporarily from further Cubs predictions.
There's my prediction. The Cubs will give up more than 4. Will give up at least 4 runs in this game.
Traveling party with the Cubs. Here's a base hit to left. This might drive in a run. Rounding third is Nootbaar. The throw home will not be in time. 1-0 St. Louis. Brian Torres.
Fly ball right field. Going back is Nootbaar near the wall, and he makes the catch. And Happ just missed it. Bregman, the throw gets away. Here comes Alex. He's in.
And the 1-2. Bush lines one into left field, a base hit. Cubs take the lead. Coming in to score, Dansby Swanson. Michael Busch delivers an opposite field. Go-ahead RBI single. And one on Weatherholt. The pitch hit in the air. Deep right field. This is trouble. This is going to tie the game. A long home run by J.J. Weatherholt.
Kick and pitch. Line drive, base hit, right field. Fair ball to kick off the sidewall. Bregman heading for second, and he's in. RBI double.
Camp looking for his first hit of the day. 0 for 4. And the pitch to Ian. Line drive down the right field line. That's a fair ball. The Cubs are going to score again. This ball goes all the way down the line, and Happ will hold with a double. Cubs have scored twice and lead 4-2. A 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3, and the Cubs win the ball game. The Cubs take 3 out of 4 in St. Louis. They wrap up a very successful 5-2 road trip through Pittsburgh and St. Louis.
It's a bummer when you talk and then whap.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grote. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
You know, that's a true story. Pete Armstrong, hello and welcome. We are live on this Friday from Gallagher Way, a very buzzy Gallagher Way, because it's just a different energy when two legacy teams meet up. The Cubs and Yankees, we are happy to see you here. It is Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on 104.3 The Score. And as we await Susan Waldman's arrival, the longtime Yankees radio analyst, I am reminded of a wonderful day. You know, what's better? You get a happy flight home if you're the Cubs. You take 3 out of 4. I was hoping for the sweep. But you take 3 out of 4 against the Cardinals, step on their necks a little bit in St. Louis. You come back with an excellent late inning heroics type of game. And then now you set up well to face what is a very exciting series here on the north side.
It was a hell of a series. Like what the Cubs did, taking 3 out of 4 from the Cardinals, absolutely ideal. Back-to-back extra innings wins. I mean, the first 2 games in particular, to me, that's the template for the Cubs. Where on Monday you had the 7-3 win, you had the 4-hit days for both Alex Bregman and Nico Horner. By the way, Bregman has been ridiculously hot. We might be starting to see the Alex Bregman that was signed here to the Cubs for the next 5 years and $175 million, 10 for 18 with 6 doubles. I love the Tuesday game where the Cubs, just as I said yesterday, tortured the starting pitcher for the Cardinals, Michael McCreary, who just could not want out of the game more badly. They lose the game Wednesday. We love the PCA, and then the 4-2 10-inning win. That is success. That's all we could ask for from the Cubs.
And when you talk about not just hitting, Alex Bregman mashing the baseball against the Cardinals, it's the slug. It's always been about the slug. Hit me with the slug, a slug to your chest. You know what? These teams don't have bulletproof vests on, so they're taking all the slug right now from Alex Bregman. It's so key and so essential that he produce if he's going to be in the top part of the order. We know he's kind of made a home now in the cleanup spot, not batting second anymore. That's where Seiya goes now. But for me, this entire series was about the pitching. Because if the Cubs are going to get starting pitching like this, they do have a legitimate shot to continue to move up. Not just stay where they are, top wildcard spot, but to move up because they got head-to-head with Milwaukee still on deck.
5.5. That's their bad.
Yeah. And we have a special guest now joining us. Thrilled because she's somebody who I have looked up to in my career. I think it's okay to say that for many, many years.
It's okay.
Just appreciating what you do on a day in and day out basis. A wonderful colleague. Susan Waldman has joined us now, the radio analyst for the Yankees broadcasts. And of course, you're early, and Bruce Levine brings you right over here. Thanks for coming on today.
You know, I got to tell you, I get so excited coming to Wrigley Field. There are 2 places that I don't mind interleague, Dodger Stadium and here. And I got to tell you, because I grew up in Boston where there was no National League. They didn't even have a scoreboard, so we didn't care. And when we first went here, I was so excited. I was with, God bless him, Bobby Mercer. And he took me out to the Ivy, and I was like 5 years old. And every time I come here, I just say to myself, I'm in Wrigley Field. This is just amazing. So, of course, I'm early. I've been here since 9:30.
How excited are you to be able to stay in Chicago just a week straight?
Oh,
and have the weather that you've had since you've been here?
Well, this weekend, I guess, is a little iffy, but this is just awesome. A week in Chicago. Where else could you be? I love this town. I'm a little excited. I love Chicago. And I always think it's like New York, but Midwestern and clean. You can eat off the streets. There's no garbage. Well, where we are.
Maybe.
I mean, I still would avoid it if you
no,
can.
I don't do Well, you know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
It's just, this is so great. Bobby Mercer, when he took me here, I wanted to see the wall. And he said, I think I left a ball here years ago when I was out there. And I was so busy looking around, I didn't see what he's doing. He says, look, there it is. And he opens up the Ivy, and there's a baseball sitting. And I didn't see that he had put one in. But he said, here, you can take it. And I did. I thought it was real.
That's amazing. I too speak Bobby Mercer. As a child, he was one of my favorites.
Yeah.
I know that he's probably more known as a Yankees, but I loved watching Bobby Mercer play as well.
Right. He's so many people's idols. He was that. Yeah. And if the Yankees hadn't had to play in Shea Stadium for 2 years, he never would have been traded because that park was not built for him. Yankee Stadium was built for him. 94 and 74 and 75, they were in Shea Stadium because they were redoing the old stadium. So
I've forgotten about that.
Yep.
Was that how big of a deal that must have been very awkward considering the rivalry between the Yankees and the Mets?
Well, there was no rivalry in 74 and 75. 74 and 75. No, you got American League people or American League people,
Okay.
National League people or National. I don't know. Everybody took it for granted, I guess. It was 2 years, too. But then George didn't buy the team till 73, so he had never seen Bobby in Yankee Stadium. See, that was
okay.
But he did say, that's enough, and would you like to broadcast for the team? And he did until he passed away. So
We're talking to Susan Waldman, the award-winning broadcaster in her 39th year, covering and broadcasting the New York Yankees. 21st season as the Yankees radio color commentator, inducted into the Radio Hall of Fame right here in Chicago in 2022. And then, yes,
Look
applause for Susan Waldman.
Look at the crowd.
Look at the New York fans
Look
here.
at like they weren't all here 2 minutes ago, Susan.
No,
they heard your
they
voice.
hear you.
They saw you walking over here. Look at.
I'm getting
welcome.
thumbs down from one guy over there in a Chicago shirt. That's okay.
In 1987, Waldman became the first voice heard on New York's WFAN AM, our sister station, the first all-sports station in the country, creating the job of the radio beat reporter covering the Yankees and the Knicks.
See all those guys that you see coming around with tape recorders and stuff and going on the air? That's my fault.
You started that?
I started that because I needed to make up a job.
Susan, I did.
You needed to make up a job.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how did that go?
Well, they had me doing updates, and I'm not good sitting in a studio and reading. And I said, you guys are hiring people from the Daily News and the Post to give you beat things, and they're not going to tell you anything good because they're going to put it in the paper. Give me a tape recorder. I have a car. And in those days, there was just me. There were no other women, and they didn't want me to succeed. So I said, I made up that job. I'll get it. And so we could break trades at 2 o'clock in the morning, and the papers could not do that. So that became really successful, and then the newspaper people, you know what happened after that.
Evolution
Yep.
of media. And
Don't forget, no CNN, no ESPN. That had just started. It was very, very different back then.
And Susan, I love that this series, you're just coming from over on the south side. Now
Mhm.
you're on the north side. I'm a little concerned about Aaron Boone's mental health and his what he said after yesterday's game.
No, you have to have the background, though. You
Okay,
have to,
give me the
The
background.
background is every day, how's Aaron Judge? When's he coming back? Is Giancarlo Stanton running? What's going on with the trades? Are you going to get a catcher? Do you need more help? You can only play who is in the room. Aaron Boone does not have a say about who is in the room, and every single day. Yesterday it got a little testy, but I can understand because this team is predicated on pitching. But no matter who is in that rotation, you cannot continually win 1-0 and 2-1. You just can't do it, and you have to play mistake-free baseball, which with this roster and teams and people coming up and moving positions has not happened right now. So if that's as testy as he ever gets. That's really good. This is not a Billy Martin turn over the buffet table kind of guy, and this is one of the reasons he was hired. But yesterday I could see it was getting to him.
Are they in a position now where they're just hitting the Cubs at the wrong times? Because Cubs are clicking on all cylinders. To your point, the offense has just not been there with all those injuries.
Well, when you take Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton, and Cody Bellinger out of a lineup, there's your, how many home runs is that? And it's a presence. Aaron Judge has a Michael Jordan presence. You take Michael Jordan off the Bulls, it's a different team. I've never seen a baseball team fall apart, though, but Aaron Judge out of that lineup and Stanton too. Even if they're not at full health, the presence just changes everything, and it's not there. And it's not like these guys aren't trying. They're not Aaron Judge. They're not Cody Bellinger. And the three of them, that's three. It's a 30-year lineup is gone.
So what do you make of those two tough losses that really we look at it, from a Sox perspective as gutted out, like very hustle type, take advantage of some mistake wins that happened these last two games that you guys played.
Right, and that's the thing. They have to play totally mistake-free. I mean, they haven't fallen off the planet. They're still four games in the loss column and back of Tampa and pretty safe wild card. And you just hope they hold on until somebody comes back. Aaron Judge, I don't know, it's a broken rib and it's up near the clavicle, and that's a bone. You can't give a timetable. When it heals, and they're not going to let him do anything until he feels nothing, until he's asymptomatic. He says it's better, but it's not full. Meanwhile, he's done nothing. They don't want it jostled. They don't want it, him doing anything. Stanton is in a running thing, but he hasn't run the bases yet. He is hitting off the Trex machine or whatever it's called.
Trex, yeah.
Cody, it's a hamstring, just did it, and he's been great. I mean, he's been so good for the Yankees for 2 years. His presence is missed a lot, particularly in the outfield where he is, well, you guys know what kind of an outfielder he is. Oh, wait a minute. I hear a little sarcastic something.
Well, no, we know because a lot of people were like, why are you going after Kyle Tucker when Cody Bellinger's right there? And, of course, they moved Bellinger to make room for Kyle Tucker and didn't add maybe as much as they should have after making those moves, even though we were told they were going to earmark that.
Do you think sometimes that front offices listens to the fans? I'm looking at Kyle Tucker, and he's a good player, but he was on a team with stars. Right. I mean, that's a whole. How does anybody ever take into consideration maybe he doesn't want to be the star? maybe he doesn't want to be the
Oh,
go-to guy.
and that was him. Absolutely. Like, I never thought that Kyle Tucker necessarily took pleasure in being here. Like, he didn't dislike it. He said nice things about it. I don't think he really liked the hyperactivity of Wrigleyville and Chicago and the Fishbowl. And you're right, he could go to L.A. and be one of many stars.
And unlike Cody Bellinger, who it's full circle, he was almost crying opening day because his dad was there, and Clay has 2 rings with the Yankees. And we all knew Cody running around with Andy Pettit's little boy 100 years ago, and he loves it. I mean, so that was that. And when someone wants to play in New York and really just takes to it, you don't get rid of.
Let me ask you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think you and I are probably on the same page on this. Go ahead.
No, I was going to ask you. We have been crazy talking about the trade deadline here with everybody. You know, the Cubs look like they're in position to win. You've got guys coming back. Max Fried's going to pitch tomorrow. Garrett Cole is back for you guys. Right. Hopefully, you guys get some of your offense back. That said, what is the talk?
Well,
at the trade deadline?
here's my question. Here's my thing. They're talking about a right-handed catcher, and that's great. You know, because it's a black hole of hitting. Catching-wise, Austin Wells is terrific. I really wonder about the wisdom of bringing a new catcher in here in August. It didn't work once. See, nobody remembers. They brought in Pudge Rodriguez, and he's a Hall of Famer, and it didn't go well. They brought him in at the trade deadline. This is a team predicated on pitching. They're tough to catch. Those balls go slamming into the dirt. Are you going to bring in a new guy in August and have him learn Max Fried, Garrett Cole, Carlos Rodon is coming back, and Bednar and those guys that throw 100 miles an hour into the dirt? I wonder about the wisdom of that. They're also looking at another back end of the bullpen. Maybe they move Bednar to the 8th inning. I'm hearing Mason Miller. I'm not so sure that. I mean, there are other teams that have more prospects. Tampa Bay is loaded. The Dodgers are loaded. How many people here think that Tarek Skubal's going to end up on the Dodgers?
It's just a matter of when he's going to end up. Is it going to be at the deadline, or is it going to be in free agency?
He's
going there.
The other question is, if not the Dodgers, perhaps the Yankees.
Maybe. I don't know that they've got enough. I really don't. Tampa Bay's loaded.
Right.
And Atlanta is loaded.
We fear the Brewers.
Brewers, too.
Yeah, that's
well,
the
talk
latest.
about, yes, absolutely. But would they do, they might as well. Because
Jacob Mizorowski with him at the top end of your
scary,
rotation.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Do you
it's
think
very scary.
Skubal sets the market, or do you think that other things happen around it first?
You mean when he's a free agent?
No, right now, like for trade dedeadline talk. Do you think do you think nothing moves until you know about Skubal, or do you think you see other deals happen around it?
Well, I think that nobody's gonna. The big guys, Milwaukee and Tampa and the Dodgers, aren't going to do anything until they find out about Skubal, and then it goes, because he's number one and everybody else is down here, I think.
Yeah, I think that's a fair gap that you just represented with your hand. She had it about her nose high, and then she went down to her waist.
I forgot this is radio.
No. It's fine. We're on Twitch and we're on YouTube as well. We've got
audience.
Susan Waldman, radio color commentator for the Yankees in town and drawing a big audience. You can hear the applause in the background. Susan, this road trip in the American League, you've seen all these teams. How bad is the American League this year, and do you think the White Sox have a place near the top because of what you've seen?
Yes, they do. Everyone in the American League is in it except for Sacramento. I mean, they're the only team that's out. The entire American League is in the playoffs. It's a hunt. And I do give credit to David Force, the GM of whatever they call themselves now, the A's, that said, we are not selling. We have a long-term plan here, and just because we're not going to be in it this year, we're not going to. They're looking for Las Vegas when they open there, and they're on their way. So except for Sacramento, everyone else is a playoff thing and a playoff. I love the White Sox. I love what they have done. And I'll tell you the reason that I think has happened is because their front office not only has analytics guys, they're all players. Chris Guest, Josh Barfield, Paul Yanish is there. They're all ex-players. So there's another thing that goes in there. It's not just look in your iPad and see what it tells you. You know, the iPad can't tell you what to do.
Susan, I feel like getting a little nostalgic here with you. You mentioned Billy Martin a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
You have seen a lot. You have seen a lot of Yankees. Is it possible for you to name a few of your favorite Yankees of all time to have covered, or just to have watched?
My favorite Yankee of all time, there's a lot of second places, but they're also way down there. Don Mattingly.
Really?
Who is just as wonderful a human being as he is a player. And I started at a time when it was pretty nasty for women, and Donnie, who was the captain, was always there. There's no Bernie Williams if there's no Don Mattingly. There's no a lot of people, because he was very quiet captain. You never saw him do it, but he had always a word for everybody. I'll tell you, this is who Don Mattingly was. Pat Kelly, who was a young second baseman, came over. And he came into the clubhouse once, and he was standing at his locker staring at Don Mattingly. And I said, Pat, what are you doing? And he said, I'm watching how Donnie puts on his socks because I want to do it right. There was a way. And George Steinbrenner was very precise about that. But he continues to this day to be my favorite person. And then, of course, that whole 90s group, Derek and Andy Pettit, and and then when Roger came over, and it was just, that group was too good to be true. And if you ask about a manager, I had Billy, Lou, Billy, Dallas Green, Bucky Dent, Stump Merrill, and then Buck Showalter, where everything changed. Wow. And then
fiery guys. I mean, like, we had Lou here, obviously, but you had, I would like to say, prime Lou, aggressive
Prime Lou,
Lou.
and then he was GM for a minute and a half,
Oh,
and he
yeah.
was prime Lou then too. He didn't like wearing a tie, and George didn't like that.
What's with this tie? Get this thing off of me.
But then we had stability. Then we had Joe Torre. Then we had Joe Girardi, all about 10 years, and now Aaron Boone about 10 years, and they're all very, very different.
Well, Susan, this has been fantastic. Anything on your mind? Like, what are you looking for in this series as we get ready?
I'm looking for this team to find some offense against somebody, and I'm not sure. Somebody, can someone lay down a bunt? Can someone hit a set? Put the ball in the air. When did that go out of style?
Yeah. Bronx Bombers, I don't know. I'm not sure if they're the Bronx Bombers.
You
Yeah.
need Don Mattingly in the 6 Grand Slams he hit that one season. That's what you need right now, but you don't have anybody with that type of
and then the
prodigious
8
power.
homers in a row.
Yes.
They did that. We need a lot of things.
How's your pups? You got those beautiful German Shepherds?
I do. I have one left. She's 13.
Okay.
You don't have to say, they live wonderful lives.
Okay, good. Yeah, you're right.
I'm sure they are well taken care of, Grote.
Mariano Rivera once said to me, in my next life, I want to come back as one of Susan's German Shepherds.
Well,
thank you for asking me, and thank you for being here. I'm excited about being here. I love this town. I love this place.
Susan, thank you for taking the time. The Hall of Famer, Susan Waldman, joining us for our first segment. That's how you start it for the Cubs and Yankees series, with a class act. We thank Susan. And also everybody who came out to just listen right here on 104.3 The Score. Susan, thank you so much. We appreciate you. In the meantime, if you didn't know, this is Rahimi Harrison Grote as we broadcast live from Gallagher Way. We broadcast through our Hyundai studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. When we have breaking news on The Score, it is sponsored by IDOT. Running late, speeding won't save you time. No need to speed. It's not a game. Coming up next here on Rahimi Harrison Grote, well, let's tell you who we're with, by the way, because we got a crew out here, not just Yankees fans. We got CS on the 1s and 2s, engineering. Ray Diaz is here. Jacob Stutz is here. We also have Connor O'Donnell here. Grace from our promotions crew is here. Big Joe Rios just stopped by, so he gets a hello, too. We also have back at the studio Tyler Buterbaugh. Brandon Fryer helps us out. And we also have Cody Westerland and Max Curtis. So coming up next, I love this story. I love this movie. The Bears are now being used as motivation for other people.
What?
I'll tell you what nobody's talking about. The Bears? Next.
Training camp coverage on The Score is presented by Plumbers 911. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911.
This segment is sponsored by thechicagodogs.com. Don't miss Chicago Dogs baseball this weekend at Impact Field in Rosemont. Friday, the first 1,500 fans receive a bucket hat. Saturday is Squeeze's birthday and fireworks. Sunday is Catch on the Field and autographs. Get your tickets now at thechicagodogs.com.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
It is not hard to destroy a college. Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now, Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic.
It's almost like a university under siege. Listen to and follow Campus Files, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
You're listening to 104.3 The Score, powered by Circa Sports, the official sports book of The Score. Circa Sports, sports betting the way it should be, with no bet fees.
Score listeners, see Chicago like never before with a private Veriport helicopter hangar experience. Perfect for birthdays and celebrations. Book yours today at skyparty.vip.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, upgrade to a Tempur-Pedic and learn how you can get 3% back plus an instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Drip Drop is a doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams. Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. Head to dripdrop.com now and use promo code RADIO20.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience store for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. New York Giants wide receiver Malik Neighbors seen in practice on Wednesday, and it is a giant deal for the New York Football Giants. We think Neighbors is on track play coming up Week 1 Sunday Night Football against the Cowboys, and you can make a case for the Giants to exceed expectations this year, but they need Neighbors. I'm Nick Costos.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Middays 10 to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Get comfortable being uncomfortable.
Yeah, you know that phrase by now. That's Ben Johnson from his introductory press conference. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grote coming to you live from Gallagher Way here on 104.3 The Score. Special thanks again to Susan Waldman, the analyst for the Yankees, joining us. That was a lot of fun to start our day. And in the meantime, the Bears are on that Marshall Harris morning schedule because they're already up and chatting today.
Not just chatting, but also they've already got the work in. I love that. When you're talking about a team getting out on the field, getting everything done, and what it does is it allows all those players, the coaches, whatever, to rest, to properly rest, because you can do other things in your day, treatment, weight lift, whatever, and still get to bed at a decent time.
I would say it's some main character syndrome, guys. They want to start their day on their schedule. It's something that works for them. They're not letting anybody else tell them what to do or how to run their day.
And it's a little bit cooler in the morning. I think that may have a little something to do with it too, because you're not going to get the prime of the sunshine. And today too, like, we got so much going on in this city with obviously the Cubs and Yankees here at Wrigley Field. Lollapalooza has pretty much taken over all of downtown Chicago. Just walking downtown Chicago, and you will see every everything you need to see. Maybe stuff you don't even want to see with Lollapalooza. But guess what today? Today was the first day this year that the fans were allowed to enter the Hallis Hall grounds and take in a Bears practice today. It ain't the same as it once was in Bourbonnais and even previous to that, Platteville, but today was a day for the fans to take in the 2026 Chicago Bears.
Well, absolutely. It's buzzing, right? It's the city's buzzing, and as we said, here we're buzzing at Gallagher Way, and there is no doubt a buzz around Bears camp. But what I did not expect to see in my day is now the buzz around we're an underdog compared to the Bears in the national sports discussion that has been happening. Listen to Jaguars head coach Liam Cohen, Fasazmat himself, Duval himself, tell Jacksonville Sports Talk Radio 1010 KL about the lack of recognition for his team, and listen to who he mentions.
You know what I said to the staff the other day was, I go, guys, this is the best part of coaching the Jacksonville Jaguars. You don't have to make up telling your players stuff.
Yeah,
you don't have to make up the fire. You don't have to make it up. It's given to us every day. Yeah. And it's like a welcome. It's a gift from the heavens. From you just scroll. I just go pull up my phone, look at the NFL Network website, and just pop up here. And
any column.
Curious if I see any photos or anything about the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think I'll just scroll right on through.
You keep going. Yeah.
I think I'll see 40 pictures of Caleb Williams, and I won't see a single thing about any of our players on here. And so it's beautiful because it's like, yeah, guys, this is great. Thanks.
The gift that keeps on giving.
I'm going to tell all these guys how much you all think they suck, and we'll just keep going.
Okay, first of all, when did we ever think we'd hear the Bears used as the example of who everybody else is talking about?
It's amazing, and he's right. He's right about that. I think since the season ended, people have been bananas over Caleb Williams for the most part, justifiably, but he has been. I think we can say declaratively, Caleb Williams has been the darling of the NFL offseason, which is also jarring to hear, Layla, that a Chicago Bears quarterback is the darling of an NFL offseason. Now, we want that to continue into the season as well, but boy, it doesn't get old hearing that. And Liam, I just want to welcome you to your inferiority complex. Welcome.
Duval.
You know what? It's funny hearing him talk about that, because clearly you talked about main character energy off the top of the segment, Layla.
You knew what I was doing.
Yeah. He's got main character energy. Caleb Williams, the Chicago Bears. You know why? Because when they got to the playoffs against a playoff field that in their conference didn't feature Patrick Mahomes, didn't feature Lamar Jackson, didn't feature Joe Burrow, they promptly went out and lost. And they didn't even lose to the team that, went to the Super Bowl. They just lost to Josh Allen and the Bills. And despite a 13-4 regular season, you won your conference. Despite the ups and downs, and you're a first-year head coach, he was the coach of the year last year, right?
Was he?
I
don't remember.
I just know he had a better showing by a lot of people's estimations, 13-4.
Vrabel was coach of the year.
Oh, it was Vrabel. Sorry,
but he was in the But he was in the conversation.
And so the reason why no one's talking about Trevor Lawrence is because he didn't provide the moments. Your team went 0-1 in the playoffs. If you don't get it done in the postseason, you can't be the darling in the offseason. Tell me about a regular season in which someone did amazing things, got beat in their first playoff game, and then they get all the credit in the offseason. They ain't.
We lived that in the 2019 after the Bears got beat.
Yeah, Nagy was the coach of the year then.
Right, and by the way, I looked it up too. Mike Vrabel also the coach of the offseason.
Whoa.
Yeah. Look. By Google search, that would be correct.
But here's the thing: is that also for the record, Liam, Trevor Lawrence was on my list of top 10 passers, because if I was going to judge Caleb Williams through the improvement lens, then I had to do that with the 4,000-yard passer in Trevor Lawrence. There's also still a very big portion of the olds who still believe that Jacksonville is an expansion team.
Carolina and Jacksonville.
If you have teal in your logo, there's a good chance I, a child of the 90s, still consider your team an expansion team. But I think this says more about he's right. You don't have to find like the Michael Jordan type of motivation to take something personal. You don't have to manufacture it. But at the same time, like in case you were wondering if everybody else is talking about the Bears and Caleb Williams bringing that Hollywood energy, and it's funny that we say this with the backdrop of Cubs and Yankees here live at Gallagher Way. That is what I love to see, is that everybody is wanting to know what's next in Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams' laboratory. That, your 4,000-yard passer doesn't surprise or intimidate us. That the guy who didn't throw for 4,000 yards is still getting more attention because of what he can do in the playoffs, and he has the highlight reels to show it.
Do they even pay that much attention to the Jacksonville Jaguars in Jacksonville? Isn't that college football territory? Isn't Florida about the college football?
It is about the college football. I will say this: when Jacksonville Jaguars, when they're good, they take all the tarps off the upper deck, and fans show up
tarps
and do
off.
their thing. Yeah, it's a different type of tarps off up there.
Right.
And so what I'm saying to Liam Cohen is, I understand you're upset or you're jealous or however you want to. You feel like this is motivation. But I got to tell y'all this. When, I don't know who asked the question, but when Ben Johnson was asked about this, I loved it so much because it was like, yep, that's exactly what I expected him to say.
Let's hear it.
With Caleb, I don't know if you saw this, but Liam Cohen of the Jaguars said it's very easy to motivate his players because nobody ever talks about them. All he ever hears about is Caleb Williams. I'm curious what you think about another coach throwing his name out there and whether you're dealing with the opposite situation here of hammering to your guys not to believe the hype.
Well, we're the number one regression candidates, so I think we got plenty of motivation ourselves. We talked about Caleb in the past. He's used to handling a lot of attention, so I'm not worried about that.
Jason Leisure asking the question and Ben Johnson delivering a succinct response, and he was very much matter of fact, all about his business. That's probably been hammered into his players' heads already. Remember, that conversation was talking about Liam Cohen talking to his staff. It wasn't Liam Cohen talking to his players. And with Ben Johnson, the message, whatever it is, has been delivered across the board.
But he said it. He goes, we're the number one regression candidate. So he's got his bulletin board material as well.
Exactly. I think this is beautiful. We can no longer believe coaches when they say, we're not paying attention to what's going on in the outside world. Yeah, you are. Ben Johnson, Mr. Focused, Mr. Regimented, Mr. I'll get in your face, Mr. I'll swear at you, is reading what the headlines that he sees on NFL Network or ESPN, and that the Bears are the number one regression candidate.
I would like to thank Robert Saleh, the former Jets head coach, for just saying, I am keeping receipts. Now, were there a lot of receipts, and did they ultimately overwhelm the Jets and then they got a different head coach? Sure. Yes, that happened. But at the same time, he at least said the quiet part out loud, which was, we keep track of what everybody's saying about us. And good for Ben Johnson to come back with what's motivating him and his team. Because I do think that if you're the Bears, you understand and dare I say, embrace the target, to quote Joe Madden. But that's what's happening is teams are coming at you. So they're coming at you verbally. They're coming at you already with the bulletin board stuff. You're having to hear about how you might lose or not have as good of a performance as your 11-6 year. This is what it should be, man.
One of the themed questions that I've been noticing throughout training camp, starting with Ryan Poles, and I believe old Grady Jarrett was asked the same question yesterday. Yeah, old Grady's back, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't think we can call him old.
Well, he's only 32 or 33.
If you get a day off on your practice report, we've decided it's okay to say old in front of your name.
It felt like he was old last year, didn't it? Didn't it feel like we were getting the old, like he has been in the NFL for 12 years.
Relative to everyone else on the team, he's definitely old.
He's
Brady
old. Like 12 years is he's way over the average. What's the average in the NFL right now? 3.5 years, if that. I think with so many players.
We're still older than you, Grady.
But the theme that has been going on, it was asked to Ryan Poles, what is it like going to a season where last year you guys were the hunters and now you are the hunted? And the answer that is coming from within inside is a succinct, again, let's use that word, we are still the hunters. That was what Ryan Poles said, and I thought that was a good moment for him, which we kind of glossed over, and I thought it was a good moment I do believe it was old Grady Jarrett who said, we're always going to be the hunters. So and you could tell that mentality has been put into these players and coaches' minds by, most likely, Ben Johnson.
And then, what I thought about is what I call the Marshall three-way comparison.
Ooh.
Which is, I feel like Liam Cohen is using the Bears the way Ben Johnson uses Matt LaFleur. Listen and recall. Yes.
This division, I know this is the toughest division of football right now. There's 3 teams that made the playoffs this year. I've got tremendous amount of respect for the coaches and the players in this league. Having competed against them for the last 6 years. Dan Campbell, Kevin O'Connell, you're talking about 2 guys that are up for Coach of the Year awards as the season ends here. And to be quite frank with you, I kind of enjoyed beating Matt LaFleur twice a year.
Cramming up your cram hole floor.
I like the fact that these coaches are having these conversations out loud where we can hear them and we have stuff to talk about, because I love fodder. And what I think it does is it sensationalizes the league a little bit more. We always talk about, my favorite league to follow, not necessarily cover, but follow, is the NBA, because it's always some drama going on between players and coaches and coaching staffs, and whether it's like, hey, these players after the game tried to find a back way into another team's locker room to start a fight. Like, that's crazy. In the NFL, Major League Baseball, you don't get as much of that, but now you're starting to get more of that with the NFL. I think it's partially because there's so many podcasts and media outlets that are getting people to come on and be their more authentic selves. And so you're peeling back the layers a little bit. So, well, granted, that was at an introductory press conference, so he knew the message he was sending and who he was sending it to. You got guys like Liam Cohen, who otherwise might be a little more tight-lipped, now letting the guard down a little bit, and I don't think it's good news for Liam Cohen.
Who likes the pass?
The NFC North games this year are just going to be awesome, because the Bears lost twice to Detroit, and Ben Johnson can say all the nice things he wants to say about Dan Campbell, and he could say all the disparaging, passive-aggressive things towards Matt LaFleur in Green Bay. And they did split last year. Bad start to the Ben Johnson regime last year, losing to Minnesota. I think that the Detroit games, man, Ben Johnson will not forget, 55 they put up on the Bears in week 2 of the season last year.
52?
52.
Something bad.
50 burger.
52 to 19.
Once it got to 50, it really didn't matter. By the way, Rome Odunze had a great game that day. Just to bring up old Rome and some of the nice games that he had last year early on. But those games, man, the Bears are going to be out for blood in those games. I think Ben Johnson was obviously embarrassed in that game, and then losing at home later in the season. These are 4 teams in this division that are all properly motivated, all in different ways. It's going to be a blast to watch. I don't know if it's going to be as good as everybody is anticipating that it will be, but this is old school, man. This is going to be like the old NFC Central back in the 80s, where it really felt like the teams didn't like each other.
Black and blue division.
Black and blue division,
I
exactly.
I do laugh, though. I do laugh at the idea of the exercise of write a promo with how head coaches talk about their teams. It's the quarterback nobody's talking about against the regression candidate in the NFL. Bears and Jaguars. Don't watch this game.
It's about to
go
down.
Know what I mean? This is hilarious to me. It's hilarious. They're like, well, we're the number 1 regression candidate. Well, we have a quarterback that nobody cares about. Like, okay, how does this end? How does the humble brag go down?
We're more motivated than you're
motivated.
Well,
we can't possibly win any more Super Bowls in Kansas City. Patrick Mahomes' ACL is falling out of his body. Like, where does it end?
I think that we will cause Caleb Williams to be further motivated as well, because I didn't put him in the top 5.
It's
Marshall
the quarterback that
10.
everybody hates,
right.
Caleb Williams, against Trevor Lawrence, who we forgot existed, despite him being named a generational talent and passing for 4,000 yards. It's the anti-bowl. This is Rahimi Harrison Grote on 104.3 The Score. We are live from Gallagher Way. And coming up next, we got into it a little bit with Susan Waldman. So let's talk about what is next for the White Sox, who came out with 2 really solid wins to help split this series against the Yankees. What's next for them as they take on another major AL East opponent next?
Cram it up your cram hole, LaFleur.
Hey, Cubs fans, don't miss Cubs outfielder Ian Happ, live from the Blue Cross Blue Shield performance stage at the Score Studios, Tuesday from noon to 1 for a special Cubs Chalk Talk.
Layla here. Listen as the Rahimi Harrison Grote Show breaks down everything.
You've got that.
Which camera am I on? Am I on that camera?
Yes, Mr. TV man. He knows well.
Just stopping by.
Just stopping by.
So now you've got a nameplate.
That is incredible. This is going on my desk.
Awesome.
Yes.
But I think
Thank you.
we need it for
Kurt,
whenever we get a chance to have. We
So
can't
you're
make
saying
another
when
one.
I come on, I have to bring this if I'm in person?
No.
Yes. Yes. If we're gonna be together, you need to bring that.
No. Boo, let that sit on your desk, and thank you very much for playing with the bid. Quit putting labor on people.
But there's going to be a time, Lawrence, in the future where he's going to have it at home. It's going to be at home. He's going to be with us, and nobody's going to know who he is.
Who are you? Just stopping by.
We have one more item for you, sir. Could you retell the story quickly about your mother and Pat Murphy, please? You shared it with us then, but if you could, it's a wonderful story. If you would, please.
My mom was, as she would watch the Cubs last year, and then towards the end of the year and then into the playoffs, I called her before one of the playoff games, and she said, ooh, that manager on the other team, that Pat Murphy, I don't like him at all. It looks like every time they score, he's sitting there saying to Craig Counsell, up yours. And I don't like it. So I told Murph in one of the pregame meetings, and we immediately made a video that we sent to my mom where he was basically like, look, I'm a good guy. I really like Craig. I'm sorry if I'm rubbing you the wrong way. I'm not trying to rub anybody's nose in it. Really apologize. And that's...
Okay. Well, the listener was listening, and he made this for your mom.
Oh, my God.
He made it for your mom.
Spelling's right?
Did he get the name right?
Well, mom's the best. What it makes it even better, and what's great is now my mom's going to hate this show because my parents got divorced, and my mom's been going by Suzanne Wolf since I was 3.
Oh no!
So so calling her Suzanne Shambi, it's going to be like bees stinging her face. So the idea,
Oh well,
we can just take that back.
Kurt from the finer line.
Kurt.
What if
tell people it says Suzanne Shambi doesn't like Pat Murphy?
Hates Pat
Murphy. Well, maybe you could give it to Murph. You can do what you want with that.
Wouldn't it be hilarious
if he wanted another shot at it? My take would be Suzanne Wolf, WOLF.
Yeah.
Not a Pat Murphy fan.
Got it. Okay. All right.
Now, the miracle would be if you actually had a Suzanne Wolf nameplate in the box speaks. You're like, we hadn't anticipated that.
And here we go. That's right.
Here it is.
I just keep pulling nameplates out of the
until
box.
we get it right.
I'm going to text that to both Murph and my mom.
Oh, there
Maybe
we
I'll
go.
put them on the same thread. No,
there
I'm
you
not
go.
doing that.
You could do it.
Are you actually going to send it to your mom?
I am going to send it to my mom.
We are sorry.
No.
To your mom.
Look.
Here's a couple of pens from the phone.
The other thing I would say, I love my mom, but it's the old idea, like in comedy, somebody's got to get hurt. In this case, it might be my mom because she's not going to be loved being called Mrs. Shambi. Oh,
there is always a victim in comedy.
Yeah,
it's very true. He is John Boog Shambi. He is the Cubs play-by-play man for the Marquee Sports Network.
So, Studs, did you end up finding the V. Stiviano stuff?
Can you tell me what your relationship with Donald Sterling is?
I'm Mr. Sterling's right-hand arm man. I'm Mr. Sterling everything. I'm his confidant, his best friend, his silly rabbit.
His what?
His silly rabbit.
His silly rabbit?
Yes.
Is that what he calls you?
No,
That's
I
what
call
you-
myself
I
that.
see, okay.
I joke around and I make him laugh. I do things that some people find very silly, or I do things that sometimes people can understand our relationship. I'm his everything.
She gets it.
Barbara
She
Walters'
took-
reaction. Sorry, go ahead, Layla.
No, that woman took down $1 billion business.
Mark Grote, Rahimi Harrison Grote on 104.3 The Score.
3-0 to Peters. And he misses. Ball 4. The White Sox will walk it off with a walk. And it's back-to-back games. Dramatic fashion. The White Sox get it done.
That's right. The White Sox did get it done. 2 very gutty wins to split the series against the Yankees. The final in 11 innings from the South Side. It was 2-1. Sox are now 57 and 51, maintaining first in the AL Central. And you know, guys, what I like to call a walk-off walk. We got ourselves a little shrimp. So the hustle win.
Shrimp is a shrimp, Marshall.
What is the?
It's a Cajun shrimp.
It's a meme that came out in like 2020 or something where somebody just started calling walk-off walks shrimp.
I still don't get it.
I mean,
like it.
I just fell in line. I just thought it sounded interesting, and so I went with it.
Is it a shrimp scampi?
It's a shrimp it's a shrimp on a treadmill, actually.
Oh, not on the Barbie?
That's the best kind of shrimp.
It's a live shrimp on a treadmill. Ray's cackling in the background, by the way, is cracking me up. We normally have a wall separating us from Ray, but at Gallagher Way, Ray, I get to hear laugh, and it's tremendous.
I just didn't picture it on a treadmill. I thought it was going to be like cooked rice or something.
No. It is a live shrimp on a treadmill.
Anyway, like I was saying, shrimp is the fruit of the sea.
How many legs do shrimp have? Don't they have like
quite a few?
I don't know because I always get them peeled off.
Is there a set number of legs on shrimp? We'll have to look
a set number.
Is there
like one shrimp has 8 legs, another one has 12?
Yeah, it's just random. Like it's their big deal that they're allowed to
according
have.
to the quick Google search, a shrimp has 20 total appendages used as legs.
They're probably good on a treadmill then. They could probably get that puppy up to 8 at all times.
I want to say it's the Jacksonville Shrimp is a minor league team. I'm not sure if that team still exists because they
nobody talks about Jacksonville. They're just talking about Caleb Williams.
No, that's fair. But listen, guys, for the White Sox to come back from down 0-2 to even this series up, it's a disappointing homestand in a way because it's a losing homestand, and you want to win more than you lose at home. But to now know that this team is 21 and 15 in one-run games after what we saw last year, to know that they've got 9 walk-off wins, the most since 2021, and the most this early in the season since 2004. I think it speaks to where the White Sox are as an organization because we're no longer in, it's early. No. We're 2/3 of the way through the season, and the White Sox are showing you who they are.
Did you think after the first 2 games that they would be able to take these next 2 in extra innings and hustle and be able to just take advantage of mistakes to split this? Because I did not, guys.
I think for me, it was, I know the Yankees offense, Ali Sanchez showed off with the 3-run homer in the first game. But after that, I was like, look, your offense is materially better than what the Yankees can put on the field right now. The pitching, as you guys know, I thought it all hinged on Davis Martin versus Cam Schlittler. If you can win that game, you can even up this series. But if you lose that game, obviously you lose the series and you might get swept.
That's the one. That's the game, too, where they had Schlittler going in that game. Davis Martin, one of your best pitchers, gives up a fast 4 runs in the first inning, including a 3-run homer. It felt like that game was starting to trend absolute dud. And then they come back and eventually win that game 6-5 in 12 innings. I'll say it like that. Even the Tuesday game, where Anthony Kay gives up his runs in the second inning, like he does. He's got a second inning problem, Anthony Kay does. and then the Yankees end up just winning that game by 1 run, a 3-2 win. So it could have actually been better. But the Wednesday game, to have persevered through it, and that's the White Sox. I got to admit, there's been so many times this year with the White Sox where I have felt like, and I know White Sox fans have felt this too because I talk to lots of White Sox fans, where they'll lose 2 or 3 in a row or lose a series, and then you'll start to feel like, okay, we're coming back down to earth, and maybe this has been a bonus year, and we'll take our positives and come back strong next year. And then they do what they just did in this series and win the last 2 games of the Yankees.
You know what's funny is, you know what I said after that 3-2 loss when they got to Bednar a bit? Didn't I say to you, Marshall, I always, for some reason, feel like that is a point that teams build on. Like, I love it when you at least make some noise in the 9th inning and you come close to winning. And then look what happens. They end up winning the next game. I didn't even think about that until we just talked about it right now.
No, I think we also talked about was Bednar having to pitch in 2 straight games. When that first game, he wasn't going to have to pitch, but their defense is suspect.
Yeah.
And the Yankees looked a lot more like the White Sox have looked as a young team in the last 2 games of that series versus what we saw in the first 2 games of that series. And the White Sox, most importantly, were able to take advantage of a team that was down bad.
How about Sean Burke again? A clunky start to the game, a catcher's interference, a walk. I'm like, what's
And
going
then what happened?
And then, yes.
Struck out the side.
Struck out. Did he strike out? I think he struck out the next 2. I don't know if he struck out the side. Did he? Maybe you're right.
To the box score.
To the box score. But, yeah, he goes 6 innings, did not allow a run. Another 10 strikeouts, 2 walks, got up to 91 pitches. His ERA is now at 3.04 for the season. So that is, I mean, he is trending towards, I love the question of if the White Sox were to begin a playoff series right now, who is your starter? Is it Davis Martin? Is it Sean Burke? It sure feels like Sean Burke. Is it Mystery Man?
I think it's Mystery Man.
Is it Clay Holmes?
Okay, let me be a little wishcaster here.
You want to crack at
I
this
hope
one?
it's Mystery Man, because if it's Mystery Man and then it's, say, Burke, Martin, I feel like that's a powerful rotation you can get behind.
So it was Jason Dominguez striking out swinging after the Ben Rice walk, Paul Goldschmidt striking out swinging, and then Spencer Jones flying out.
There I am, right again.
How do you fly out to short, by the way? I have a beef with MLB.
I can't handle being right so much of the time. I'm embarrassed by that. But that's
Still
that's
looking
fine.
for the other 3 runs from yesterday. But yeah, still looking for that 3-run homer from Michael Busch. That was a bold prediction.
Hey, hold on
I
a
liked
second.
it. I liked it.
Okay, let's go back to that here, okay? I picked 7-2. The final score was 4-2. I said Michael Busch would hit a home run. He did have an RBI hit. I also called for Javier Saad to have the over on the pitches. Javier Saad ended up with 83 pitches on the day.
I know you were surprised.
And he labored a little bit like I said he would. He a couple of walks, worked his way through some stuff. I kind of got it right.
You got most of it right. I'll give you that.
Yeah, I mean,
and the biggest one was the over-under on the pitches, and you got that right.
I just think that, like, it's funny how I don't get the proper credit, except from the Open. Like, I feel like Buterbaugh was the only one trying to give me a little bit of credit.
Hey, Mark.
Like, he was the only one, right, Ray?
Hey, Mark.
Like,
I tried.
I've been hearing about my bad Cubs prediction for the last 2 years from you guys.
Hey, Mark.
And I get no credit for this.
Hey, Mark.
I'm leaving. Take care.
Hey, Mark. Are the Cubs winning the division this year?
Take it easy, pal. Hey, when I see, like, just the way it looks to me visually, when I see 5.5 today,
Looks a little more believable.
It does look a little bit more believable. So, yeah.
But with the White Sox, now those 2 wins big because not only does it keep you where you are in the standings, but looking around, you know sellers are about to sell. So you have another chance. You've gotten to this point. Get through this weekend against Tampa Bay, and I think that's the big thing. You find a way to win this series against Tampa Bay, cooking with fish grease.
On the road.
Fish grease.
Nick Martinez.
In a career?
Yeah, I'm with you, Roman Dunze. That is a tall order.
It is.
Let's get into that Cubs and Yankees series a little bit, and also the finer points of what ended up being a very successful series for the Cubs in St. Louis with our next guest. He is literally standing by with his backpack. Alex Cohen is always ready, so he will join us, the Marquee Sports play-by-play man, next.
Bears training camp is underway at Haugh.
Well, we're the #1 regression candidates, so we got plenty of motivation.
And the score is covering every storyline ahead of this highly anticipated 2026 season.
I do think if you're the Bears, you understand and, dare I say, embrace the target, to quote Joe Madden. But that's what's happening is teams are coming at you.
We're looking for a guy that's able to decode Ben Johnson the way Declan Doyle did. I don't know if that's going to be Press Taylor, but I do think he has had that job before.
Barbara Walters' reaction to
"You're what?"
I'm his silly little rabbit. You're what?
You're what?
What did you just say?
Right hand arm.
Mr. Sterling's right hand arm. Man.
How is that not an obvious shirt?
I'm on Sterling's right hand arm, and then like a bunch of space, man.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is the pause is really what sells it.
You got to go
Mr. Sterling's
ellipses.
right hand arm. Man.
Since we're talking about V. Stiviano, let us also make sure to mention that woman, although she did have paparazzi following her around, she was walking around with that big visor thing.
Yes.
That was quite the
Before
scene.
COVID.
Way before COVID.
When she was a trendsetter.
Sterling's right hand arm. Man.
We have wanted, hoped, prayed, and dreamed for some of the things that have ended up happening. This is the 6th best offense in the NFL in terms of yardage. Forget since the bye, whatever. Season's done. Let's look at it.
And you would have been happy had it been 12th.
Yes. You're the 6th best. You have the 3rd best running game in the NFL.
And you would have been happy had that been 15th.
Yes. You are 9th best in scoring. You are a top 10 offense no matter how you slice it. How about this? How many times did Caleb Williams get sacked last year?
68.
They have the 3rd best sack percentage in the entire NFL.
He also doesn't turn the ball over very often.
They have the number 1 best interception rate in the NFL. They do not turn the ball over. And this quarterback, who you feared might be another Justin Fields in terms of holding the ball too long and causing sacks to happen, has become what he's become, the 3rd best sack rate in the NFL. With all the investment on the offensive line and his development and the change in the offense is something to celebrate massively.
And then you add in the magical stuff. You add in the games that you felt like they were going to lose, the games that you were used to them losing.
Yes.
As a Bears fan, you're sitting there going, I've seen this movie before. I know exactly. I did not know how this movie ended because it ended with Caleb putting on a cape and making some incredible throw, and the Bears won it.
They had 6 comebacks in the final 2 minutes, which is insane. And guess what? There's 3 others that they could have won in the final 2 minutes, including yesterday. 3 others. And that hurts because they kind of left the 1 seed sitting there on the table if they get that touchdown to end in San Fran.
Yeah.
And then yesterday, and they probably approach it differently and all of that. But anyway, how about this? Caleb was finally right about Torrey Taylor. He punted 60 times, 3.53 times per game. That is the lowest figure in Bears history. Remember when he said you're not going to be punting that much? It's the least amount of time you have seen a punter in your entire history of watching the Bears. That's pretty funny to me. Then these numbers. What did Ben say was the most important number?
EPA.
EPA per play, they are 7th in the NFL. EPA per pass, they are 9th of the 8 teams ahead of them in that all-important number, according to Ben Johnson. 6 of them are playoff teams, and the other 2 are Detroit and Dallas. So they are a top 10 offense by EPA per pass, top 10 for scoring, top 6 in yardage, top 3 in rushing. That's the year that you just saw.
Can I just, for a second, I want to talk about the EPA thing because I like that something that he kind of dismissed while talking about EPA ended up playing a huge role in them being good.
Turnovers?
Yes.
So true.
Yes, like he
So
kind of
true.
dismissed that as a thing, but look at the takeaway margin that the Bears have defensively, and it's played a significant role.
They are plus 22. They are number 1 in turnover differential in the NFL, ahead of the Texans and the Jaguars and the Steelers and the Rams. So all of the top 5 are playoff teams.
It's been a wonderful year. Kyle Monangai, I still owe you a steak, by the way. Kyle Monangai coming in and doing what he's done. DeAndre Swift being the player that he's been.
And having a career year on the ground.
The improvement of Darnell Wright, even though he didn't make the Pro Bowl and you understood why.
Mm-hmm.
The improvement of the offensive line all the way through it.
Here as we cover all the storylines from training camp leading up to the regular season. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealers. This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears. We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Menards, live from Gallagher Way.
Save big money at Menards.
And the Bears will win that.
That's it well. Deep down the left field line, and it is gone. Saya Cecilia for the 18th time this year. 2-run shot. And just like that, it's a 1-run game. Cubs down 8-7.
I can feel it in my veins.
I love the feeling in my veins. I also recognize the voice that we just heard, that courtesy of Marquee Sports Network, and he joins us as we begin our second hour of Rahimi, Harris, and Grote here live from Gallagher Way. Alex Cohen, the man behind the voice, kind enough to stop by. Alex, how are you today?
I'm doing great. I just wanted to get into that musical interlude with Menards. I'm jealous I wasn't invited.
You are always invited. Your mic was on.
It was. I didn't get the invitation. Must have gotten lost in the mail. And maybe next time, guys.
You know what?
Yeah, well, you're always welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
We'll figure this out. It seems like the Cubs have really figured things out since that disastrous 7-22 stretch. When you look at the whole picture of the National League and the Cubs and their standing in it, are you surprised at how we got here, or are you just more like this is probably where they should be?
It's a combination of both. I mean, I did not expect them to go 7-22 in a 29-game stretch, but I also didn't expect them to go 27-12 in two specific 39-game stretches. So definitely up and down, but when you get to this point of the season and you're buyers at the trade deadline, that's normally a good sign. I don't care how they got here. I'm glad that they're here.
That was a terrific series in St. Louis. Take 3 out of 4, and you could argue that they should have swept. What stood out to you in that 4-game Red Bush?
Winning on the road, winning in St. Louis against a team where you played 2 series against them before, and you've lost both series, so you go in there coming off of a series win against Pittsburgh. You go to St. Louis. It's really tough to win on the road, and it's tough to do that in division. They've won 7 consecutive road series and back-to-back against Pittsburgh and St. Louis. Again, I don't care how they got there. They got there. They're 5-2 during the road trip. Come back here with 2 big series.
Well, and I think what I really found satisfying about this, and we talked about this a lot on our show, Alex, is the fact that they did not have a good record against St. Louis. We all remember the weekend series in St. Louis in May that really, I think, hammered the point home of the slump that the team was going through at the time.
Sure.
Then you have what was at the time prior to that series, a 4-3, 3-4 record against the Pirates. Fair to Midland, not what you want to see, even though I know the Pirates are better. So for them to take the series against the Pirates and then almost sweep, pretty emphatically take care in St. Louis, going 3 out of 4. Those are timely wins in the division.
Yeah.
That says a lot about where they are as a team right now.
It's the way that they did it in St. Louis. Not just the Pete Crow-Armstrong home run in the game that they lost and the defensive play in the final game of the series. It's Nico Hoerner starting to hit. It's Alex Bregman with a huge series. It is those 2 guys who, if you looked at it at the beginning of the season, they were considered 2 integral parts of this team if they're going to succeed, if they're going to fail. And to this point of the season, I would say, and you can ask both of these players, it's been underwhelming seasons for Nico Hoerner and Alex Bregman from an offensive standpoint, and for those 2 to come up huge in that series against St. Louis. Nico, especially since after the All-Star break, getting those guys hot at the right time brings his lineup to a new level.
Hitting 400 since the All-Star break, Nico Hoerner, above 400, and Alex Bregman. I look at those 2 players as being key to them having the sustained success. But kind of mixed in there is the fact that these starting pitchers who you weren't expecting this much fun, who have been forced into action, have somehow found a way. And do you see any theme within the starting pitching that's made this go as smoothly as it has?
Well, first of all, it's not just the starting pitching. It's the bullpen as well. They came into yesterday's game 14th in the league in bullpen ERA with 1 reliever who has been on the team all season long from opening day till now. That's Jacob Webb. So there's been so much turnover, so many injuries, and for that bullpen losing Daniel Palencia, who was their best reliever last year, the only hard-throwing righty in the bullpen, to be top half of the league and throw 5 2/3 scoreless or give up 1 run to come away with yesterday's win, they've been huge. And to get big innings from Javier Assad and Colin Ray, who's been, at the beginning of each season, a guy who's, he might start. He might be in the bullpen. He might start. He might be in the bullpen, to know that he's giving you 5 to 6 innings every time that he's gone out there. They've steadied the ship. They've kept the train on the tracks. And in a season where Cade Horton lost for the season at the beginning of the year, Justin Steele hasn't pitched yet, Edward Cabrera, your prime acquisition for the starting rotation, has been injured the last 6 weeks. It could have gone downhill and done so quickly, and they haven't gone downhill.
I got to ask you one more question
Go
about
for
the
it.
Cardinals
Yes.
series. And you mentioned the PCA homer. That may have been the most baddest assed home run. I don't even know how to say that. home
You said
run.
it fine. Yeah, you described it really well.
It was
Badass.
badassery is what it was. And I, like I said on the air the other day, that was a game where, of course, we're supposed to get mad when the Cubs lose. I forgave the Cubs for losing that game. It sucked how they lost and all of that with the 2-run double at the end. But that PCA home run was so PCA. The bat drop, I don't think I've seen anything like that, where he looks back at the dugout.
And he didn't throw the bat. He just dropped it. He looked. He was calm, cool, collected.
Like succinctly, too. And it was absolutely beautiful to see that. What did you think about that moment? And really, this relationship that is being established around Major League Baseball with PCA, especially within the division, especially in St. Louis, it's a ball to watch.
MVP moment for MVP. I mean, just being able to do things like that on a daily basis. I mean, not just the home run, as I said, in Game 3 of the series. It was the sliding catch in the finale in the 10th inning. It's just so many ways that he can interrupt an opponent from gaining any sort of momentum and getting any sort of advantage. Even offensively, if things aren't going well for Pete, he's the best defender on the planet. He's the best defender in baseball, probably ever. If you look at his outs above average and all of his defensive metrics, it will be one of the best defensive seasons ever in the game.
Wow.
And I think also what you speak to, both you, Mark, and Alex, is that it's one thing to put up those kind of numbers in 1 through 9, right? Or 1 through 7. We'll go 1 through 7 innings.
Sure.
But when you become a presence where if there is a difference in the game and opposing teams are saying, oh, crap, look who's on deck. Look who's here. And the hits of consequence and the way that the lineup shook out where you're saying, well, number one, draw an intentional walk every now and then, respect. And then number two, to be able to not only have the field presence, but then come through with the timely hits late in the game like that when it is absolutely consequential. I think that's really what also turns people's heads in the way that we're seeing. The last 2 games really speak to that.
They really do. And Pete Crow Armstrong, just his growth offensively, if you look at his batting average in leverage situations, runners in scoring position, 2 outs, he is one of the best hitters in all of baseball in those situations. I think he was hitting like 360 with runners in scoring position for a team that hasn't hit well with runners in scoring position really all season. So to be able to have that as your 24-year-old center fielder, second full year of the big leagues, just sign him to a contract extension. It's such like a nice basis to have for your team. You know that they're going to be competitive, and you know that they have a franchise player for the next half a decade. It's special.
Alex Cohen, the Marquee Sports Network play-by-play announcer, also the co-host of the Cubs Now podcast, along with Lance Brzezowski, and that is a must-listen, must-watch, however you consume your podcast if you are a Cubs fan. Joining us here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote as we are live from Gallagher Way ahead of the Cubs starting a 3-game series with the Yankees. And Alex, all that PCA talk, I just want to tell you, we had Bob Nightingale on, and I asked Bob Nightingale, who has an MVP vote in the National League, I said, what would it take for PCA to get your vote over Shohei Ohtani? He said if Shohei doesn't throw another pitch, he's still voting for Shohei Ohtani. What would be your pitch to keeping this open conversation and not a closed conversation?
Yeah, everything between Pete Crow Armstrong's offensive stats. You look at the WAR rankings, and it's not neck and neck. Pete is a win plus ahead of Shohei. I would say if we're looking at this at the end of the season and Pete Crow Armstrong is a win and a half, 2 wins, like that's a sizable amount ahead of Shohei Ohtani, and he doesn't pitch, and the Cubs go to the playoffs, and the Dodgers just keep on doing what they're doing. Pete Crow Armstrong's the MVP to me. If you look at some of the betting numbers right now, they're neck and neck, they're even. I mean, Pete has really come close, to the point where I think he was plus 600 at the All-Star break. Now you're looking at like a betting even between Shohei and you look at Pete Crow Armstrong. The fact that Pete does it offensively and defensively. If Shohei Ohtani doesn't throw another pitch, he just does it offensively. And if you look at Pete's offensive numbers, they're better than Shohei's offensively. He's the MVP to me.
As far as this series against the Yankees, as you look ahead, I look ahead to Saturday. I know we're not allowed to do that, but I am. We are allowed to do that. Max Fried pitches tomorrow, and then on Sunday it is Garrett Cole that is scheduled to pitch.
Yeah, 2 pretty good starters.
Two pretty good starters.
Yeah.
So it feels like today's pretty important going up against the guy in Will Warren who has been pretty inconsistent, and then Shota Imanaga on the mound for the Cubs today on an extra day of rest.
I think this entire series is important. I mean, you look at some of the numbers of the pitchers that have gone against the Cubs. You have Paul Skeens that goes against the Cubs twice at PNC Park, and the Cubs beat him both times.
Yeah.
So Obviously, Paul's had a more down year from 2025 here in 2026, but he's still Paul freaking Skeens. So you look at Max Fried, you look at Garrett Cole, and the numbers for them, especially recently, have been really good. I will put this Cubs offense up against any offense. If you look at every single meaningful statistic, and it's not just home run, slugging percentage, it is on base percentage, it is drawing walks. It's just the way that they demoralize starting pitchers. It's like death by 1,000 paper cuts sometimes. And I just think that they can, top to bottom in their order, whether it is Pete Crow Armstrong or Miguel Amaya, they make starting pitchers and really any pitcher work.
Michael McCreary. The Michael McCreary game, man, where he's taken out in the second inning. Was it McGreevy? What did I say? McCreary?
We got there, but that poor kid.
They tortured him that day with the
sweating bullets.
Yes.
I mean, they did it on the road trip, too. They've done it all season long. I mean, I remember, what was it, at the beginning of the month, it was right after the All-Star break, it was against the Twins, Zebby Matthews, and it looked like Zebby Matthews was seeing ghosts on the mound. It was like 89 pitches in 3 2/3 innings. That's not something that every offense can do, and the fact that the Cubs do it pretty much every series, for the entire season, they're really tough to face.
Our segment with Alex Cohen is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. You guys want to react to a lineup because we got one and it's interesting.
Oh, really?
Let's do it. Pete Armstrong is batting leadoff. Pedro Ramirez
Look at that.
at third base is batting second.
Like me now.
Then it's Michael Busch. Then it's Alex Bregman, Ian Happ, Nico Horner, Michael Conforto, Dansby Swanson, Miguel Amaya, and then, of course, Shota is on the mound. What do we think about Pedro batting second?
I love it. I think that Pedro has been one of the better hitters since the All-Star break. I mean, the contact rate has been so impressive throughout his entire professional career. The fact that he's played, nearly 40 games up the big leagues. He's hitting over 300, around a 360 on-base percentage. And I think you have to have contact guys at the top of the order. No Seiya Suzuki in the lineup today. He gets the day off. So, you make sure you can table set with Pete Crow Armstrong and Pedro Ramirez and let the middle of the order without Seiya do their work.
17 games in 17 days. It's amazing that we're at a point where you have a guy like Pedro Ramirez who can bat second in the lineup. What has he meant to this team in his presence since his call-up?
Switch hitter, can play 4 different positions, quality at bat, doesn't strike out much, elite bat-to-ball skills, doesn't give away ABs, works, him with Dansby Swanson and Nico Horner and Michael Busch. They just work so many pitches in a single at-bat. So I think it's just the productive AB that you'll get from a 22-year-old rookie who, has played, as I said, nearly 40 games up in the big leagues. That is a luxury that most teams don't have.
Alex, how much of a blast has this been for you personally, getting to do a ton of play-by-play? It feels like you picked the right time to be working with the Chicago Cubs and getting this opportunity to do the play-by-play.
I adore it. I mean, I spent 7 years in Iowa. First year in Iowa, it was the 50th anniversary. They had 49 wins. So I've earned this, Mark. I've earned this. This is for me.
You have.
No, but it's so much fun. And I've said this before. I mean, I've been able to see 26 stadiums. I've called games in 17 stadiums in the big leagues. There is no better atmosphere like Wrigley Field when the Cubs are good. And when they win, you hear "Go Cubs Go," 7th inning stretch, 40,000 strong standing up. The energy is palpable. And again, that's not something you see in every baseball market during the dog days of summer. You didn't see it in St. Louis, didn't necessarily see it in Pittsburgh, but you'll see it here this week, and you got to take advantage
Which
of that.
Cubs are left that you may have covered in Iowa? Nico, I assume?
I had Nico, Ian Happ in 2019, Pete, Javier Assad, Matt Shaw.
Wow.
So still a nice number. Ben Brown.
That's
too.
got to be a really cool part of it, that you have that you saw these guys from the bottom, and now everybody's
I
here.
saw Pete Crow Armstrong bat flipping against Willie Peralta. The bat flip heard around the world in Iowa, and now he's bat flipping in St. Louis in a game that's a little bit more meaningful. So really just seeing Pete and his growth, you knew Pete was going to be good. Just seeing him patrol the outfield at 21 years old in AAA. I remember I was talking with our pitching coach at the time. It is 14-year big leaguer, just so happens to be the best immaculate gritter of all time, Ron Vallone, because he played for so many teams.
Okay.
And I asked Ron, I said, hey, who does Pete Crow Armstrong remind you of? He goes, I hate making these comparisons because it's not fair. But when I see him in the outfield, he reminds me of a mix between Ken Griffey Jr. and Kenny Lofton.
Wow. I accept that.
So it's just 21-year-old kid in AAA, and that's a lofty praise. You got to live up to it. And he hasn't, and has done more than that. So I've just been so impressed to see what he's been able to do. And again, just his second full season in the big leagues.
When you look at the trade deadline because it's coming at us right now. It's coming really hard and fast. A lot of people are talking about what the Cubs don't have in the minor leagues compared to other systems. But you just talked about Pedro Ramirez. We know how good Matt Shaw has been. I look at the opportunity maybe for them to get like a Tarek Skubal or whoever else that they have their eyes on, whether that's Mason Miller back into the bullpen help. And I think there are guys on the Major League roster who can help other teams, but are they too invaluable to what the Cubs are doing this season?
I think that the Cubs' position player crop in the minor leagues has a little bit more value than people give them credit for. I think that Jefferson Rojas, a number 2 ranked prospect, like he is a legit all-star caliber bat. Owen Ayers, who is now the top catcher in the organization. He is anywhere up to the 3rd ranked prospect, 4th ranked prospect in the new rankings. Switch hitting catchers having a monster year at AAA. He could certainly provide value to other organizations. You look down, Johnny Long, minor league player of the year. He's had a nice year in AAA after a slow start. Brett Bateman, who is probably the best defensive outfielder in the organization, not named Pete Crow Armstrong. He's at AAA. He's somebody who could be a 4th outfielder, a speed guy, contact guy on another team. I think their position player crop is more impressive than people give them credit for. And if you are a major league organization that's looking to sell, that you are full of pitchers and you want position player crop of guys who can help build your organization, I would look at the Cubs.
Is there a position that you think the Cubs need? Like, what's your highest priority when it comes to what the Cubs need?
Outgetter. I mean, I think that they'll look at starting pitchers. I think they'll look at high leverage relievers. Anybody who can account for 127 outs. And then I think they'll look at, 2 facets of it. Can you get the bulk 18 outs of the game? So then you're looking for starting pitching, or the 3 most important outs of the game at the back end of the bullpen. Doesn't have to be in the 9th inning. It doesn't have to be a closer, a high leverage reliever. So I would imagine outgetters, pitchers are what the Cubs are looking for.
I got to ask you, I kind of tipped you off to this off the air that I was going to bring this up to you, but I was talking about this yesterday on the show. I've been to several White Sox games this year, and one of the things they do, and it's a great product, the entertainment product is great out at White Sox games. I love going to the Sox games, but there's one thing they do that has left me a little bit unsatisfied.
Just grinds your gears.
Grinds my gears.
He's an old man
Griffin.
yelling at the cloud.
Pretty much. I accept that. Well, I allow this to be Is It Just Me? But there is the song Jump Around by House of Pain,
yes,
which is played at many stadiums, and it's a get you pumped up song.
There's Wisconsin, Camp Randall.
Absolutely. They have probably done it the best, I have to admit. But there's the beginning part where it's the din, 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 din. Yes, yeah, this. Din, din, din. And then you got to hear that. Then you got to hear the jump around.
You do.
But they don't play the jump around part.
I respectfully disagree.
It crushes my soul.
I love that they just play the beginning because I fill in the rest.
Okay, and maybe that's what they're supposed to do.
Because you know what it is.
I'm
it's an
picking up what you're
implication.
pushing out.
I'm
right there with you.
Okay, so you understand where I am. And
in this song specifically, like we were in Pittsburgh, and I think you noticed this on Sunday, where at PNC Park they would mix and match. They would play a couple songs, and sometimes they would play the chorus, and the fans would fill in the rest. Then they would play the beginning of a song, and the fans would fill in the rest. I like, changing the brain chemistry a little bit. I like the interactivity of what they're doing.
Okay, now I need to hear, Buterbaugh, if you have the capability of playing it with the jump around, because I'm going to feel unsatisfied for the rest of this broadcast if I don't hear a little bit of the jump around part. And I saw some people out here in Gallagher Way who needed to. That's what you need to hear, right there.
Don't do the mistake that I make every now and then where I will be holding something, water, coffee, anything, and I start to jump. Because liquid is liquid, and then it moves. I am the one, though. I love the just 4 chords.
Okay.
I think that's tremendous. Like I like the audio joke.
I like the variety. I like if they would do something one day and then do it different the next day. Just throw the fans off a little bit.
I told them, Layla, or I told Mark, sorry, I was like, they need to do this, but with a different song, back that thing up, and then you would really see a reaction.
Yeah, well, that's...
With the initial, and then just cut it off.
So that's a social media bit now, is like, can you call a generation of people with a couple notes? Like, one of them is The Black Parade by My Chemical Romance.
I get that with Juvenile, too. So.
Can you ask JD about Back That Thing Up at some point in time?
Yeah, I'm sure that'll go over really well.
Pretty cool song.
Hey, man, JD is from Houston. He knows a thing. That's adjacent to New Orleans.
He got it.
Can we also celebrate the fact that there's a new home run song here at the ballpark?
Yes.
Like that's a good thing.
I just think that anytime that we can hear songs like that, it means that they're hitting home run. So I don't really care what song is playing. I care that they're hitting the home
No,
run. They can play whatever they want.
He's like, as long as music is playing because good things are happening
These guys are hitting
offensively.
bombs.
I'll tell you what, my favorite was 2016. I know that you were not here at that time here with the big league club, but they played We Them Boys. During
They did?
it was sick. Like, I don't know if they did it all. There was a day where the Cubs had hit like 4 or 5 home runs, and they just started blasting that song, and you could feel that because they were them boys.
They were them boys.
Yeah, I like
Yeah. Them boys.
Them
Alex
boys.
Cohen, thank you so much for hanging out with us here on this Friday.
Thanks for having me on. Really
Thanks, man.
Appreciate it, Alex.
That is Alex Cohen, play-by-play voice for Marquee Sports Network, and yes, part of the Lance Brozdowski Cubs Now podcast. Alex and Lance do a great job on that show. Coming up next, how about some more Bears? Herb Howard has our Bears hit from Hallis Hall. He is the Bears reporter for the Bigs Media, so we'll talk to Herb next.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 104.3 The Score. We're live and we're local. 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules, and good luck.
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. New teeth, new smile.
With the left tackle situation being in flux yet again yesterday.
2 more quickies. Phil Thompson wrote a great piece in the Trib yesterday.
What's up, Phil?
The Bears, going into yesterday, have run 496 plays under center. That's the second most behind the Rams in the entire NFL. Remember when Caleb was told that he couldn't do anything under center? Second most in the NFL under center.
Well, he worked his ass off. And
Yeah,
we
he
talked
did.
about it before the season began that I had heard that he was out there doing reps every day, taking snaps from center, and then that plays out where he gets – and I think a lot of people are like, man, if this guy can get that concept, he could be a really dangerous passer, and he has been.
And average depth of target, just to show you stylistically what they do, okay? This is how far the receivers go down the field before they are targeted. 9.31 yards, 5th in the NFL, behind the Eagles, the Patriots, the Rams, and the Packers. Playoff teams all. So Ben Johnson has given you a playoff caliber scheme, and Caleb Williams has executed it to a playoff caliber offense.
So there should be rejoicing in the fact that the Bears have won the division. They are the 2 seed in the NFC, and the playoffs start on Saturday for them over at Soldier Field.
Morning, boys. What's going on?
Well, you've got the story as always.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You got Joe Madden booked later today?
No, Joe is not coming on.
Why?
He wants to replace the manager.
You got to because you got to get with Joe because they're going to need the petting zoo, and then they're going to need the magician.
Wow.
9 in a row, it couldn't hurt, Brad. You know that. You're asking about the Cubs just to further inflict any kind of pain or distress on people who are hoping that they win, and it's not appreciated.
Well, the pitching was built on guys with pretty significant injury histories, and now they got every time Tyon and Shota pitches, it's baseball giveaway day in the bleachers. So it's because they're actually healthy, but you guys better get Dustin on the horn with Madden because they got some serious problems there at the Federal Landmark.
Yes, they do. Thank you for acknowledging.
Well, just wondering if there's any chance of the Bears kind of being able to just keep bringing in star after star like the Chicago White Sox seem to be doing, buddy.
How about that last night?
That was great.
I mean, the brutal execution of these bunts.
Oh.
And Venable's got to answer for the strategy there. But however you feel about the calls, the execution was worse. Oh, Montgomery saved his ass last night.
But I know you love the broadcast, Brad, right? You loved Costas and Stoney in the booth.
That was top notch. And Dave, I'm looking forward to you, kind of ramping up the platform as Steve Stone to win a Fort Frick Award because he's the best out there. He's the standard bearer, and Costas was great. Maybe they could go to that for a full season, Costas and Stoney.
I'll get right on that.
It was phenomenal. It was great stuff. Brad, did Cairo Santos tell you if he's going back to Brazil? He's probably one of the few humans that could afford World Cup tickets and follow Brazil if he wanted to.
Oh, is that started?
It started yesterday night. Brazil hasn't.
I know you were
started
busy
yet.
watching the Cubs.
Yeah.
Hey, counsel, he solved the riddle. If he goes out there and complains, like it was awesome. It was like the umpires wanted him to really have to beg to get ejected, right? So it just kept going on and on. And the base umpire is headed back to first, and he's like, okay, well, I guess I'll just really beg the home plate umpire to run me here. So he gets run, and they win the ball game.
See, there you go.
That's all it takes.
Have you checked out, Dave, have you checked out, you get your baseball show tomorrow?
Yeah, 9 to 11.
Take a look at that Iowa pitching staff's ERA.
Okay.
It's at about 6.5. It's the worst in the International League. And there's like 2 teams that are worse in the Pacific Coast League where they're playing at like a mile up, like Albuquerque. Like nobody, you could send Cy Young and Walter Johnson there, and they'd both have an ERA over 4.5 because the ballpark's a joke. That's how wretched the Cubs pitching is. It's not just the big league, brother.
I'll get on that. That'll be the 9:45 segment.
It's not just the big league. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Brad.
Appreciate
it.
Really?
I mean, wow! In front of the dog, no less. Here at Gallagher Way, the dog that they bring
I have to
by
admit,
law enforcement.
Sometimes when I hear stuff back that I said, I think I'm weird.
Like, that happens to all of us.
Like, yes, we all agree you are weird, but we love you.
Sometimes I think that about myself.
We love you, so it's okay.
Okay.
We're having fun here live at Gallagher Way, and the Bears are already practically done with training camp this morning. They were up early, and so was Herb Howard. Herb is joining us not just on our hotline, but also on Twitch, twitch.tv/thescorechicago. He's the Bears reporter for the Bigs Media. Follow at the Bigs Media on YouTube for the latest from Herb. Herb, thanks for coming on with us.
Thank y'all for having me.
So what can you tell us about Ben Johnson spoke today? I watched the live stream. I feel like there was a lot of discussion about, we heard from offensive linemen today at Hallis Hall. What were your biggest takeaways from this morning?
Yeah, definitely some interesting things that came out of the press room today. Obviously, we started off the morning hearing from Coach Johnson, and he said some interesting things specifically about Caleb Williams and his development in terms of his comfort in the system, his leadership, his communication with the rest of the team. He said he's really become an extension of the coaching staff out on the field.
Caleb talked about the next evolution for him as a leader is becoming an extension of you and the coaching staff out on the field. Did you sense kind of that push from him internally to be that guy out there?
Yeah, I see it. I feel it from our entire unit right now. We talked the other night just about when we go into these walkthroughs in the afternoon, we're making corrections from the practice earlier in the day, and rather than the coaches calling it back and let's repeat and get the perfect play, it's player led now, and he's certainly leading that charge. He knows when it's not good enough. He's huddling us back up and let's get it right. Felt that at practice yesterday too. You guys might have noticed it. We broke the huddle. Things weren't quite right, and he's regrouping us, and so I think that's a huge step in the right direction. I know those guys really value what he has to say. They're getting extra reps when the horn's done for the day, and continuing to work on hooking up in the passing game with all the pass catchers, and that's only going to pay dividends down the road.
Herb, I think one of the things when I hear that, it makes me think and remember that this is now his team. Those are his wide receivers.
Yep.
Those are his offensive linemen. Whereas his first year, I don't think he felt that ownership, that bond necessarily. We know there was a lot of things that came undone in his Shane Waldron, Matt Eberflus rookie year, but that's just a guy, I think, and you could see it and you could hear it, being more comfortable with his coworkers, which is important for all of us.
Yeah, I mean, as a quarterback, you always want to kind of present yourself as being that comfortable and that leader and able to communicate and get everybody lined up. But last year, in his first year in being sensitive, he was honestly just kind of faking it as he was going along by his own admission, trying not to drown himself. And so this year, you see a much more comfortable version of him. He's much more sure of himself and what he's doing, which allows him to help guys get set with what they're doing. I think that's as big a reason as you've seen for why they've gotten off to a fast start offensively in this training camp compared to where they were at this same time last year. You guys remember they couldn't barely get in and out of the huddle. They couldn't get lined up. So many pre-snap procedural penalties, constantly having to re-rack the play. That's not happening this year. They're getting in and out of the huddle. They're getting up to the line of scrimmage with plenty of time left on the play clock to make their IDs, make their checks, get everybody set, and then run the play. And so I think a large part of that is what is Caleb's growth. And I think Coach recognizes that, and that's what he's speaking to this morning.
Herb Howard joining us, the Bears reporter for the Bigs Media. You can follow the Bigs Media on YouTube for the latest from Herb at the Bigs Media. Herb, live from House Hall. I'm curious because one thing Ben Johnson has proven is that he is a master chef when it comes to offense and cooking up the plays, right? He's in a different kitchen last year, and he kept cooking, and now he's going to keep cooking. The problem is when you're that good of a cook, everybody wants to eat. How is he going to distribute the food?
Yeah, it's tough, right? Everybody wants a different thing. Can we get this? Can we eat that? Can we eat this? And it's like, hey, I'm cooking what I'm cooking. You'll get what you get. And I think that's how he's going to approach it. I asked him specifically, what's it like when you have so many talented pass catchers? And they all want the ball. They've all got egos and their goals that they want to hit. And, he says throughout his history, he spread it around a little bit, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that way.
Coach, you've got so many pass catchers, and they've got their egos and goals. The rest of their Rome's talking about 100 catches, 1,000 yards. But as a philosophy for you, do you see it more advantageous to have two guys with maybe 12, 1,300, or you see 4 or 5 guys with 700?
Well, I would say probably my history would say it's spread around a little bit more, but it doesn't have to be the case. We're going to do whatever we feel like gives us the best chance to win. And so that's what's healthy about this time of year is we are evaluating every single route that these guys are running, whether they get the ball or not, and we're gonna know who's the best, Puma runner, Bolt runner, Go runner. We're gonna have a good idea of that as a coaching staff by the end of this thing, and so they're earning the right to become the primary receiver on as many pass concepts as possible. And when you have, like you said, a lot of talented players, they take a lot of pride in that, and that's what gives you great practices. That's what makes the defense better, and we'll become a better team because of that.
When I hear that, Herb, 2 things come to mind. Number one, that's how it should be. You should play to your players' strengths, and that'll dictate a lot of what you call, because if somebody does something well, then that would mean that even if the other team sees it coming, it's still about execution. The other part of it to me, though, is that I think that Ben Johnson kind of sends the message early that you're not out for individual glory when he says to his receivers, no block, no rock. And that gives you the indication that you better sacrifice in order to at least get the call when the call comes to you. I feel like he already set the tone last year with that a little bit too.
Yeah, no, he's consistent with his messages, and I think that's why each of these, players on offense, they continue to perform at a high level, whether they're the primary receiver, secondary receiver, or if it's a run play. They know they have to complete their assignment to the best of their ability because it's being evaluated, like Coach said, every single play, whether the ball is coming to you or not. And they ultimately want the ball to come to them. They got to be on the field to earn those opportunities. We saw that process with Luther Burden last year. I know he was hurt earlier on in the process in the summer, but when he got back, there were still conversations about him not being on top of his details. Where is he at in the run game in terms of his blocking ability? And as he got better at those things, he earned the opportunities that he got later on in the season, and we start to see, what he could do with those opportunities. And so I think he's a guy that understands that coming in, and you see, them trying to be complete wide receivers. We heard Romo Dunze talk about being a complete wide receiver yesterday. And so, I think that it makes it very, very difficult, Layla, for a defensive coordinator to game plan for this Bears offense, because what are you going to do? Are you going to circle number 84? Then, okay, we'll hit 10. If you're going to do that, we'll throw it to 15. And so we got 85. There's so many different things they can do. And then if they want, they can just go 13 personnel and run the ball down your throat. And so I think the multitude of options that they have, that makes them very, very difficult to scheme for, to game plan for. And ultimately, I think that's what Ben Johnson wants.
That is the voice of Herb Howard. He's the Bears reporter for the Bigs Media. He joins us here on Rahimi and Harris and Grote. We are live from Gallagher Way. Training camp coverage on the Score, sponsored by Plumbers 911 Plumbing Emergency. Call the professionals, available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. I like that you brought up the 13 personnel, because I am so curious as to where they rank in the league in terms of use of 13 personnel with Sam Roush now on the roster. And really, it's about, he loves the running game more than people imagine, because they're so, electrified by what he's able to do with the passing game. But that run-pass mix has been interesting. We saw it last year, of course, on Black Friday, which was funeral procession for the Philadelphia Eagles. Do you feel like the run game is going to be different this year? And I guess more so, how different?
Yeah, I would have thought it would have been the same. They were the number 3 rushing offense, in the league last year. You talked about that game where they went out in prime time and walked Philadelphia up and down their own field with the running game. Coach Johnson kind of surprised us all a little bit. Says, we're looking at a different approach here. He even mentioned the word finesse and saying maybe we won't be so heavy in terms of our double teams and combos up to the linebacker. We're going to look to do it a little bit differently. I think he likes the athleticism of his offensive linemen and the ability of his running backs, and also the mismatches that they can create in the blocking game with their 13 personnel and the tight ends that can do so many different things. And so he mentioned that earlier, and it kind of raised all of our eyebrows about the changes in the running game.
But I know until the pads go on, there's probably more emphasis on the passing game. I guess, how eager are you to dive more into what you can do in the run game and see where you guys are at right now, what you can build on from last season? Do you have any sense of that right now?
Yeah. I mean, you can see it in the drill work, and even the little bit that we're doing non-padded right now. You can see our get off, you can see our pad level, you can see our aiming points. I tweaked the run install this summer for really the first time that I've been calling it because of that, because we don't have the pads on for these first 4 days. And so hopefully it's going to give us more time on task with some concepts that, or I'm not going to say more finesse, but just a little bit more, not as downhill double team mentality. So I think it's been good for us. I thought we got better from day 1 to day 2 in that regard. Coach Rochar, Coach Devan, they really like it, and I think it's been a good start.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to hear that. Herb, apparently there's some Darnell Wright stuff too that was really good.
Yeah, there's some contract talks. I mean, he's obviously in the middle of his contract negotiations. We've heard from General Manager Ryan Poles that he wants to extend Darnell Wright. He wants him to be a Bear long term. He also said, I think quite intentionally, that it takes 2 sides to make a deal. And so we had a chance to ask Darnell Wright. There were a flurry of questions to him about those contract extensions. I specifically asked him, what has his representation told them about, how far they may be apart. And, to Darnell's credit, he kind of just kept it football. He said, listen, that's not my job. I'll let my representation deal with that. He said, I want to be a Bear for my entire career. I want to be here for the long term. I'm going to worry about getting better every single day. And so he handled that well, but there were several questions to him about what that process looks like, because if you got the general manager saying, we want you here long term, and you got the player here saying, I want to be here long term, how wide is that divide that we haven't yet gotten that done? And so we'll see how that continues to develop. I was more equally interested in some of the things that Darnell Wright had to say about Caleb Williams and his development in his second year in terms of how much he's improved with his pre-snap process, getting the guys in and out of the huddle, getting them lined up, helping them get to the checks, and just seeing the game the same way that the offensive linemen see the game. He says he's improved on that not only since last season, but Darnell Wright said Caleb has improved on that even since the spring, and he can tell that he spent time with the coaching staff to be as comfortable as possible. And so, again, just another indication of how far this offense has come along since this same time last season.
Well, that's really good stuff, Herb, and I know it was a day that was chock full of information at Hallis Hall, so thank you for bringing it to us here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote.
Absolute pleasure, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Thanks, Herb.
Thank you, Herb. That is Herb Howard from The Bigs, the Bears reporter for The Bigs. You can check him out at It's The Bigs, him and his work there, and also on multiple platforms, whether it is X, YouTube, and the like. Coming up next here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, it is time for halftime. I have to ask you guys a quintessential life question. We have to play the game. Is this flirting?
Oh.
And then furthermore, does it become cheating?
Oh.
Yep. So that will be next.
The Cubs are now on 104.3 The Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
It's got a chance. Cubs win the ball game.
Northwestern Medicine, leading the way to better medicine. Learn more at nm.org.
Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. The lead up to the U.S. Open continues with the quarterfinals in D.C., and I think top-ranked American bench.
Advice,
brother.
Weekend, guys.
All right, brother.
For prostate cancer, unveiling a new way to test for it without having to, you know.
Was that where they're showing the butt close-ups?
Yes.
The butt's clenching,
Yes.
literally, right?
It
Clenching
starts out
butts.
with like a bunch of tight ends. Like you had.
I don't know what we need that for, that audio, but we need to get it. And get it, we did. Thank you, Tyler Buterbaugh. Thank you, Ray Diaz. Thanks, Brandon Fryer. Thanks to Connor O'Donnell. Thanks, Jacob Stutz. Thanks, Max Curtis. Thanks to everybody who joined us as listeners, as viewers. Thanks to Anthony Herron and Dan Wiederer. I'm Dolores Rahimi, signing off to Marshall Harris, Mark Grote,
Thank you,
Lawrence
Dolores.
Holmes, and Matt Spiegel.
Thank you for your
I
contribution.
thought when you said thanks, Max Curtis, you were really going to say thanks, Max Crosby, and I was there for it. I was like, yeah.
Why are you Dolores?
Oh.
Because I accidentally called Dan Adam because I was reading an Adam Schefter tweet at the time. I'm checking the news.
He said, it's okay, Dolores.
And yeah, he said Dolores, and I was like, okay, I'm good with Dolores.
And we were trying to think of like the top Doloreses, and the best one I came up with some help from the textures, quite frankly, Lawrence, was Dolores O'Riordan, who was the lead singer of the Cranberries.
Do you
Unfortunately,
have
we
to?
lost her in the year 2018. So I don't know who's our best and most important Dolores.
How about Dolores Claiborne, the Stephen King character from a book and a film?
And the character from Seinfeld.
That's right. It rhymes with.
So then everybody sent us that, and I was howling laughing because if you look at our text line, it's pretty amusing right now.
I don't know if I want to look.
Yes,
That's
a lot
funny.
of people were reminding us of the female body part that they were describing.
Proud of you all.
Especially me, right? I didn't say it. I didn't do it.
Well, hold on, Grote.
Yeah.
So the butts that you're talking about,
Yeah.
they were not clenching, they were unclenching.
You're right. You're right.
I mean,
I
this
thought about
is-
that. I used the wrong word.
This is the entire point of the commercial.
You say that, Speaks, but it's okay to think that because to get clenched or to get unclenched, you have to be clenched. And at the beginning of the commercial, they were all already relaxed tight ends.
Well, yeah, but at the end, they show the butts unclenching because
You're
the
right.
relaxed tight end is the entire bit of the joke.
Relax your ass.
Yes,
Right.
relax
bit
your
of the
tight
joke
end.
You are
butt
correct.
of the joke.
My God,
You're
like,
right.
you know, has advertising taught you nothing, Mark?
To declench. You're right. I now know to
Wait,
declench.
declench? I
Yeah.
thought it was unclench.
Unclench?
Is declench even a word?
Either way,
Unclench.
they got me.
Unclench.
I laughed when Vernon Davis
Reclench.
was painting. When I saw, like, they went to the lengths to go get Vernon Davis and have him painting. I'm like, you win. You win. All tight
Wait
ends
till
are
you get me,
relaxed.
and wait until I get you in my clenches.
I
Especially
can't
seen as
believe
what-
that they got away with the William Shatner stuff. I can't believe that wasn't an FCC fine.
I think I missed that one.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, they shortened his name to the first syllable, and that's all he was calling himself. And I'm like, I don't think you can.
I think you can. It's the
They
past
ran it
tense.
by somebody.
It's
I
the-
wouldn't.
It's the past tense.
I truly wouldn't.
I understand. But how about the one time when I'll tell you this. This is unrelated that I'm thinking of it, but one time Eddie O at Olczyk referred to a high heavy shart that had it wasn't a shot. It was he accidentally called it a high heavy shart on a hockey floor. And that it's unrelated to anything, but that can be said.
I'm gonna let you hold on to that one, Speaks.
I'm right here. I got you. See, look, anybody hit a button over there? Mitch is on vacation. We're safe. Oh, did you hit a button?
I did.
Damn you, Ray.
He brings the button with him, by the way, on
Scared-
vacation. Mitch has got a
scaredy cat.
big red button on the beach.
You are a scaredy cat.
Ray, that is the proper move.
No, it is not.
Notice Yes, how- it
we
is.
used to play Eddie O saying it because he said it.
You guys bleeped me for saying words that I could say on cable.
I don't remember that.
It was the Reddit users who broke the Quintana trade.
Right.
That's right.
I didn't bleep you. Don't look at me. I would never
You
bleep
all-
anything.
You all had to score.
Was the word wet in it?
No.
No.
Harrison Brody, we are live coming to you from Gallagher Way ahead of game one of this all-important Cubs and Yankees series. It is a baseball party out here. We got it started with the great Susan Waldman, the radio analyst for the Yankees, WFAN radio, so she set the tone for us. We talked about the latest from Haugh this morning with the Bears, the Liam Cohen. Nobody's talking about us. They're talking about Caleb Williams instead mess, using the Bears for motivation. We talked about the White Sox taking 2 out of the 4-game set against the Yankees. And then talked to Alex Cohen about just a really solid Cubs and Cardinals series that has brought us to this point. Herb Howard joined us from Haugh with more on the Bears.
It's halftime.
All right, I feel like, oh my gosh, the way you two turn toward me.
We sometimes we know what we're going to talk about. Sometimes we don't. I don't know what Layla's
But
about
I'm
to
very
say.
intrigued.
Yes.
My Instagram, not even Instagram, my news algorithm has been giving because it's just like, hey, Layla, I see you like chaotic stories that are highly relatable for halftime. Let me give you more. So this one is from Vice, and this is the headline. Men are flirting with AI chatbots more than you think, survey reveals.
What?
But does it count as cheating?
Oh.
Shooters shoot, man. Shooters shoot.
Shooters do not shoot at inanimate objects. What are we doing?
Yes, they do. And they would rather a lot of women be an inanimate object. New survey data shows that 15% of men
Okay, this is a low percentage.
have had flirty conversations with an AI chatbot.
What?
Compared to, not to be outdone, 8% of women on tools people already keep open all day. A Talker research survey of 2,000 U.S. adults found that the gender split consistent across 2 separate questions. I can't say this word.
No, say it. Go ahead.
Okay, how do I put
Well,
this?
you want me to say it?
Yeah.
Yeah, read this right here.
Okay.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah,
it's
yeah,
the
yeah.
kids-
So
it's for one of the kids.
the word is arousal. Ladies.
Yeah.
On arousal.
The numbers held the same way. 17.
Wait a minute. You couldn't say the word arousal?
We just became a team.
We're in front of kids.
I can't stop being aroused.
17% of men said an AI exchange had exactly.
How you
exactly.
doing?
The look you had, the disapproving look you
how
had.
you
for
doing?
us.
Let me
All
describe
right.
this. A young lady with a drink in each hand just walked by.
She's
and when she heard
double-fisted.
the Mark Grote, you know what he says about...
Call me.
Yeah. Whoa. Grote.
I'm so sorry.
We're so sorry.
That is as
We're
bizarre
so
as
sorry.
it feels. Yeah.
She's playing the game.
No,
Come on.
she
The
is
kids
playing
are
the
cracking
game.
me up, dude.
She's
the
playing
kids
the feud.
I am the kids in this scenario. Okay, so this is kind of a good gateway here because there's
Okay.
more to this.
Go ahead.
So on that very topic, the numbers held the same way. 17% of men said an AI exchange had done that.
Wow, they flirted. Okay.
Versus 9% of women. These are not numbers from a niche companion app. The survey asked about mainstream tools like ChatGPT, Claude, and Google Gemini.
So you're saying you go on to one of these chat bots and the chat bot...
Hey, Google,
I know-
can you
oh.
search something for me?
From a number standpoint, all I'm hearing is the reason that they're doing this is because when they have flirted with the AI has responded in kind, and you notice the percentage of the quote-unquote arousal is higher than the percentage of engagement.
Okay.
Wow.
So the next subhead, they do say that Gen Z is the most guilty of this. 27% reported romantic or other, I can't say in front of the kids, AI chats.
There's a kid right there, right
I know,
in front
and
of
the
me
same
right now.
share says
Isn't Gen
those-
Z the kids in this situation? What is
Those exchanges also arouse them. Millennials came in at 16%, Gen X unflappable at 9%, and boomers at 2%. A boomer is more than 10 times less likely than a Gen Z adult to have flirted with a bot.
You know why?
We
Because
got a
boomers flirted
boomer.
with people in real life.
They did. Okay, so the next subhead says, is your boyfriend cheating on you with an AI chatbot?
Okay, this goes to that
Ray
question
is
you were asking.
Is it cheating?
Is it cheating?
Is it cheating?
Okay, so let's play the game. Is it cheating?
Or pathetic.
What?
Or pathetic.
Or
Hey.
both.
Well,
What makes
Marshall,
the male numbers even more
you're
interesting
the expert.
is that a chatbot offers something a dating app doesn't. Zero chance of rejection.
That was my point. Look. You know
And
what's-
a conversation partner that never loses interest.
touch grass is something that we say all the time, whether it's hyperbolically or we really do need you to experience more in real life. I would encourage all these people who are engaged with these chatbots to just talk to people in real life. I know it can seem scary. I know it can seem uncomfortable. I know there is a chance of rejection. But to me, that's what makes it fun because nobody bats 1,000. Nobody bats
Is it
a
cheating?
thousand.
Is
This
it
is your
like
pep talk for the day.
if a person is in a relationship and the dude starts asking their device to speak to them in a sexy way, is that cheating?
Yes, it's
It
cheating.
is. Okay.
We have numbers, people.
Taking care of yourself.
Nearly a quarter.
Is that cheating?
No.
It's not.
Nearly
Really?
a quarter of Americans, 24%, said flirting with AI counts as cheating in a relationship.
Of course it does.
I kind of believe that.
I'm
yeah.
mad it's that low.
At the
40%?
very least, it's highly disappointing.
Yeah.
You'd rather talk to a device than talk to me?
Well,
Yeah.
oddly enough,
It's your
so
one
the
boo thing.
generation that does it the most actually thinks it is the most cheaty. Among Gen Z, the group most likely to be doing it, 36% called it a deal breaker. 44% of respondents said they expect people to form genuine emotional relationships with AI in the future.
What was that percentage?
44.
Almost half the people said that they expect to form a relationship with AI in the future.
You can see it too. There are people who will. The problem is on Twitter, you can't tell if they're bots or not anymore. And so we it's funny because you can tell like there are accounts that defend this, like having a relationship with a bot, and I'm like, so are you a human or are you the bot in the relationship?
Is there a visual aspect to this, or is it all auditory? That's
I
what I'm
don't
trying
know.
to
That's a
figure
good
out.
question.
Yeah,
That's a good question.
because I always thought men were more visual than auditory. So I'm just curious if it's just about a voice or if there's a
I
visual.
think it has to do with
attached to it.
validation, if I had to guess.
You could probably ask AI to do whatever, show me whatever you want. It's AI.
Right.
They can come up with anything.
This seems like a slippery slope.
This is just further. It's not a slippery slope. It is a slope that has already been slid down by way too many people. That's what it is.
It's an avalanche.
Oh my gosh, here's a core memory of Bears training camp unlocked. Is this a slip and slide a la Hard Knocks?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Does that take you back, guys?
That
It does take me back to a dark place. but
Flus.
yes.
Remember, like they were trying to make Flus the star of that and show how great Matt Eberflus
Oh, he was the star of that
Remember
season.
I will
Yeah.
defend his daughters, who I like that they talk ball on TV.
Those daughters
they
were
were
out
great.
there. Nothing wrong with the family. Nothing personal with
No.
them. It was all business. This is just business.
Also, it doesn't really shock me that the Bears Hard Knocks was like an hour-long trip to the Museum of Ice Cream for an episode and a slip and slide. Really doesn't shock me. Like, I don't think they'd be okay with us having this conversation we just had at Hallis Hall.
Final cut. They had final cut.
Indeed, they did.
No, so to answer the questions, I
Yes.
think we all agree it is cheating if you are in a relationship and you decide to engage in it with a chat bot in the way that has been described here.
Ray's face. Your face is it all.
I mean, I'm more concerned with the fact that it's even happening.
Well,
I mean, it's just.
I'm not surprised
is
it's
it-
happening,
is
but
it-
I'm surprised at the numbers. How much is happening?
Should that be cause for just immediate breakup? Like, not even like stop doing that. Like, wait
I
a
think
minute.
it's at least cause for like, yo, you need help.
Well, yeah,
You need to
and-
get some help.
And guess what? If you need help, and I guess it depends on if you're married. That's one thing. If you're just dating someone, it's over. Like there are other people to date out here who aren't doing that.
True.
Although apparently less people than I thought, since it's 44% or whatever it was.
It's just further evidence as well that the 2013 sci-fi romance film Her predicted the future. A sensitive and soulful man earns a living by writing personal letters for other people. Left heartbroken after his marriage ends, Theodore, Joaquin Phoenix, becomes fascinated with a new operating system which reportedly develops into an intuitive and unique entity in its own right. He starts the program and meets Samantha, Scarlett Johansson, whose bright voice reveals a sensitive, playful personality. Though friends initially, the relationship soon deepens into love.
It's an
and I
updated,
won't
like-
spoil.
We
what
are
happens.
getting some defense of this.
This is
on our text line.
Sleepless in Seattle 2026.
Our text line, one of our texts says, thinking flirting with an AI chatbot is real cheating is a bit crazy. All you're doing is telling on yourself.
All I've heard is women tell me that it's less about the physical act sometimes and more about the emotional
Connection.
cheating. Yeah, that you're building clearly an emotional connection to an AI chatbot. Also,
Isn't
that's
that what it's
dirty to
for?
have ScarJo playing the love interest because ScarJo is ScarJo. Like,
Well,
Yeah,
and
you never see her. You never see her.
Okay, but I know what she looks like.
I know.
Joaquin Phoenix is the perfect person if he's playing the creeper part, I guess, is what that would
that's
be.
fair.
Like
The
that's
sad boy part,
Yeah,
really,
sad
is what
boy.
it
Oh,
is.
like that's
Joaquin Phoenix does give off sad boy.
perfect.
It's-
Oh yeah,
it's
man.
at its
Joker.
peak in this
Woo.
film.
He just, like, once the gladiator role happened, I
Yeah,
think it was just,
yeah.
that was it for him. We all cast him.
It's a great movie, though.
312 says, imagine cheating on Siri with Alexa.
Oh.
Then you have problems.
Imagine calling Alexa Siri. You're going to have some problems.
Yeah, that's fair.
Don't slip up players out there, AI chatbot players.
I'm
Where you at?
Alexa loyalist all the way.
5 on it is next.
Pete Crow Armstrong plays here.
Hey, Chicago. This is Pete Crow Armstrong.
Back toward the wall, Pete Crow Armstrong makes a great catch. He made it look easy, and it was not at all easy.
Defensively, there's just plays that he's making that nobody else is making the plays. You're going to have to watch baseball a long time to find someone who's going to make the plays. That's how good it is.
Listen to Every Game with Pete Crow Armstrong right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 104.3 The
Wait, yes, it was. Apparently, that was the issue. Dan explained it to me, but I don't remember why it happened.
It's the possessive.
Wet Bud 23 and Katy Perry's booty.
Unbelievable. I was like, wait,
Now
I
look
have
what you've
enough
done.
street cred to get bleeped on the score.
Broke a lot of news.
Is that the right part of that to bleep?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Don't worry about that.
You could leave that word and bleep booty if you wanted to.
Yeah, what's the
Same effect
updated
either
list?
way, right?
I need an updated list of words and phrases we can't use in 2026. Seriously,
Well,
it's tough.
if Ray's in charge, everything is bleepable.
I mean, they're told to be very careful. I assume, right? You're told to over communicate and over be careful with your buttons.
I'd rather Ray be safe with.
It's because you're the mayor of Worrytown.
Yeah, I like my job too, so
Tell him.
I'd like to keep it.
Hey, Ray, why don't you tell everybody how you led me in to getting dumped a couple of weeks ago when there was a certain Limp Bizkit lyric
That's right.
that you just led me right into. Yeah.
That's right.
Maybe we just leave it at that.
Just leave it there. Yeah. Sorry, Grote. I led you down that path.
You did.
Am I in the mayor's time slot? Was he in on this time slot yesterday?
Yes, you are.
I promise you I will not say anything as intergalactically stupid as he did when he said that he left Bears-Packers early. And he just volunteered this notion out of thin air. And Layla, Marshall, you guys are much, 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 much more professional than I am. Because I would have seized on that opportunity, interrupted him, stopped talking about anything else, and just been blown away by the lack of political instinct to admit such an idiotic thing. He would have been better off saying, you know what, guys, I came in here eating my hot dog with ketchup on it, and I really came to the conclusion that New York's skyline is better than Chicago's and LeBron James is better than Michael Jordan. Like, what an idiotic thing to admit unprompted. I was at Bears-Packers, as you know, and he's right. The ingress-egress, as if that's a thing that people say, is terrible. But, like, you know what we did when we stayed till the end of the game and watched Caleb Williams beat the Packers and have one of the greatest sports moments of our Bears fan lives for anyone who's not old enough to remember the 85 Bears, as we were struggling with the ingress-egress? You know what we did? We celebrated and chanted, "Green Bay sucks, you loser." Like, what a stupid thing. You get a police escort. The game was on a Saturday. What did you have to do? Get an extra 15 minutes of beauty sleep so you could wake up at the crack of Kevin Warren and still lose the Bears? Like, what is the matter with that guy? Like, it is just, I couldn't, it is one of the most politically incompetent things. Like, Mayor Daley sold the parking meters for a lump sum payment of $1.1 billion, and he was like, ugh, that was a bad thing to say. Mayor Lori Lightfoot was like, ooh, that's not very likable. Like, it was just a staggering admission by Brandon John. How do these people end up getting elected? What the hell is the matter with us? I could not believe that he offered that up voluntarily.
Yeah, the unsolicitedness of it was what was crazy, because that's why I had to process what he was saying. I was like, wait a minute, I didn't even ask you about this, but he's like, I got a story to tell.
Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Goldilocks. Protect your home or business with Goldilocks. Doors, locks, and security. GoldilocksInc.com.
It's time for 5 on It. Rahimi, Harris, and Grote bring you 5 topics on their minds today on 104.3 The Score. Number 1.
5 on It. Rahimi, Harris, and Grote live at Gallagher Way ahead of Cubs Yankees. Here's question number 1. What was your biggest takeaway from the Cubs-Cardinals series?
I think for me it was the timely hitting. And even in a loss, like you mentioned, Mark, when you've got hits of consequence, when the Cubs have a batter who opposing teams are afraid to see, PCA coming up to the plate in extra innings, in the 9th inning, when it really counts, and then you're able to make something happen like, oh, this would be really cool in the 10th inning if there was a home run by PCA here. And then there was. That is I don't even know what to say. Those are big league moments. And if you have enough of those, as we've seen, then you do the thing that I was hoping you would do. I wanted to sweep. I got greedy. But you stepped on the necks of the Cardinals. Taking 3 out of 4 at their place, especially ahead of a trade deadline, is a powerful statement to make. So that was my biggest takeaway.
Doggone it. My biggest takeaway is very simple on this.
Dagnabbit.
Alex Bregman. It doesn't matter if he uses his bat, if he borrows a bigger bat, like the one of Dansby Swanson, to jumpstart himself, and then switches back to his own bat and continues to deliver. This guy in the second half, I believe, is going to be the guy on the back of his baseball card. And to see him bang away against the Cardinals in a series that was important because it was a chance for you to further separate yourself from St. Louis by gaining an extra 2 games on the cards and get yourself better positioned going into the trade deadline to be a team that is here not only to stake your claim as a playoff team, but as a team that is still a threat to win this division. And I think it's hinging more and more on Alex Bregman as we understand what PCA is. As Nico Horner rounds back into form, if Seiya Suzuki can just be Seiya Suzuki. Carson Kelly, Ian Happ, obviously Pete Crow Armstrong, who has been the constant. It just feels like the Bregman turn is what's going to push the Cubs back towards the top of this National League race. And I say that because if they can find a way to catch the Brewers, you would think they would get the bye. And Mark said it best, 5.5, that's a different number than 6. Just to have the 5 instead of the 6 and knowing you got games still to play against the Brewers, it gives you new life for what the second half could mean for the Cubs.
You know, I'm having a hard time with this one because I love I know we're talking takeaways, but that PCA home run was a blast. You guys know I adored that. The Michael McGreevy torturing him, having to come out in the second inning and it looking like he wanted to come out after Ian Happ worked that full count and doubles on like an 8 to 10 pitch at bat. But I can't not go with Alex Bregman just because of how important this man is. A reminder, you're with this guy for the next 5 years. 5 years, $175 million. He is, Marshall, to back you up. He was 10 for 18 with 6 doubles in that series. His number, you mentioned the back of the baseball card, it's getting closer. Like, average is getting closer, OPS is getting closer. He's not there yet. But not only that, we're starting to see the smart Alex Bregman, the guy that is a winner. Yesterday's game, one of the most key moments of the game came in the 4th inning when he was at second. Bregman's at second. Ian Happ flies out to old Lars Nootbaar, who forgot that it was only 2 outs.
Situational baseball.
He thought that there were 3 outs. Bregman picked up on that right away, so he goes to third. Meantime, Nootbaar sees that. He makes a bad throw to the cutoff guy, and it's just this comedy of errors and Alex Bregman was awake and alert and foreshadowing stuff like that. That's Alex Bregman.
Locked in.
That's the guy that we saw in Houston for all those years in the brief stint in Boston. The hitting is great and all of that, but the baseball IQ part, it's nice to see that out of Alex Bregman. So I am with you, Marshall. Alex Bregman is my biggest takeaway from the series because of how important that guy is.
5 on It.
Number 2.
What was your biggest takeaway from the White Sox-Yankees series?
Look, man, they've been down so many times. They've struggled, and they had been so good at home before the All-Star break, and it seemed like they almost flipped past to where now they're good on the road, but they're not as good as home, right? But my biggest takeaway from this series is that bullpen, yo. Every time they go out against a team that's on paper better than them because they have a better record, and the bullpen performs in the way it did in this series, look, the starting pitching has been rocky all along as far as inconsistent ebbs and flows, but ever since Jordan Hicks came off the injured list, he has dominated, and you've seen Brian Hudson and Sean Newcomb, and of course, you even saw Sir Anthony Dominguez come in a big spot yesterday in extra innings and get out of a jam. So for me, it's the fortification of a bullpen, and we know how important bullpens are when you get not only in a pennant race, but to the actual postseason. If you can shorten the freaking game where you feel like, oh, seventh inning comes around, you're probably not getting anything off the White Sox, that changes the complexion of what they're capable of this postseason. So for me, it's just the continued fortification and domination of the White Sox bullpen. Grant Taylor pitching 2 1/3 innings. That's the longest outing of his major league career. That bullpen, that's what I sign up for.
My biggest takeaway is that they're gonna continue to be here, even when we at moments we doubt it. We are riding the roller coaster. Sometimes it feels like with the White Sox, 2 bad losses to start the series. They come back strong. They ain't going anywhere. And throughout all of it, they have managed to be up on it. Some of it is because of Cleveland's poor play. 2 up on Cleveland. I do like to, and I mentioned this earlier, but again, the Wednesday game where Davis Martin just looked disorganized in the first inning and gives up the fast 4 runs. You had Cam Schlittler on the mound, not Brian Schlitter, not Schlitzbier. It was Cam Schlittler on the mound, so it made you scared for that game. And then all of a sudden, if you walked away from it, you've got Edgar Caro, who you're not expecting big things from, who had an error in that game as well, comes up big in that moment. To have salvaged that game, the Wednesday game, the 6-5, 12-inning victory, was a big takeaway from me. And just stop it. Maybe I'm talking to myself. Stop doubting the White Sox when they lose a couple of games in a row and they don't look good.
Stop doubting the White Sox, Grote.
Thank you. Thank you, Layla.
I don't think you're talking to yourself. I think it's just how I felt when I see that they can't come back from the 3 runs in the Tuesday game, right? So they scored 3 runs early off Anthony Kay. We talked about it, and then you know how I felt. I get weird baseball feelings that are not backed by science or data. That it was encouraging to me to see how they work counts against David Bednar, how Braden Montgomery is able to get on, how then he just does the smart thing and just takes an extra base because either it's defensive indifference or it was just there. And then we see Chase Mydroth with 2 outs hit that home run, and they were so close. And I can't help but think that it helps carry over into the next day, and it did. And then we see yet again just clutch performances, taking advantage of defensive mistakes. It's 5-4 in the 11th inning, 2 outs. Munez on third, and there was a bad pickoff. So then what happens? Ball bounces, Munez scores. Those types of plays where you were able to just chip away, keep chipping away, and then able to put that together to have these 2 clutch wins after it felt very far away from us at 3-0 prior to the 9th inning of Tuesday's game. That was my most impressive takeaway.
Number 3.
This is 5 on it on 104.3 The Score with Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grote. We are broadcasting live from Gallagher Way here at Wrigley Field. Here's question number 3. Whose weekend series is bigger? The Cubs series against the Yankees here at Wrigley, or the White Sox series against the Rays?
It's a great question. I do think it is the White Sox in Tampa Bay, because I think the degree of difficulty is a little higher, and the White Sox have gotten better on the road, but we know that was one of their earlier season bugaboos. So I think that's a huge challenge. I think you could even talk about tonight's game, which feels like a little bit of a mismatch with Eric Fedde going against Nick Martinez, who is 10-2 with a 2.45 ERA. He has allowed just 4 earned runs in the month of July over 5 starts. We know how good that organization is. And I just don't want to see the White Sox lose their hold in any way, shape, or form in the division. They are 2 up right now, so not by a lot, because with this Cubs series, against the Yankees. What I love about it, and I know I was talking about how they've got the easy guy tonight, that they're going up against Will Warren, who has been kind of wildly inconsistent this year, the Yankees starting pitcher. The Cubs will be seeing Max Fried and Garrett Cole this weekend. So that is massive to go up against guys that you will see in the postseason this year. So pretty important to see how they match up against those guys. But it is the White Sox by an eyelash, maybe because I feel like the degree of difficulty is harder for them.
I think I'm going to shock you here, Grote, because
Okay.
I'm going with the Cubs. And let me explain why. The goals for these two teams are similar in that you're trying to maximize the rest of the season, and the ultimate finish for each of them would be to make the playoffs and skip the first round of the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And for that to happen, the White Sox could say lose 2 out of 3 to Tampa. But because they've got a 2-game cushion in the American League Central and they play all those teams beneath them, they're going to have plenty of opportunities to create more space if they, let's say, even if they get swept by the Rays. Whereas when you're taking on a Yankees team that is down and out, you got to kick them while they're down. You got to curb stomp them, because while you're doing what you're doing at Wrigley this weekend, and this is why this series is bigger than the White Sox series and their playoff hopes and their dreams, the Brewers are playing the freaking Angels. And you don't expect the Brewers to drop a series to the Angels, do you?
Truth.
And so you got to just keep up. You got to hope at the end of each series, you're at least where you were at the start of the series in relation to the Brewers.
5.5 is in danger.
It really is. And
yeah.
so because of that, I think the Cubs series against the Yankees, when you do have a team that's down and out and your direct opponent is playing a team that's way down and out, you just got to keep pace. They got to keep pace and maybe gain some ground.
This is also how I feel. I think it's Cubs-Yankees, and for a very, very obvious reason, too. Like Marshall said, Yankees are injured. Yankees are not the same team that they intended on putting together. You have the advantage here to be able to take some games before the Dodgers come to town for 3. So that is very much on my mind. And there are some teams that are inevitable. I still feel like the Dodgers are one of those teams. I feel like the Rays are one of those teams, which is why I'm not saying it's the Rays for the White Sox, who are playing at their house. Now, home field advantage in Tampa is negligible. It's basically like us playing under this tent. But at the same time, I think when you know that the Yankees and Dodgers are your home set, when you know that the Dodgers are next, take what you can against the AL opponent to stack up the wins. We talk about out-getters. Try to have some win-getters here. 2 out of 3 would be awfully nice heading into facing what will be your toughest test this season.
Number 4.
What goes through your mind when you hear that the Bears offense outplayed the Bears defense on day 2 of training camp?
What goes through my mind is that I think for yet again another year of training camp, Marshall Harris will be right.
You're saying because the offense looks better than the defense, you expect that to hold?
I did it not last year. What did you say to me after you and Clay went to training camp? What did you say to me last year?
I said, I know it looks rough now, but I expect this offense to outperform the defense, and by the end of the season, the offense will be better than the defense. I have way more faith in Ben Johnson and his ability to get the most out of this offense. Even though Caleb Williams hadn't shown it yet, he will by the end of the season, and yes, that did come to fruition.
Well, yeah, and you said you were concerned about the pass rush. You're like, I don't know about this defense. I believe that was the phrase you used, something along those lines.
You're saying they haven't gotten better?
And how many times, guys, let's go back further in Bears history, shall we? How many times have we heard the old, it's just training camp. Of course the defense is better than the offense to start. And then how many times was it, in fact, that the defense was the better unit than the offense in the regular season?
Layla, that leads perfectly into what I think when I think about that. I don't know if I ever remember a time, ever,
in your life,
in my lifetime, where I was tracking a training camp and the offense was ahead of the defense. Like, in the Jay Cutler era, it may have been comparable, but that was Urlacher and Mike Brown and Lance Briggs and Tommy Harris. Like, that was a badass defense. So there's no way that I could say that they were ahead of it, but that's the last time I remember the excitement about a legitimately good Bears offense. Maybe a little spasm in the Mark Trestman era. Maybe a little bit of it when Mel Tucker was running Bears defenses in training camps. But certainly in my time on the beat, and I've been on the beat since the 2018 season, I have never seen a training camp where the offense came close to being as comparable of the defense. So I guess my overall reaction is, thank God. It's really nice to see this, and we have been craving offense in this town forever since the franchise started. Now, you don't want it to be at the expense of the defense. You want the defense to be better, but I'm all for a Chicago Bears team who has an offense that carries them.
I think what goes through my mind is very simple. This is the way it should be, coming off the season they just had and knowing what wasn't done in the offseason to improve said defense. It's going to be a minute before the defense gets to whatever it is that they envision for themselves.
We have defense at home.
Yes, yeah, you have it. But you know what? It's that store brand defense as far as I can tell.
We have some breaking news, unfortunately. Breaking news on the Score is sponsored by IDOT. Running late, speeding won't save you time. No need to speed. It's not a game. The Cubs, according to Patrick Mooney, have placed reliever Gavin Hollowell on the injured list with right shoulder inflammation. They've called up Antoine Kelly, a Chicago area native from AAA Iowa, ahead of today's game against the Yankees at Wrigley Field. And shout out to Sam Bernero, our unofficial clubhouse correspondent, who I think took pictures of Antoine Kelly coming in today, so she was on it too.
She's always on top of it. Well, why not? I mean, it's just been this parade to the injured list for Cubs pitchers this season. And honestly, this hurts them today because Jacob Webb and Caleb Thielbar have been used in back-to-back games. This just tells me that Shota Imanaga is going to be told, can you give us 7+? And I think Shota Imanaga can do that. But
I'm looking for the wins. I'm looking to see what the wins
are
doing.
Oh, yeah. And Gavin Hollowell recently got his, I think he saved the game for the Cubs recently.
He did. One of 13 different Cubs to save a game
so
this year.
This sucks, but who knows? Just more managing for Craig Counsell.
Shota Imanaga, put him in for 7. They're gonna run him out there in the 7th inning even if things go badly, they may still run him out there into the 7th.
You said you needed David Peterson to eat innings, and that's exactly what he did. So maybe that extends to Shota as well. So that is the news from Patrick Mooney as we get you ready for Cubs baseball. And now our final 5 on it question.
Number 5.
This is our final question on 104.3 The Score for 5 on it. In honor of Lollapalooza at Grant Park and Cubs versus Yankees here at Wrigley Field, what's your favorite summertime shy activity?
I love everything that goes on in the summer, and I can't get to it all, and it drives me batty because I want to do all the things and I can't because there's only one of me, and I would have to clone myself in order to get to everything. In no particular order because I have many. Number 1, just walking on the lakefront or anywhere. I like walking in Chicago in the summer. There's a vibe. Everybody's happy. They're chilling. The people are around and out and about. And I like getting lost in the city, and I'm never really that lost. Number 2, just a lovely summer baseball game where you're enjoying your friend's company and you're outside and you're taking it in. And maybe you don't have to take notes for the show the next day. And you can just kind of like watch the baseball game mindlessly. That is one of my other favorite things. And then number 3 is also just taking in summer concerts. So I am bummed that I didn't get to go see John Summit at Lala last night, but I did get to drive by and get a little bit of a listen, so that was pretty great. Chicago Sky basketball game was a lot of fun last night, so I'm glad I did it. But yeah, so it's walks, concerts, baseball, and something around that order.
Okay, so back to your number 1. Mine is similar. I love a good, the sun is barely up run, and I love that in the summertime I can do that, and it's 6 o'clock in the morning and I can be done with my run, but I had full daylight to do it. Get out on the lake and go for a nice little stroll. I don't even call them runs anymore because I don't move like I used to.
Glide.
It's more of a stroll.
Nordic track.
It's more of a PCA trip around the bases after hitting it 424
outdoor
feet.
Elliptical.
Yes, all of that, but keep it moving. Nice little 5-miler that goes to the Riverwalk, or sometimes I take the Riverwalk and do an 8-miler to down the Riverwalk and back down the lake, and that's when I'm in heaven.
Take Inner City. It's pretty.
And I love to raw dog those runs. No music.
Of course you raw dog.
The kids,
raw
man.
Dog everything.
The kids.
You get a raw dog
the kids.
Yeah.
Nuggets. Yeah, we get Brick House.
Get a
Thanks
raw
to
dog
Brick
your
House for
nuggets
bring us food. Man, the kids. The kids around.
Trick a lot of kids.
This has been a dirty show. You started it.
I did not.
Yeah, you did. Arousal and whatnot. Yeah,
that was in the article I read.
There's nothing wrong with the word arousal.
I can't with you.
It's a clinical word.
I don't disagree on any of the things you guys said. Like, I was putting myself in your shoes on all those. But I'll give you two specific ones. I love the air and water show. I love the Jets. I love the practice, like when it's like, and I love watching people who are not from Chicago to watch what they watch and what they look at, and to see the beauty of the city through their eyes, like in downtown Chicago, seeing the beautiful buildings, or just the architectural tour, and just I love to watch people watch Chicago. So air and water show for sure, and the Jets. I mean, it literally gives me goosebumps. And then the other specific one is concerts at Northerly Island.
Yes.
It's just such a beautiful vibe. I'm in a different place. I'm in an escape when I go there. I often go by myself to these concerts.
Is there
it's
seating?
just a whole, yeah, there is seating, but there's also standing. I usually buy myself a seat, but it's lovely, taking an Incubus like in the last couple of years, or 311, who I've seen there recently as well. I love the vibe at Northerly Island.
I would agree with that. That is 5 on it. And again, thank you to our friends at Budweiser Brickhouse Tavern for a nice spread. It is a great place to go before and after all Cubs games, Wrigley Field events. I love a Sunday brunch. And they brought us these chairs. Yeah. So thank you to Brickhouse for providing the chairs.
Thank you so much for the chairs.
Yeah. We love you guys for that. Also, we want to give you something for listening on this Friday. Caller 6 to our score contest line, 312-540-0670. Will win a pair of general admission tickets to see Tool, Morrissey, Nas, Social Distortion, and more. Riot Fest on Saturday, September 19th. For tickets and more info, go to riotfest.org. Tickets provided by Riot Fest. I love how Ray titled this in the rundown, so I'm just going to read it and you're going to know what we're talking about. We have further evidence that Ben Johnson is crazy. We will do it next.
Cubs and Sox fans, the MLB trade deadline is coming up Monday at 5 p.m. And 104.3 The Score is your trade deadline headquarters, as the trade winds are blowing on both sides of town.
I think the Sox do need an ace. You want somebody who is going to help you get over the top in a season where that is attainable. The Cubs have to shop for those top ticket items. They decided to go all in when they signed Alex Bregman. Nothing has changed about that commitment. They're still all in.
Keep it here as we approach the MLB trade deadline on Chicago's Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by thechicagodogs.com. Don't miss Chicago Dogs baseball this weekend at Impact Field in Rosemont. Friday, the first 1,500 fans receive the bucket hat. Saturday is Squeeze's birthday and fireworks. Sunday is Catch on the Field and autographs. Get your tickets now at thechicagodogs.com.
New shoes, new clothes, brand new grade. Switch to Verizon to make sure their tech keeps up. This back-to-school season, buy or bring any Android phone and get a Samsung Galaxy tablet on us. Get your kids ready for the school year without breaking the bank. Visit Verizon.com or your local store today. Bring an Android phone or purchase a new phone with device payment on postpaid service plan required. $329.99 tablet device payment purchase with new line on $20 per month tablet plan for 36 months required. Less $330 tablet promo credit applied over 36 months. Additional taxes, fees, and terms apply.
So, Chicago, did you know Geico has a 97% customer satisfaction rating? With service that good, going with any other insurance is like trusting your GPS to get you through lower whacker.
In 500 feet, turn left. I mean right. I mean left. I mean, holy cow, this is confusing. I give up.
What am I supposed to do with that?
No idea.
I should have never become a GPS.
Well, there you have it, Chicago. Steer your way to great service with Geico.
Step into a world of flavor at the new Hollywood Casino and Hotel in Aurora, where Giada brings a modern California twist to classic Italian dishes at Sorella. Experience world-renowned sushi at Tabo Sushi and dig into Korean fusion comfort at Urban Belly. Sink your teeth into Stephanie Iser's iconic burger at Lucky Goat. Savor fresh seasonal tacos from Antique Taco. Then chill with a scoop from Pretty Cool Ice Cream. New location, new ways to dine. Hollywood Casino and Hotel in Aurora. Must be 21 to consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or text GAMB to 833-234.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da!
If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
You're listening to 104.3 The Score, powered by Circa Sports, the official sports book of The Score. Circa Sports, sports betting the way it should be with no bet fees.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like public works supervisor.
Hey, this waterman is under a ton of pressure. Did you ever fix it?
Yeah, 3 layers of duct tape. Wait, should I have added a 4th layer?
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Trouble in Tampa Bay. Baker Mayfield announced contract negotiations with the Bucs are officially paused after feeling disrespected and undervalued by a 2-year offer far below his $50 million benchmark. Missing his self-imposed training camp deadline, Mayfield shut down talks until after the 2026 season, while also backing teammate Vita Vea. Wow. I'm Addie Bates.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote.
I don't want to break time. I want to yell at Marshall.
Can we handle more Anthony Herron?
Middays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
Mad science.
I'm thinking I'm the best coach in America.
I mean, who's disagreeing right now at this point? I like the fighting music. This is the song that started the entire Drake and Kendrick Lamar beef. Actually continued it. I don't think it started. It started a long time ago. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on 104.3 The Score. We are coming to you live from Gallagher Way. This afternoon, the Cubs begin a homestand when they take on the Yankees. Pre-game coverage coming up at 12:45. That's the next segment. With Zach Zaidman right here at Gallagher Way. Then his first pitch with Pat and Ron at 1:20 on 104.3 The Score in the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network. I'm beginning to really love the Press Taylor press conference. Somebody should do something with that. Press with press.
Oh, yeah. I didn't put that together. You are just a step ahead right now. I got to tell you. I didn't put that together.
I'm just a step behind.
And together, we're all stepping in time.
You're sleepy. That's all.
I'm not wide
now.
awake. I got a long day.
You're sleepy at 8 p.m. That's what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
So Press Taylor, for me, has become must listen. He'll tell you, I think, a lot about how the Bears offense functions. He'll tell you what's going on. Like, I like what he's talking about right now. I feel like I'm learning more about just how the organism that is the Bears offense and the organism of the coaching staff is able to come together. And this is just more insight from Press Taylor on what happens on game day with Ben Johnson.
Al Harris has described Ben as a different guy on game day. How would you paint that picture of what changes?
I don't talk to Ben on game day, so I don't really know. I just kind of steer clear. You see a certain intensity. You know, we don't see him much in the locker room pregame, especially us that go to the box. We go to the box early, so you don't see him address the team necessarily before. But when he steps on the field, there's a certain look in his eyes that's kind of like, all right. And you get excited because we get excited on our side because we have Ben. Like, that's part of the process of, why do you think you're going to win? We have Ben. Like, that's a big part of it. And you just kind of see it in the way he operates, and you stay out of his way and let him do his thing and communicate when he asks you to communicate.
I'd like to think that when coaches or players or anybody attempts to approach him, media relations people, whomever, on game day, he just gives the no.
Oh, the Tyson Bagent cough no?
No. Yes.
Where we edit. Connor, was that you who edited Connor O'Donnell to where his eyes were glowing? Did you do that? Somebody put laser eyes on Ben Johnson for that. Oh, it was Max.
Tyson.
Max Curtis. Yeah, that was tremendous. So shout out to Max for the glowing laser eyes on Ben.
But also, when you just go and you're watching the game on television and you see the cutaways to him on the sideline, does that look like a guy you want to strike up a conversation with?
I mean, even when the Bears score touchdowns,
That's what I'm saying. It never changes.
He just keeps his arms folded, the dagger eyes straight ahead.
I wonder if he embarrasses someone if that changes.
Does
they
he
haven't gotten to
smile?
embarrassment mode yet on anyone. That's the problem.
Remember when we were checking to see when he would smile on the sideline, and that took a while? I feel like Ben Johnson on game day is a guy who hasn't blinked in several hours. You know? And when you see him, he's in fugue state. We're you can talk to him, but he's not processing the information at the same time, and it's slow-mo or something. That's what I feel like is happening. Paul Sullivan is here.
Sully in the house.
We love
man.
you, Sully.
See Paul
Bye.
Sullivan walking through there. You know he's causing trouble somewhere. You know he's asking hard questions
Good
to somebody.
trouble. Good trouble.
That's what I mean.
Absolutely.
Paulie, I would describe Paul Sullivan as unafraid.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
What's he
I
got
love
to be
that.
afraid of? That man, force of nature. Much like Ben Johnson on the sidelines, force of nature. And that's kind of, I picture him we talk about tornado warnings, tornado watch.
Yeah.
And how when there's a tornado warning, you get out of the way of the tornado. That's Ben Johnson on game day. Just get out of his way. Let him do what he does.
He's not listening to you anyway. He blacked out.
Exactly.
Everybody's safe, and I heard Press Taylor talking about too, the engagement. He's like, I'm all good, man. I'm up in the box.
He's like, I don't have to do it face to face.
I'm up there sitting next to Declan Doyle. We all steer clear. He's like, you guys all get up to the booth right there. I don't want to see any of you guys. I don't want to see you. I just want to hear you with your play calls or your ideas, or if we should go for it
Just
or
keep
not.
me honest. Keep me honest.
Just keep me honest up there. But I love that I think there's a pretty good successor here. I think Bears fans should feel pretty comfortable with Press Taylor having had, and he actually did have some experience, or there's some link of relationship with him. Of course, he is, if people don't know, Press Taylor is the younger brother of Bengals head coach Zach Taylor, and Ben worked with Zach Taylor, so you could kind of see where the relationship is coming from. And for whatever it is worth to Bears fans, we talked about the Jacksonville Jaguars earlier. He did call plays for the Jacksonville Jaguars for a little while. So this guy, he's a little more experienced than even Declan Doyle was.
Well, and I think sometimes when guys get the second chance job or the next job, they're a different version of themselves.
Yeah.
Kind of like parents becoming grandparents. Sometimes you get to fix the things that you wish you had fixed before or changed differently. And I get that vibe from him. Obviously, the games will tell, that will show the proof. But here's what he had to say about transitioning from Bears passing game coordinator to being OC.
Well, it's obviously ideal to have a year in the building, kind of see what the expectations are of the offense coordinator, what everything looks like. Being in Declan's hip pocket last year and being able to hear all the communication that was going on between him and Ben or him and the coaches, what every meeting looks like, being able to keep detailed notes on that. So we're really kind of operating at the same standard or the same speed we were last year, maybe even more, because everybody in the room has heard it before. We all know what the expectations. We all know what meeting's coming up, what we're going to cover, what we need to talk about, how we want certain drills to look. So I think from that standpoint, it's helped. My time's probably a little bit different just in terms of scripting. I may pull myself out of a few more meetings just to be able to make sure we're staying ahead and the operation's flowing pretty smoothly throughout training camp.
So I think, again, he's really good at telling you how the Bears operate, which I feel like is valuable knowledge.
I'm interested to see if that continues with kind of the blinds open as we get closer to the season and into the season, or if he changes his demeanor once the games start happening.
Yeah, I think that happens throughout the course of a season.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be interested in the whole operation this year, and even with Ben Johnson and what he does. The one thing that everybody is saying right now as it pertains to just Ben Johnson, and Press Taylor said it too, that's why it's in my head right now, that Ben Johnson has pretty much been the same exact guy from the very beginning, and he's still the same. We heard that from Caleb Williams. He's still talking to you the exact same way, still using the same language, and he said yes, but you have to believe that the things will change this year, that obviously things will be added. And I'm not saying that the Ben Johnson personality is going to change, but I think that there will be an evolution, and I can't wait to see what that is. And I can't wait to see what the tweak is or what the slight difference is that Press Taylor may get into the head of Ben Johnson, who, of course, will call 100% of the plays.
And then also he admitted this, and this is pretty interesting, because how much have we commended Rome Odunze for actually telling us about his new normal after his foot injury and how he's been honest and forthcoming when it comes to telling us how he's feeling. Well, here's what his offensive coordinator had to say about that.
One day in, everybody's kind of excited. It's the first day of school, so you see a lot of that, but there's a lot of great energy yesterday. He looks like he's moving around really well. I think if he hadn't said anything, I don't know that you necessarily would have noticed through the spring the way he was moving, because he looks like he's moving really well. And we're excited to see what Rome does through this training camp.
I can't believe he said that they didn't realize that he was dealing with that.
I do think that it's appropriate that he addresses it in a way that gives you some insight as to how it's being viewed internally, not just by Rome, but by those around him who need to see the production out of him be better than last year. And we wouldn't have thought foot. We would have thought just, your hands. Catch what is thrown to you. That's like the first thing until Rome says what he says. But now that we know what the quote-unquote new normal is and that it wasn't necessarily as bad as what we thought it was initially, according to him, he's like, hey, I was overblown, but I gave y'all free money, basically. I am interested to see what is his production going to be on this team. More so about percentages than necessarily number of times he does something.
Well, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday, and I do think that while maybe it was too strong of Rome Odunze to say new normal, because as he said, that connotes like somehow this is a chronic problem is the exact word that he used. But I do think it's something that at the very least Rome Odunze is going to have to continue to monitor throughout his career. And this is the way it is for a lot of NFL players, that once you get injured, you don't always hear about it, but you have to know that there's tons of times where we don't even know what kind of treatment a player gets before every single game of his career. So I do think to some degree, yes, it is a new normal for Rome Odunze, who didn't have to deal with this in his life. And I also thought that the Press Taylor part right there, the way I interpreted that was him kind of saying, look, if Rome hadn't said that, and we wish he hadn't have said that, you guys, as he was talking to the media, you guys wouldn't even have noticed anything, or you guys wouldn't be asking about it, and it wouldn't have been noticed because he looks good out there and he looks explosive from what we've seen so far in camp.
What we notice is not top 10 draft pick production.
There it is.
That's what we notice.
That's fair.
So whatever the reason is, that's what we were trying to sort out.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I mean, this man was drafted number 9. He knows that the pressure is there, and he understood the line of questioning to Rome Odunze made that very clear yesterday.
We want to thank everybody who was a part of this show. Thanks to C.S. Henderson. Thanks to our promo crew. Thanks to Eric. Thanks to Grace. Thanks to everybody who helped us out. Thanks to, we've got 2 of our video crew in house today. We never get to see them anymore. Connor O'Donnell and Jacob Studs. Of course, Max Curtis helps us out as well. Cody Westerland does so also. Ray Diaz is producing out here. Thanks to Tyler Buterbaugh. Thanks to everybody who was a part of this one. And hey, all these Yankees fans here, I know we can't do anything about this. Just learn the Green Bay sucks chant, please, Yankees fans. All I ask is that you say Green Bay sucks, okay? I can't do anything about your Yankees fan or what you're wearing. Green Bay sucks. All right, we got a guy. Thank you.
We got a guy.
Cubs baseball's next.
Love y'all. Go Cubs.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
If you're looking at it from just the subjective point of view, it's, the Cubs have an opportunity to get the best pitcher in the league, to be their game 1 starter. Jed and Carter and Tom will have to decide if they want
Is that a suit of bubble wrap?
Hi. Yeah, I'm all about protecting myself and my finances. I understand Old National takes protection seriously.
You bet. We protect you with advanced fraud monitoring and secure digital banking to protect you today, and dedicated personal bankers to protect your tomorrow.
I'm impressed.
So bubble wrap, huh?
Yeah, came with my couch.
Financial protection for today and tomorrow. Old National Bank. Just another reason to get old. Member FDIC.
A severe infection and cancer left both of Art's lungs weak and deteriorated. The solution? A life-saving procedure, removing both damaged lungs and transplanting 2 healthy donor lungs. Northwestern Medicine. Better.
Take the short drive north and visit your one-stop shop for everything Subaru. Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha. Get a great selection of new and pre-owned models, the latest incentives, and no inflated prices. Shop online at ZieglerSubaruKenosha.com.
Do you know a hero who served our country and deserves recognition? This baseball season, one veteran will be honored on air each game as our Veteran of the Game. Nominate yours at thescorechicago.com today. Sponsored by JeffBuysYourHouse.com. Veteran-led and trusted since 2007. Chicago's #1 sports morning show is Mully and Haugh. They talk Cubs baseball and Chicago sports every weekday starting at 5:30 a.m.
Now it feels like the offense is clicking. Bregman is hot.
Bregman is doing very well.
Now you look at the standings. They're positioning themselves to enter the post-trade deadline phase of the season in very good shape.
Covering all of Chicago's teams, it's Mully and Haugh, 5:30 to 10 a.m. on 104.3 The Score, and watch live on YouTube and Twitch.
For 120 years, Sloan has led the way in innovation, water efficiency, and sustainability, a legacy that has extended to the friendly confines. As the official water efficiency partner of the Chicago Cubs, Sloan has supported fans with hygienic restroom products at Wrigley Field for over a century. Today, Sloan's bottle fillers provide Cub fans with clean drinking water while helping reduce plastic waste. This season, Sloan continues to redefine what smart restroom design looks like. Learn more at sloan.com and go Cubs go!
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
The PGA Tour is coming to Chicago. Join us for the President's Cup at Medina Country Club, September 22nd through the 27th. Be there to watch the best international and United States players go head-to-head in match play competition. Tickets are on sale now at presidentscup.com.
Coom here. Baseball's been around a long time, since the 1800s, when pitchers threw underhand. You know what's been around even longer? Yuengling. Yuengling started brewing in 1829. People were drinking a cold Yuengling before baseball even existed. No box scores, no 7th-inning stretches, just great beer that stood the test of time for 197 years. So next time you're at a ballpark, grab a Yuengling traditional lager, because just like baseball, legends stand the test of time. Yuengling is proud to be the official beer of the Cubs radio network.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Still riding on last season's old tires? That's like showing up to the ballpark without a glove. Upgrade to Atturo tires for bold looks, strong grip, and performance built for real drivers. Get called safe every time. Step up to the plate with Atturo, Chicago's hometown tire. Visit Atturo.com to find yours.
When you shop for a new Chevy at Bob Joss Chevrolet, you'll be more than happy. You'll be Jossified. That's the feeling you get when you enjoy outstanding savings from Bob Joss Chevrolet in Elburn. Right now, save on a new 2026 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 with 0% APR financing plus no payment for 90 days. Bob Joss Chevrolet in Elburn, next to Reams Meat Market. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Includes tax, title, and license on select models with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Expires 8/3/2026.
I'm Piera Palazzolo,
VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Spiegel and Holmes Show.
And if you can believe it, it's a Friday once again.
Hell
Wow. Unbelievable.
We're only granted one day, right? We only get one Friday. We have one Friday today. We're going to try to take advantage and make it the best Friday possible, and we'll deal with tomorrow.
It's a Friday in the National Football League. That's what day it is.
It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday, week. It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday, week. It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday.
That was a combination of hip hop and salsa.
Oh my.
I'm getting out the dancing shoes.
Hey, it's Friday, baby. I gotta go to the studio and make some money.
Any of our listeners out there that are like alcohol supporters or anything? I've had a few.
A few what?
A few small beers.
We want that weekend. It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday, week. It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then.
The best Friday in the history of Fridays.
Happy Friday. It is Friday, right?
I swear to God, you already know the vibe. Come on.
Just to be clear, like, we love fun.
Oh, say less.
Good to have fun. Today's Friday for us.
We want it to be a fast Friday, and a fast, focused Friday.
We call today Feel Good Friday, so I'm trying to stick to that,
I like it.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show.
Friday, baby. I'm hyped.
Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio. 104.3.
Hey, you guys are good on Fridays, aren't you?
The Score.
Welcome. It is the Spiegel and Holmes Show, and we've got you until 6 o'clock. There's a lot for us to get done, and not a lot of time for us to get it done. Alex is here. I'm here. That's all you getting today. Now, Tanny and Speegs are off today, but we're going to fly our plane and do what we need to do between now and 6 o'clock, including we're really excited here that we have partnered up with the Bigs, and Herb Howard is taking care of Bears reports when Mark Grote is hosting shows. And Grote was hosting a show today. So Herb Howard is going to join us at 5 o'clock with a Bears hit, one word. Then Alex and I were sitting here like, wait, did we just see Big Ant Heron do a sit down with Caleb Williams? Cool. Big Ant's going to be on the show at 5:25. We are commercial free until the top of the hour.
Where's Spigs?
I don't know, actually.
Where's Tanny?
That's also a good question, but they're both very deserving of having some time off, so they've got the time off. So be it. But that doesn't mean that we can't hang and talk a little bit of everything in this half-hour commercial-free set that we have going on for you. Also, we've got some really good giveaways. In fact, we got giveaways for Ziggy Marley. We've got the Raymond Harris giveaway. I'm so excited about us having Raymond Harris on the 11th. That's going to be fun. And we do want to thank Rinaldi's, our friends over at Rinaldi's. If you have not been to Rinaldi's, you should go. Visit Rinaldi's.com for the nearest location to you. Whatever type of pizza you need, they got it for you. Here's what I want to do. Inside of this commercial-free half hour, I'm doing it like the FM guy. I mean, I guess technically we are FM now. You know what's weird, Alex? When I got my credential for Big Ten Media Days, It says WSCR FM.
They updated it already?
Yeah,
Good
and
for them.
I looked at it and I was like, wow.
You're an FM guy.
I'm now an FM guy. So I'll treat it like FM, like for this half-hour commercial-free set that we've got here on 104.3 The Score. I wanted to talk baseball and football. There's an interesting beef that Alex and I have been able to figure out some of the genesis of that we need to talk about. And we're going to do a lot of Bears in the 5 o'clock hour, but I do want to get to that at some point. But before we did that, I wanted to spend some time talking about the Cubs. The Cubs lose to the Yankees 2-0, but it's been a pretty good week for the Cubs overall. And the trade deadline is coming. I also want to talk about the White Sox before they start their series in Tampa. And I'll get to the Cubs, but let me set up this White Sox thing first. And guess what? If you would like to be involved in the conversation, you can be at 312-644-6767. So, watching the series against the Yankees that the White Sox played, and even with the 2 wins, I don't think that they played particularly well. But they were able to rally, and you can go all the way back to Tuesday night when it looked like they were just overmatched in a series against the Yankees. Chase Mydroff hits a home run late. They're 1 run down. And then the next 2 days, we see the White Sox rally in a game of ridiculousness. As I joked about yesterday, it was like the dumb baseball Olympics watching those 2 teams play on Wednesday night. But the White Sox, they got the win in that game. And then they rally again. And they get the win yesterday afternoon. So they are still hanging in there as the first place team in the American League Central, which is getting a little bit more competitive. The Central itself is getting more competitive. Jose Ramirez is back. Not that it's helped the Guardians that much so far, but they're only 2 games back. The Twins are the team that I've got my eye on, and everyone keeps thinking I'm crazy because it's the weird-ass Minnesota Twins. They made a trade today for some bullpen help. That means that they're buying. So they think that they're good enough. And yeah, Byron Buxton has got a hip situation that is probably going to keep him limited from his full potential. And his full potential is a top 25 player in the league. So that's going on at the top of the division. At the bottom of the division, the Tigers are out of this thing. And they've pretty much been like, they're waving a white flag. Skubal finished his Tigers tenure probably, and Casey Mize got scratched. He's not hurt. It's just that he's probably going to get traded. He's not the only person who got scratched from a lineup. Freddie Peralta got scratched. And that's a guy who I know that the numbers on him say he's bad. I would offer that he might be bad because he's a New York Met. And this year, the Mets' pitching infrastructure hasn't been great, i.e. David Peterson, who's come over to the Cubs and done very well for the Cubs. And Peralta's got a resume. So a guy with a resume is really interesting as far as a trade target for either the Cubs or the White Sox. The reason that I bring up Peralta in the conversation about the White Sox, and the last 2 days, as they get ready to start this weekend series against another one of the best teams in the American League, in fact, the first place team in the American League East, the Tampa Bay Rays, I know that you don't want to judge off of 2 games. And with the White Sox, I don't think you are necessarily judging off of 2 games. They have had a penchant for coming back and winning games that they're not supposed to win. It has been one of their calling cards this year. And I got to tell you, and maybe you felt the same way while you were watching Wednesday night, where you're going, man, this feels like they're going to get swept. This feels like they don't belong on the field right now. They're not playing good baseball. They're not making good decisions. They're throwing the ball all over the yard. All this stuff.
Can't lay down a bunt.
Can't lay down a bunt. And then they rally on Wednesday and Thursday, and they pick up a split in the series. They have their 2-game lead. There's still, and now let's see, I'm really bad at math. 57 plus 51 equals 108. And 108 from 162 means there's 54 games left. So there's 54 games left, and the trade deadline is coming up. I want to kind of give my opinion about baseball seasons and trade deadlines. Ordinarily, I am extremely conservative, small c, when it comes to whether or not you invest in a team. And if you're Will Venable, you're the manager of the team. That guy's job is to win every night. If you're Chris Getz, your job is to try and win now, but also put yourself in a position that you are winning later. I guess what I wanted to talk with you about is what you think the White Sox should do. I'm not saying that you go crazy. But the thing I like about this particular White Sox team, as far as the trade deadline goes, you don't need to find any offensive help. And one could argue that they need offensive help from the catching position. I would say if they got catching help for the catching position, I'd be fine. Because the offensive production from that spot can't be any worse than what you've gotten. And even still, Edgar Caro has 2 game-winning hits for you. I would love to see them upgrade the position, but it's not my priority. My priority is there another starting pitcher out there that they can get? And Burke, Shovin' Sean, did his thing yesterday. Fetty will go tonight. They've gotten pretty good starting pitching. I would love it if my preference is always to push your rotation down from the top and go out and get someone who does have a pedigree and is pretty good at this thing. But even if it's someone that they pick up that can help them get to the finish line of the regular season, I'm on board with that, along with another arm for the bullpen, however they want to weaponize their bullpen. Because I actually think that they have gotten on solid ground with figuring out some high leverage situations for the White Sox bullpen right now. But my overall feeling is this is a really bizarre year. And it's a bizarre year in the American League. It's a year where, while I think that there are a couple teams that are better than the White Sox, they're not so much better that the White Sox couldn't use our friend Captain Variance and win and make it to the World Series. As weird as that may sound to you for a team that right now is only 6 games above 500. It's been a strange year. Teams that you thought were going to be good aren't good. The Blue Jays aren't good. Seattle's not good. Cleveland is okay. And we'll see if they can jump ahead in their last 55 games and look good. Baltimore, not good. Might want to trade you somebody. Well, we'll see what ends up happening with Adley Rutschman at some point. Then there have been teams that have been a surprise. Boston had that 15-game win streak. They have now put themselves right in the conversation. I think Tampa's really good. I don't think any of the teams from the American League West are good. So when you look at it, like, if you're looking at it from the standpoint of match up against other teams, and right now we're looking at the White Sox as getting a bye, like that's still on the table for them. If you're looking at it that way, what then becomes the responsibility of the front office? I want them to be aggressive. And it's not crazy aggression. I'm just saying that there is an opportunity here for you. And I know that we all feel, and when we had Adam Haugh on yesterday, and Haugh's a big White Sox fan, he was talking about how it feels early. I know people will try and compare this to the 2015 Cubs, any of that stuff. When it comes to baseball, honestly, I kind of feel this way about pretty much everything other than basketball. When you've got a chance, make the most of the chance. And again, I'm not saying that like you offer rock chill out. Like I'm not saying that. I'm saying make sure that you make all the phone calls and don't. If we've gotten to the point where none of us should sell the White Sox short, if that's one of the arguments from people who are diehard fans, well, don't sell this team short. They never quit. Don't sell them short at the trade deadline either. And I'm talking to the front office and ownership on this. Don't sell them short. Don't. And I do wonder, and Alex, you raised a really good question. Had they gotten swept, does that then allow Chris Getz to go, we're going to just do nothing? And we're going to accept our fate. And if this team makes the playoffs, so be it. But we're not going to spend any of our assets to try and make this team better.
That game Wednesday night felt like it in the course of 162 games, it's very difficult to point to one game and feel like it's a turning point one way or another. But if Ali Sanchez doesn't throw the ball into left field and the Yankees win that game, especially after the White Sox come all the way back, they had all those opportunities late in the game and extra innings with runners at third base and less than 2 outs, and they kept rolling over on balls and squandering opportunities. It really felt like if they lost that game, maybe we're talking about this team a lot differently moving forward, even though they're probably they'd still be in first place in the AL Central.
You know what we're doing, Alex? We're patting the White Sox on the head and being like, you guys had a really good season, man.
Yep.
Instead of there's a couple things that go into my calculus too. And let me add this into the conversation. One of them, as I mentioned, is the American League itself. Aaron Judge might not be back. He might not make it back. That changes how I view the Yankees. When I see all of the what teams need, one of the needs for the Yankees is they need a right-handed power bat. Yeah. Because the best player in the league is not available. It may not be available to them to the rest of the season. The second best player in the league last year is Cal Raleigh. He has been basura, as my guy Herb Lawrence would say. There's an opportunity. There is a power vacuum in the American League. The other part of my calculus on why I think that it's okay to take a risk. I don't know if there's going to be baseball in 2027. I don't know if you believe in the concept of organizational momentum. I don't know that you're going to have an opportunity for that. I imagine that baseball will come back around July. Things won't get serious until March, and then it'll be like, well, we're going to sit out the beginning of the season, and we'll stick it to the players, and we'll stick it to the owners, and then everyone will be like, where's my check at? And then we'll get back in July. That's how it usually works, but there are some people who are already ringing the alarm of there'll be no baseball next year. I don't know where they feel about this, on how the White Sox feel about this, but I want them to take a chance in a season where there's an opportunity. This texter says, come on, Lawrence, the Sox are not one player away. They're not one player away from what? Is there a team in the American League that you don't think this team can beat? Maybe the team they're playing this weekend. But if the White Sox get matched up, who can't they beat? Who are you convinced that they couldn't beat? And I'm not saying that at the end of it, because what everyone fears is, and I'm sure I know the text that you're getting ready to send me, it's the Dodgers. I don't know that the Dodgers are going to be there. That's what I'm talking about. The White Sox shouldn't look at they're trying to compete with the Dodgers. The White Sox should be looking at this and going, can we win the American League? I don't have a good argument against them, and you don't have a good argument against it either. You don't have a good argument that they can't win the American League. What's the argument? So this I guess it's the same guy. Let me make sure. I don't want to besmirch someone. 708, the teams that they can't beat: New York, Boston, Seattle. Seattle right now isn't even a playoff team. And they split a series with the vaunted Yankees when the Yankees had them by the throat. had him on the deck. And the White Sox were able to get up. Plus, it's baseball. This isn't NBA playoffs where you have a really good idea of who's good and who's pretender good. Weird bleep be happening. So I would like to see them be smart but aggressive in trying to make their team better. What would you do? 312-644-6767 is the number. Hey, Mike, you're on the score.
Hey, Lawrence, long time no talk. How you doing?
Things are good, man. How are you?
Pretty good. I am on the same page as you, 100%, except for the fact that I think that this should still be a development year and let them play how they're playing and maybe just add some reclamation projects. Maybe not reclamation, but the guys that are right there that we change their careers like we have been and stuff like that. And let's go for it like that. Let's not forfeit the future of this team that I think will be good for a long time.
Well, wait, Mike. Mike, let me ask you something because I want to kind of nail down how you feel about this. When you say developmental, like here's how I look at it. When it comes to a developmental season, that means I'm gonna let Noah Schultz make all the starts from here on out. And I don't know if you're a team that wants to win the American League if you can afford to let him figure this out this season at the major league level.
Not at the major league level. You can put him down for a week or two and let him try and figure out what he's doing wrong down there while you bring the next guy up. I can't remember his name. Bring him up. But as a development year, what I'm talking about is keep it. You still have two guys that can't hit a curveball or a high fastball. Work with these guys. Let them play, but work with them through the season so they can start hitting like the other guys do. You know, and work on it. Use it. If you win, you win. If you don't, you're still working on it.
Yeah, and I appreciate the phone call. And what I'm talking about isn't some fire sale of prospects. I'm asking them to add a starter and a reliever. I'm not saying, you know what they should do? They should go get Juan Soto. Now, look, if you can get Juan Soto, that'd be great. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying find someone that you feel comfortable to help, like to take the Noah Schultz spot in the rotation, for example. Ideally, it's someone who makes you that you can have a battle for who would start a game one. But even if it's someone that helps you get to the finish line, I'm good with it.
So like a guy like Freddie Peralta, how would you feel about that?
I would feel great.
Because there were reports earlier today that there were talks that broke down at least now, but that there were talks between the White Sox and the Mets about Freddie Peralta.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that being someone who gives them someone that you would feel comfortable with his history, not this season, with his history starting in a playoff game, and maybe you see something on tape that the Mets don't, and you could fix some of those issues. So I would feel great about that. Hey, Sean, you're on the score.
Hi, Lawrence. Hey, I was just going to say, if I thought Schultz was more reliable or dependable, I might say, I might not think we need pitching, but, I would definitely say add a pitcher. And I'll just say this. When we talk about teams being early, man, sports are unpredictable, man.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen next year. Sometimes players just fall off. You have injuries. And I'll say this, man, you can ride a championship a long time. Just ask the 85 Bears. A championship just carries so much weight for a long time. So if you have a chance to win, and, it's like when I talk to my son about driving, I say sometimes there's smart aggression and dumb aggression. So I agree with you about, being smart in terms of, what you do in terms of getting someone. But I definitely say I think they can win. I think they can beat anybody you put in front of them. I trust the offense. But if you could add some pitching and you think it can help get you to the finish line, I say do it, man. If you can win now, go do it. That's how I feel.
Sean, I appreciate the phone call. Thank you for checking in. It's precious. It's precious, my precious. It's precious when you have an opportunity to win. Like, don't tell me about all the fun you've been having at the ballpark and that things are looking up for the White Sox, and now you have an opportunity to go a little bit further. And it's not like if you believe in what Getz has been doing, and I think that there's probably now more reason than ever, and I'm a Getz doubter. But if you believe in what he's doing and the prospects that have already, one, made it to the major leagues, and two, are still on the way, what would lead you to believe that you can't keep doing it? Knowing that you've got a number one pick in your pocket. Rock is a White Sox now. And the thing is that you don't even necessarily need him for the position that you already have him for. Although theoretically, you probably, if Rock's really good next year, Rock's your shortstop, Montgomery's your third baseman, Vargas goes to first, and Murakami is your DH. But let's get wacky with this thing and see what's out there.
And how often do you have this level of depth in the organization to where you feel like you can thread that needle of not mortgaging the future and acquiring a solid player to help you win right now?
Alex, you get me. This is what I'm talking about. Hey, Peyton, you're on the score.
Hello.
Hi.
I think we should trade for Mason Miller because we have tons of shortstops in our system, and we don't need them because we got Colson and Rock Turowski. We also need starting like Reed Demers, which I heard.
Okay, I mean Mason Miller that would definitely be something. I think the Cubs should probably get themselves involved in that conversation too. But this is why I think the White Sox should do some stuff. Because right now, there are two things that they've got going for them that teams don't usually have at the trade deadline. You don't necessarily need offense, and your bullpen's fine. They're even finding spots for Sir Anthony Dominguez now. You figured out some ways to navigate this with Newcomb and Taylor and Hicks. Sure, if you wanted to add like a lights-out closer, cool. But you don't necessarily have to, which is my point. You be operating from a place of strength for the first time in a really long time.
And Ken Rosenthal said that if the White Sox needed to, they would take a look at Mason Adams and Tanner McDougal and Hagen Smith out of the bullpen late in the season if they needed to as well. And maybe, who knows about Noah Schultz?
So my feeling on Noah Schultz is don't let him start unless he's an opener. But even then, like the reverse splits on him are not great. Left-handers hit him. What is 400 on base percentage against lefties for Noah Schultz? But I still think with all of that talent, maybe in an inning's worth of stuff, you can be like, hey, young man, let it loose. I know that we're trying to harness your fastball so that you have better control, but let's find some lower leverage situations for you and let it eat. Do your thing and let it eat. Let's go out to Tim. Hey, Tim, you're on the score.
Boy, I could not agree with you more. If there is 82 games next year, I'll be shocked. There's no way, as far as these two sides are apart from another, that we're going to see a full season of baseball. So, with that said, I would be looking at a rental and overpaying for a rental, and I've got a name for you that I think would fit really well, and that's Shane Bieber with Toronto. That's somebody that nobody's really talking a lot about. I mean, yeah, it'd be good with Freddie Peralta, but most of these guys that have got some contract years, the teams are going to want more for them because of that. So if you want to get rid of your minimum prospects and pick up the bulk of the salary, that's a name. But I'm with you. Next year, you're going to have Drew Thorpe. You're going to maybe even have Drew Thorpe back for a push in September. because he pitched last night. So if you put Thorpe in the rotation and you bring in another starter and you take Fetty and Schultz out of the equation, by the way, Schultz should not pitch another game this year. He needs to work on his stuff. He can't keep walking guys like he does.
Yeah, and the problem is that when he doesn't walk, he's taking velocity off of his fastball, which makes him easier to hit. But, those are things that in a developmental year, you'd be totally fine with him working on. Shane Bieber's interesting because he's had a rough year. He had a really bad outing earlier in the month, but since then has been fairly consistent. And the ERA is still high. The peripherals are still a little high, but fine. I'm open to a lot of these ideas. This has been a cathartic conversation. I've enjoyed this quite a bit. We didn't even get to the Ben Johnson, Liam Cohen stuff. Maybe we can get to that with our buddy Herb Howard. Yeah, so the Bears are practicing, and someone's out here talking bleep about the Bears. We'll share that with you and get a Bears hit, one word, next here on The Score.
Cubs and Sox fans, the MLB trade deadline is coming up Monday at 5 p.m. And 104.3 The Score is your trade deadline headquarters as the trade winds are blowing on both sides of town.
I think the Sox do need an ace. You want somebody who is going to help you get over the top in a season where that is attainable. The Cubs have to shop for those top ticket items. They decided to go all in when they signed Alex Bregman. Nothing has changed about that commitment. They're still all in.
Keep it here as we approach the MLB trade deadline on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
What are you guys calling me for? What are you calling me for?
Because
you got Sox, you got the Cubs, you got the Blackhawks, and you got the Bulls, and you're calling me.
We love you, Coach. You know everybody, and then we know you, which makes us feel like we know everybody. It's the best.
I don't know. I will get around Mario Lemieux and some of those Penguin guys. Oh, I promise you that. When I get back to Pittsburgh, I used to play in Mario's golf tournament, back in the day. He had a great charity golf tournament when I was coaching. And so I will reconnect with some of those old Penguins,
This is why we call you.
This is exactly why we call you.
This is what we do. Hey, by the way, so have you noticed that we don't have Alex? Have you noticed that? We've got Lawrence. We've got Tanny.
Where's Alex? Where's Alex?
He's in Europe, Coach.
Oh, God. Really? That disappoints me.
He's been gone for 2 weeks.
Why does that disappoint you, Coach? He's on vacation.
He wanted to get ready for football. So he's like, I'm going to go take a vacation. I'm going to go to Europe. And then I'm going to be ready for football when I get back.
Alex should be out in Wyoming somewhere on a dude ranch or something. You know what I mean? Riding horses. What's he doing in Europe? I mean, come on.
He did say he was going to try to go to Monte Carlo, Coach. It's fancy.
Yeah. I gotta see that. There you go. I gotta see that.
Maybe there's a dude ranch in Europe. We'll find. We never know.
Yeah. He needs to. Yeah. Alex needs to get down to the south side down there with Mitch. That's
where people live.
Please.
Coach.
Yeah, exactly.
You're the best. Thank you so much for taking the call. We'll see you soon.
All right, guys. Didn't mean to bother you. Bye-bye.
Never a bother. I love that man.
Believe me, I'll be seeing Mario Lemieux. You believe me?
Yarmer Yager.
How about, I used to live a couple houses down.
Anybody. Oh, yeah, the tight end, his coach at Stanford,
I recruited him.
What? I was talking to Kirk Ferentz the other day. I mean, it's just one after another.
And now we've got the Infinity Stones of where's everyone on the show. We are complete now.
I did that for you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. He even gave it to us twice.
Yes.
Because we didn't get it clean the first time.
I know. I was worried. I stepped on it the first time, and he came back with it.
We've got.
Where's Lawrence?
We've got.
Hey, where is Spiggs?
We've got.
Where's Tanny?
And now.
Where's Alex?
Turnaround. That turnaround is outstanding.
Well, it's the only thing. I mean,
it's the only thing he's been waiting for all day. Yeah. Literally all day. He said during the meeting, it'd be great if we could get Wanted to ask where Alex is.
How much fun would it be to take Dave's phone on a random day
and just call people?
Just look at the text messages the ingoing and the incoming and the outgoing text messages and being like, oh, Kirk Ferentz, Jimmy Johnson, like all of these guys that he's Tony Wise, like multiple times with Tony Wise, like all of these.
Somebody
people,
said alone.
We will.
Goes to Talk Bears. We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is being brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards. This guy right here, Herb Howard, he is the absolute truth.
What's that, Herb? I'm sorry. Yeah, I got it.
Our brother, Herb Howard, Bears beat reporter for the Bigs. He's in the building.
Herb Howard, always a great football press conference question asker.
Herb Howard and all the guys from the Bigs, and they're looking at me. They're shaking their heads at me.
I was going to ask you, have you played receiver? Y'all are laughing. He's the only one not laughing.
And you hear that baritone in the press conferences, you know that a good question is coming.
Yeah, that's a great point, Herb. I will say that. You hit it right on the head there.
From the Bigs, Herb Howard is in the house.
Right, it seemed like defensive line may have been a need coming into this draft. Was it a situation where you guys just didn't view it the same way as quite as big a need, or the board just didn't go that way?
Yeah, the board.
They got a pretty good food spread laid out kind of in this room behind me here. Usually they do like a pizza thing, or they'll get us like, some food from some outside place. They actually cook for us from something in the kitchen here. They got a pretty good spread. There's some steak, there's some chicken parm. I'm looking at Kaylin Sharkey, and she's like killing it right now. So I don't know if there's going to be.
She said, "Don't put me on blast."
Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons on The Score.
The Bigs and The Score have built up a nice little partnership, and that means that we get Herb Howard to do our Bears hit. We're going to connect with him in just a couple of minutes and get underway. There's a couple other NFL headlines that we should go over. One of them is that Baker Mayfield is very unhappy in Tampa, and he let people know. The other one, you may not have known this because you were paying attention to what was going on with the Cubs. By the way, the Cubs lost 2-0 today. The White Sox are taking on Tampa Bay tonight. Tony Romo, in a very tersely worded message, CBS says that he is out indefinitely. And the season is still, 6 weeks away? And they're like, yeah, J.J. Watt will take over for him in the interim. So I've gone back and forth on the videos of Tony Romo because I feel like sometimes the field sobriety tests are a little unfair, especially and honestly a little ableist, to tell you the truth. But then I'm like, I don't know. But that's another story for another day. Herb Howard now joins us here on the Potawatomi Casino and Hotel Hotline, the Midwest's best casino. Sir, how are you?
I am phenomenal, sir. How are you?
Man, I'm doing really well. I'm glad that you and the Bigs have partnered up with The Score, and the fact that you're going to be doing some of our Bears reports is amazing to me, and it's phenomenal. So there's a lot that I want to talk about. One of them is a news item from today, and to catch everyone else up, I know that you were in the room, but to catch everyone else up, this was Darnell Wright saying that if you're worried about his negotiation, don't worry.
My main focus really is just football, being as best as I can be for the team. Obviously, I know I'll be here for a long time, hopefully my whole career. So those things kind of handle themselves. But I just got to stay focused on the main things, and that's just getting better, consistency every day. So.
Is it your preference to get that done sooner than later?
I'll be on the Bears for a long time, so it doesn't really matter to me, So.
Okay, so Herb, when you hear that from Darnell Wright, do you think that something is imminent or that he's cool with allowing this process to play out?
Yeah, I would tend to lean toward the latter on that, Lawrence. Listen, we went at him, as much as we could, and just understanding who Darnell Wright is, as a player and as a professional, everybody has something, one aspect of their job that's not their favorite. And talking to the media, that would definitely be not Darnell Wright's favorite thing to do. And so he talks to us and he has to, and he's like, that's just kind of how he approaches his press conferences. And then we start to ask about the contract, and he did a very good job of deflecting and saying, hey, I'm here to play football. I asked him specifically because he said the same thing that Ryan Poe said, which is that I want to be in Chicago for the long term. If Ryan Poles wants you here and you want to be here, my question was, well, what is the divide? Has your representation told you how far apart the two sides are in these negotiations? He said, I have representation for a reason. I let them do that. I'll play ball, and everything else will take care of itself. I respect how he's approaching it, and I expect him to get something done. It just seems like there seems to be a bit of a disconnect. I don't know if Ryan Poles and the Bears front office are looking for, a discount because they're coming in, quote unquote, early with air quotes, considering they have him under control for another 2 years, and then after that they can still use the franchise tag. And so maybe they're looking for a little bit of a discount because they're coming in early, if you will. And if I'm Darnell Wright's camp, I'm saying no. We got an All-Pro here. We want to reset the market, and so they'll probably take some room to kind of massage the difference. And I expect them to get something done.
Yeah, it's really interesting too, because if you're Ryan Poles, this was a win. Like you passed up the opportunity to draft Jalen Carter, and that guy got paid. Like, he's the highest paid, for now, the highest paid defensive tackle in the league. You may have gotten yourself a guy that is going to play a tackle position, left or right, for 10 years for your team. So that's a win. And now I think that he's on everyone's radar. I think it happened probably midway through last season, where the football intelligentsia is like, who's really good? Darnell Wright. So now if you're Ryan Poles, like that,
years, whatever, he's going to be somebody starting right tackle, and he's going to be paid well for it. But Ryan Poles needs this win because he was the one who bet on Darnell Wright when everybody was like, hey, Jalen Carter fell to you at number 9. The Bears are going to move all the way down and still get their guy. And he's like, no, he's not our guy. We don't want him. And now that guy's an All-Pro as well, and he's got paid. And so Ryan Poles needs Darnell Wright to be on a similar trajectory for right tackles, which he is. He needs to finish this as much as Darnell Wright does.
Herb Howard of the Bigs joining us here with the Bears hit today. Was up at Haugh Hall and is going to continue to do some stuff for us and the Bigs at Haugh Hall covering the Bears. Luther Burden is on every Bears fan's mind. I'm sure that you are getting hit up on social when you are out in these streets. I imagine that people are asking you about Luther Burden. Ben made mention of Luther Burden today. Let's take a listen to what the head coach had to say about a guy that people have high expectations for.
I've been around a few guys like this that they're wired in a kind of way where, I don't know if it's at an early age, but they feel like this is their destiny. This is where they're supposed to be. And I feel that from him. I think he knows how good he can be. And in his mind, that's probably top 5, top 3, top receiver in the NFL. I haven't talked to him specifically about that, but the way he goes about his business tells me that.
Are you wired that way?
I suppose.
More on Ben in a minute. You've been around Luther Burden from the moment that he was drafted. I think there was probably a little bit of bumpy stuff as he was getting up to speed on NFL life and this offense. But once we got to the middle of the season, it became pretty clear that that's a guy that can make plays. What's the next step in this for him?
We talk about the marriage between Coach Johnson and Caleb Williams ad nauseum. Every single day, it's Coach and Caleb, right? I'm starting to understand that it's Coach and whomever. I think Coach is like bust proof, if you will, because you get a player that comes in with the skill set of Luther Burden, you're like, this is a boom or bust player. Everybody's like, he's got rare, and I'm talking like top 1% rare athletic ability. But then there were some questions about motivation. There were some questions about where his head is, about professionalism. And then he comes in, he's banged up early, he's not ready to go. And then you talk to Coach Johnson, he's like, yeah, we know he's got talent. He'll get his opportunities when he deserves them, when he's on top of his details, when he knows I'm supposed to be at 12 yards and not 13 yards. I'm supposed to be blocking this guy this way every single time. And once Luther Burden understood that was going to be his only way onto the field, he started to do those things, and his opportunities came. He also got a little healthier, and then he took advantage of all of those opportunities. He's attacked this offseason with such a vigor that says, I want to be that top 5, top 3, top receiver in the league that we heard Coach talking about. And I think that because Ben Johnson is who he is, Luther Burden has a very good chance of reaching his ceiling, and it is an extremely, extremely high ceiling, Lawrence. Yesterday at practice, I was standing on the sideline, and he runs an out, and he comes right at us on the sideline. And the ball's just off his fingertips, and he just makes a beautiful catch. Natural hands, catching the football. You can tell he's catching, 1,000 passes a day because just the way how smooth he catches it. And then in one motion, he's able to turn the sideline in one step where most guys go out of bounds right there. He turns that thing up, and then he hits a gear that few people have and gets down the sideline 40, 50 yards. He's looking like he is primed for a breakout season. I don't know what his ceiling is, but it is extremely, extremely high. He's looking phenomenal.
It's really interesting, and I often bring this up to people when talking about the NFL, and some people don't want to hear it. They feel like it is a meritocracy, and to a certain degree it is. But there's also a level of my guy, not my guy in the NFL. And when you hear Ben talk about Luther Burden, my guy, right? Like that's it. That's one of his guys. I'm not
You're
sure.
going Kyler Gordon, aren't you?
Yes, but I wanted to go. I wanted to go to Rome first. I wanted to go to Rome Odunze first, and the reason why is that I feel like, and I wanted to run this theory by you. I feel like Rome Odunze saw the way they were talking about Kyler Gordon, and then all of a sudden Rome Odunze told y'all, you know what? I'm totally fine. There's nothing wrong with my foot. There is no new normal. I am out here ready to work.
Listen, I saw Rome in the hallway downstairs at Hallis today, and I said, look, man, I wanted to give you an opportunity to kind of clarify what you said, because yesterday in his press conference, I did ask him, like, what did you mean by that? And he wanted, like you said, no, I'm fine. I didn't mean anything I said. Y'all misunderstood me, or I misspoke. He didn't put it on us. He put it on himself. It said, I misspoke. And I don't think he did. I think he was very truthful and probably more transparent than he'll ever be with us again. But I think he does feel like there's a difference in his foot. But I also think two things can be true, right? And that can be, yes, it feels different, but not to say that I can't reach the same ceiling I thought I could reach prior to. I still think I can become as good a player as I thought before. It just feels different, and it's just the truth. Lawrence, I ruptured my Achilles. I snapped the thing in half, and to this day, it doesn't feel the same, but I don't think it prohibits me from doing something that I was once able to do. You know what I mean? I'm also not Rome Odunze. I didn't have that kind of athleticism to start with, but I can feel it just doesn't feel the same. I think that's what he was really trying to articulate, that it just doesn't feel the same. And then we hear that and we're like, oh, he's a number 9 pick. We're expecting him to be all pro, number 1 receiver, and maybe he can't be that anymore. I don't think that is what he was trying to articulate, but I also don't believe that, I didn't mean to say anything about a new normal.
Yeah, I'm with you. Look, I got a screw and 3 staples in my right ankle. It only moves up and down. It doesn't move left or right. So I have had to adapt and adjust. So I completely understood what he was saying. But
and yet you're in the best shape of your life. I saw you the other day.
I'm doing all right. I'm hanging out. I'm trying to get like Caleb, right? But this coaching staff doesn't seem to want to hear any nonsense from people. And let that take me to the Kyler Gordon stuff. You've been around Kyler since he's been a Bear, and everyone knows how incredibly talented he is, that he does have the Spider-Man athleticism and balance and footwork and all of that stuff. He plays tough. He blitzes well. All of these things. What's gone on here, and how do you view him getting back into the good graces of the organization?
It's so tough because he's dealing with, soft tissue. You talk about, reconstructed ankle. I'm talking about an Achilles or those types of things. That's one thing, because everybody can see that, everybody can understand that. When you're talking about soft tissue, it's not as easy to see, right? Or even to diagnose. And so you're kind of just going off, he says it's tight, he says it hurts. You can kind of feel some inflammation or whatever it may be, but it's a little bit of a different thing as an outsider when you hear, oh, his hamstring is sore. Like, what do you mean? Like he woke up this morning and said he's going to play football, and he gets to the stadium and says he can't play anymore. And so it starts to become a thing that people can feel like they can question. And it becomes a thing that's a lot more frustrating than, say, a broken arm or a dislocated shoulder, because it's just not quite as tangible. And for Coach Johnson, for a player who's not his guy, he's never really even seen Kyler Gordon. Kyler Gordon played 3 games last year. He wasn't in training camp. So when he says, I don't know that guy, he's not just sending a message to Kyler. He's being sincere. I don't know him. He hasn't been around for me to get to know him. It was my first year on the job. I'm trying to train 53 guys to learn a brand new system. I don't have time to worry about him. And I think that's kind of set the tone for what is going to be with anybody's injury, whether it's sincere or not, whether it's a significant injury or not, I don't have time for it. And so if you're not here, he just has this kind of dismissive demeanor about it. And I don't know if he's trying to be mean or even if he's trying to send a message. I just don't have time for it. So either get here or don't. And when you get here, we can deal with that because everybody, like you said, understands how good Kyler Gordon is and how big of an impact he can make on this defense and ultimately this team. But if he's not here, I'm not going to spend any time on it. And so while Ryan Poles, addressed it in his opening remarks, and then he addressed it with a few questions at his press conference, Coach Johnson said, "Get healthy, and we'll talk then."
Yeah, that's all he had to say. Now, the thing about Ben is I really like that there is a level of petty in him that is worth studying and maybe even basing your life off of. Pat Fitzgerald had said yesterday that at Michigan State they don't have a chip on their shoulder. They've got a bag of chips on their shoulder. And I feel like Ben Johnson is a little bit like that. I wanted to run this for you, Herb, and get your thoughts on it. And for Bears fans, like, wait, what are you guys talking about? This was Liam Cohen of the Jacksonville Jaguars talking about how one quarterback gets a lot of love and maybe his team doesn't get the same amount of love.
You know what I said to the staff the other day was, I go, guys, this is the best part of coaching the Jacksonville Jaguars. You don't have to make up telling your players stuff. You don't have to make up the fire. You don't have to make it up. It's given to us every day. Yeah. And it's like a welcome. It's a gift from the heavens. From you just scroll. I just go pull up my phone, look at the NFL Network website, and just pop up here. And I'm just curious if I see any photos or anything about the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think I'll just scroll right on through.
Keep going, yeah.
I think I'll see 40 pictures of Caleb Williams, and I won't see a single thing about any of our players on here. And so it's beautiful because it's like, yeah, guys, this is great. Thanks.
The gift that keeps on giving.
I'm going to tell all these guys how much you all think they suck, and we'll just keep going.
Now, I understand where Liam Cohen is coming from, and Jacksonville is an NFL market. I get it. But it feels like the one thing that this group, like if you're worried about complacency, and everyone's talking about regression when it comes to the Bears, and I get it, but this group, they just need a little bit of disrespect. And that's being now provided. The other thing is, and Alex and I were talking about this before the show, Herb, that Liam Cohen is a McVay guy. He's on the McVay tree. And what we've learned about Ben Johnson is Ben's is real good about I'm on my own out here. I didn't get a leg up. Whether we're talking about the Shanahan tree or the McVay tree, I'm not a Nepo baby. So I just feel like Liam Cohen is the perfect foil for Ben Johnson to do the bag of chips on his shoulder thing.
You come at the king, you best not miss, right?
Yes.
And Ben Johnson, he doesn't even we talk about Michael Jordan, how he'll take anything as motivation. Ben Johnson doesn't even need it. He just wakes up like that. You don't have to say anything to him. He already doesn't like you, right? And so I remember going back to the one-on-one I had with him back in March or whatever, at the owners' meetings in Arizona. And at the end of our conversation, I just asked him, off camera, Coach, are you coming to the party tonight? Right, because there's a party down there every year that the NFL throws, and it's a huge, great party. It's phenomenal, and everything's on the NFL, and everybody is there. I mean, everybody is there who is or ever has been associated with the National Football League. So I said, Coach, you coming to the party tonight? And I only asked him because I already knew the answer. And he said, no chance. No chance.
Wow.
I don't think he wants to come hang out with anybody. I don't think he wants to come hang out with anybody. I think he's up in the room watching tape. It's like, Coach, it's like March. What are you watching? You know what I mean?
We know what he was watching. He was watching the Dolphins run game.
100% he was. And so, listen, shout out to Jason Leisure because Jason Leisure tried to get him to go there in the press conference today. He mentioned Liam Cohen's comments, and I was very interested to see how Coach was going to respond. And he kind of held back a little bit and just answered and said, I'm not really worried about that, whatever. But you know how he is, and if he could have adjusted the schedule at that moment, he would have put the Jaguars right on it somewhere. So, listen, like you said, I get what Coach Cohen is talking about. There's a lot of attention on Caleb, and you can use that as motivation for your guys. Say, we don't get any of that attention, and we've done this, that, and the third. cool, no problem. But just be careful poking around Ben Johnson because that dude he's different, man. He is very, very different.
I love that he's got that level of petty in him. Herb, this is great, man. I love that you're going to be a part of what it is that we're doing with our Bears coverage here on The Score. Yeah, man, I am too because you have a unique perspective. You're great at what you do, and you know me, I'm like, okay, come on, like, come and get it. And I told him, I was like, I see you, and that's how I feel about him. Like I was like, I can see you from here, and that's a good thing. Like seeing someone grow in this business the way that he has, from having a dream to now doing it and being really damn good at it. So we're lucky to have him. And I think you as a Score listener have listened to him do guest spots with us and feel similarly. So he is part of our team now. And you're going to be hearing more of him doing Bear stuff. And man, business just picked up. We need to take a break. When we come back, Big Ant Heron is out here talking to Caleb Williams. And then he's going to talk to you about talking to Caleb Williams next on The Score.
Cubs fans, Gold Glove second baseman Nico Hoerner gives you an insider's perspective on the Cubs every Tuesday afternoon at 2:30 with Spiegel and Holmes.
Sensational play by Nico Hoerner.
Nico Hoerner on The Score is brought to you by Toyota. Visit your Chicagoland Toyota dealer or Toyota.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
This segment is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop Grand Appliance for up to $4,000 back on the newly redesigned KitchenAid line of appliances.
That he's in contact with on a daily basis.
Tony Wise disgusted by offensive lineman drills in Pittsburgh.
And we're probably coming up on the Tony Wise sleepover weekend, I think. Maybe. It sounds like it's in the reverse, though, this year.
Two of them with the footy pajamas, watching old movies together, pouring through offensive line tape.
Yeah, The Searchers. You should watch it.
Dave, pass me the popcorn.
And maybe you've answered this, and it's out there. Were you trying to hit a home run in that spot?
Absolutely not. I got ahead in the count 2-0, and I stepped out of the box, and I remember looking at Ozzie, and he's shaking his finger. He's like, "No way, you take a pitch. I don't want you swinging."
Wow.
So I took a fastball right down the plate, right down the middle, and I stepped out, and I said, "There's no way he's going to throw you that slider." At that time, Brad Lidge was fastball slider, so I'm like, he doesn't want to walk you, so let's look dead red here. Look fastball, and I was just looking to put a good swing on it. I was not thinking home run by any means. I was just trying to find the barrel, but it was a good pitch to hit. I put a good swing on it, and luckily I got all of it.
That's incredible. Yeah, I don't know that we'd ever talked about that, whether or not the intent was there. The result we discuss a lot, Pods.
No, there were very few times I went up to the plate thinking about hitting a home run, Layla. And even when the ball came off my bat, I mean, I knew that I had gotten all of it, but I was still at that time thinking extra bases. Let's get to 2 or possibly 3, depending on how that ball was going to carry him off the wall. But I got all of it, so I was a bit curious. But it was 45 degrees. It was cold. The ball wasn't carrying, so I was probably thinking 2 or 3 bases rather than thinking about that ball leaving the ballpark.
We'll get to the present, I promise. But now that we're stuck on this, like these questions, do you remember the sound of the crowd?
Well, that's a really good question, Mark. I was about to round first base, and in my peripheral, I saw Tim Raines throw his arm up. So I then looked out to right center field. I saw the ball leave the park. And from that point forward, I remember, because I have newspaper articles and pictures of it, I remember letting out a very primal just scream from the bottom of my gut. And from that point forward, it was just a blur. I don't recall hearing the crowd. I've obviously seen the footage a million times, and I just remember meeting the crew at home plate and getting mobbed, and it was pretty much what I remember, just mayhem from that point all the way till we got into Houston that night. So, no, so to answer your question, I don't exactly remember the crowd. I just remember this out-of-body experience and something that, outside of the birth of my children in competition that I've never felt before and, have not felt since.
You've had a lot of pinch me moments in your career, in your life. Certainly, you've talked about them and addressed them a lot along the way in your own journey. But when the White Sox were the team that selected Landon, what was the impact of that organization taking him?
I mean, first of all, you have to earn it. Like to be picked where he was, he did the work. He went out, you can guide him. But to have the White Sox pick him, it was special. It's a special moment because it's his hometown, right? I remember growing up in Peoria, and I didn't know a lot about the draft, but I remember watching the Cubs on WGN and being a fan. Landon gets to live